You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 351.
Why is there a door here?
The dark red blood soaked deep into the wood, like it was a part of the inner wall of the dresser. Hanfei didn't touch it, but instead used his phone to take a picture of it. While he did that, he discovered something else. In the middle of the blood door, there was a faded carving of a headless door guardian. A line was carved across the guardian's neck. Is this the headless guardian from room 4044? Its head was decapitated by Fu Sheng. The dresser before him had witnessed many secrets. If not for the inconvenience, Hanfei wanted to carry the whole dresser home. Zhuangren's tape didn't show what happened inside this room, but based on Hanfei's experience, he could figure them out quite easily. Fu Sheng said that Butterfly is a ghost, so there is a good chance that Butterfly originated from the cryptic world. But what exactly is its original self? Would the butterfly show itself on the night of resurrection? On the night of resurrection 14 years ago, many horrible cases happened at Xianlu. Many innocent people died that night. They were probably butterflies living sacrifices. But what confused Hanfei was, what was the goal of Butterfly for killing so many people? What would it gain? Hanfei frowned contemplatively when he heard a wispy song come from somewhere inside the building. Hearing the melody, Hanfei instinctively moved to the corner to hide. He held the nunchucks nervously. He only realized he was in the real world when he thought about opening his inventory. This building has been abandoned for decades already. There should be no one here, but me, so where did the song come from? Due to the distance, Hanfei couldn't hear the song that clearly. He walked out the door and climbed up the stairs. When he reached the top floor, the song became much clearer. It came from here. The top floor's corridor was crowded with trash. A few boxes that were filled with books and old clothes caught Hanfei's attention. Why are these left behind? Hanfei took out the dusty books until 3 things were left inside the box. A broken music box, a wooden doll wearing a mask, and a children's outfit spattered with paint. The song came from the music box. Hanfei wanted to switch it off, but as he examined the music box, he realized there was something written on the bottom. I hope that everyone in the world can hear your voice and that you can move their heartstrings, bringing them warmth and salvation. It was a very simple wish, but the terms warmth and salvation unsettled Hanfei. Why would they need warmth and salvation? Unless the they here is not referring to living humans. Hanfei then picked up the doll. He removed the mask and realized a sentence was written on the back of the mask. One day you will grow old. I hope you'll build them a theme park to teach them the meaning of joy and teach them how to smile. The singer was always patrolling around Happiness Neighborhood, and this wooden doll looks like the broken doll on the 9th floor of Building 1 at Happiness Neighborhood. Hanfei spread open the children's outfit, and Hanfei found this written among the splotches of color. The world itself has no color. If you see darkness, then the world is dark. If you see rainbows, then the world is colorful. You are my first child. I wish to give you all the best blessing and hope that you will spread that blessing to others. Hanfei focused on the phrase, you are my first child. A normal person might sigh with lamentation seeing these things. They were the blessing and hope of a father for his children. But Hanfei was different. He was the new manager at Happiness Neighborhood. Through the mission, he obtained the landlord's 3 cigarettes, and from that, he knew that the landlord had 3 children. Assuming that the landlord is the previous manager, does that mean his 3 children correspond to these 3 things? Does that mean the singer is related to the previous manager? Holding the objects, Hanfei stood inside the corridor alone. He looked around and saw the old world around him. There's no reason for this broken music box to suddenly play, unless someone wanted me to find this. But there shouldn't be anyone else here. Sitting on the steps, Hanfei's heart slowly calmed down. He felt the presence of a kind, old man around him. He had been watching Hanfei for some time. I have too little information to go on. Hanfei stood up. As he prepared to put all these 3 things away, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Huang Yin.
Are you awake? I still haven't slept. What happened?
After a simple exchange, Huang Yin sent over a video.
The police set up a surveillance camera at my home, and they captured this.
Huang Yin in the video crawled up from bed at 3 a.m. to open the dresser. He appeared to be choosing attire, but nothing seemed to satisfy him. Moments later, he sat before the vanity chair and started to put on makeup. After he was done, he walked into the kitchen. With his eyes closed, Huang Yin started to cook some porridge and simple meals to go with it. At 4 a.m., Huang Yin served the food on the dining table. He didn't switch on the light but sat at the table, looking at the empty space beside him. His mouth kept moving. He spoke very slowly, like a mother consoling a naughty son. The whole process was eerie. It was scarier than actually seeing a ghost. Around 4:30 a.m., Huang Yin stood up from the dining table. He started to pour out the untouched food from the pots and bowls. Then he started to do the dishes. After some more cleaning and returning everything back to their places, Huang Yin turned around and flashed a creepy smile at the camera. Then he returned to the bedroom to sleep. At 4:44 a.m., the real Huang Yin woke up. He looked at himself in the mirror and had no idea what happened the night before.
If not for the police telling me this, I have no idea I had woken up the night before. It is definitely not me who is cooking.
There was a surprising calmness in Huang Yin's voice.
It is trying to dominate my thoughts, as if attempting to replace me. It has gotten tired of torturing me in my sleep, and instead has started to influence my real life. Brother Huang. Han Fei could hear the change to Huang Yin's tone. He didn't sound like the man who Han Fei knew anymore. Han Fei decided that he shouldn't intervene too rashly.
My memory is like a faded photograph. Many things that should be mine aren't mine anymore. I have a feeling that something bad will happen tonight.
What is it? Someone will die?
Huang Yin wanted to say something else, but there came the sound of the door opening. His tone slowly changed again. After a few more words, Huang Yin hung up.
I've already told Huang Yin to not contact me for these few days. We would work on both ends to interrupt Butterfly, but he seemed to have forgotten that. Was the person who talked to me really Huang Yin?
Han Fei thought back to the sound of the door opening near the end of the call. It didn't sound like the dresser opening. Putting away the things inside the boxes, Han Fei retraced his steps. Zhuang Ren had finished cleaning up. He looked quite smart.
Are we going to go now?
Chapter 352. The anticipation within Zhuang Ren couldn't be hidden once he knew he had a chance of meeting his family. He was like a husband pacing outside the maternity ward. Every second was a torment.
Before I bring you to meet your family, I need to stress a few things. 1. You are not allowed to reject my orders. 2. You have to be mentally ready for the fact that I might abandon you at any moment.
Han Fei said with a severe expression. An aura of death radiated off him naturally.
The actions that we do tonight will affect many innocent lives. If you do something without my permission, do not blame me for eliminating you as a possible threat. I promise you that I will listen to your orders.
Han Fei's requirement was strict, but Zhuang Ren felt comforted by his strictness. It suited the severity of the situation. His heart was pumping with excitement.
You need to calm down. I can sense your excitement from here. Even though your family is still present, they are no longer like you. You have to be prepared for them to turn into monsters. Even if they become monsters, they are still my family. But what if they are monsters who want to kill you? Think about that. You'll have to stay alive to be able to save them.
Han Fei reminded him kindly before he turned back to the game. He had memorized every step of the earlier maps. He could solve them with impossible speed without even looking at the screen. Yesterday night, before Han Fei left the cryptic world, he had triggered a grade F mission. He had no idea what he would face after he got online. To increase his survivability, he needed to be as prepared as possible. Seeing how immersed Han Fei was in the game, Zhuang Ren said hesitantly.
The main reason I play this game is to look for my family. Since you're bringing me to meet them tonight, I have no use for this game anymore. If you want, I can give you the game. Zhuang Ren had changed into a new set of clothes to meet his family. He forced a smile.
That's all.
Thank you.
Han Fei's focus was 100% on the game. He controlled his character and evaded endless traps. He carved out a way of survival among the ghosts and monsters. He entered Building 4, escaped from room 4144, and came to the elevator on the 14th floor. In the cryptic world, Han Fei had not taken the elevator. He was very curious about it. To see the Soul Chaser in the game, I'll have to trigger its mission first. The character stopped beside the elevator, and the number on the panel started to change. The elevator booth was like a hungry beast, rapidly charging at Han Fei. The Soul Chaser in the cryptic world also took the elevator. The death of his character in the Ziggurat game wasn't permanent, so Han Fei didn't avoid the threat, but stood right at the elevator door. The red number on the panel soon turned to 14. Han Fei narrowed his eyes at the screen. The silvery door slowly opened. There was no blood or monster inside the booth. In fact, the elevator looked perfectly normal. The only strange thing was the woman who stood at the corner facing the wall. She stood turning away from the door of the elevator. She wore bright red clothes and was barefooted. Around her ankle was a chain decorated with many small red flowers. Zhuangren kept his mouth shut, seeing such a strange development. He didn't urge Han Fei. That's all. Han Fei looked disappointed. He frowned as he controlled his character to move between the elevator and the corridor. Where's the Soul Chaser? What am I supposed to do to trigger its mission? He moved in and out of the elevator, trying various ways to trigger the Soul Chaser mission.
Are you testing out some bug?
Zhuangren already had no idea what Han Fei was doing. It looked like his actions were random and yet strangely purposeful. Han Fei ignored Zhuangren. He stared at the woman inside the elevator and remembered every detail about her. On her ankle chain, other than the decorative red flowers, there is a key and number tag. Is that the key to her room? Or the key to her morgue freezer? Normally, a person wouldn't wear such a thing around their ankle. Han Fei stood up and walked towards the screen. He adjusted the camera, but no matter what, he couldn't see the number on the tag clearly. Zhuangren coughed twice and said casually,
The game is authentic, but it is just a game. Han Fei, would you like to bring the game home to research it later? Shall we go find my family first?
Then Han Fei did something even more surprising. If Zhuangren was the player, he would have run the moment he saw such a creepy woman inside the elevator. But Han Fei not only didn't leave, he moved into the elevator and circled around the woman, as if trying to take a good look at her face. Zhuangren had no idea what to say to Han Fei anymore. He had interacted with Han Fei for only a few days, but he had witnessed how Han Fei evolved from a completely new player into this strange player who would openly challenge the ghost in the game. Why can't I trigger the Soul Chaser mission? Zhuangren couldn't understand Han Fei's desperation. If he couldn't see the Soul Chaser's face, then he'd die the moment he logged into the game. Even if he was lucky to survive the Soul Chaser, the Headless Door Guardian at room 4044 would decapitate him. Han Fei's ability to log off the game was an OP skill because his enemy rarely stayed at one spot to wait for him to return. But yesterday night, he logged out before the Door Guardian, and he would log back in front of the door. What was a Door Guardian? As its name suggested, it was a guardian of the door, so as long as the door was there, the guardian wouldn't have moved. Han Fei now found himself in a death trap. The fact that he could still keep his mind calm as he attempted to find ways to resolve the problem was already very impressive. What am I missing? Or is this woman the Soul Chaser? But the Soul Chaser should be male, and is related to the tester who butchered the whole neighborhood many years ago. Staring at the woman, while Han Fei contemplated, the elevator door closed. To Han Fei's surprise, his character didn't die the moment the door closed. Instead, he stood inside the elevator booth peacefully with the woman. Well, this is just strange. Why hasn't she killed me yet? The doors were closed. Han Fei tried to press the buttons on the control panel, but none of it registered. The woman who stood at the corner slowly turned around, but to Han Fei's consternation, after she did, somehow she was still facing away from Han Fei. I wouldn't be able to see her face no matter what. Is she really the Soul Chaser? Han Fei controlled his character to get closer to her. He wanted to pull back her hair to look at the face underneath, but the game refused to let him do that. He pressed the interact button many times, but there was no reaction from the woman. She won't kill me, and I can't interact with her? What is up with this woman in red? No one touched the buttons on the panel, but the elevator suddenly started to descend. Something that looked like lichen appeared at the corner of the booth. The silvery walls started to darken, and the woman's bone structure was creaking noisily. Is she truly faceless? Han Fei circled around the woman. His actions had gone from curiosity to open taunting. He wanted to make the woman kill him, so he could have a chance to look at her face, but the woman was impervious to his actions. Soon the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. The doors slowly opened. A boy wearing pajamas with a little bear print appeared at the door. He stood facing away from the elevator and had his head lowered. The cute pajama he wore was already dyed red with blood. Similarly, the boy hid his face away from Han Fei. He also had a chain around his ankle, and the chain had a number tag as well. The elevator door closed. The boy stood near the door while the woman occupied the corner. Han Fei was sandwiched in the middle. The elevator at Ziggurat kept moving downwards. It would stop on each floor, and a person whose face Han Fei couldn't see would enter the elevator on each floor. Eventually, Han Fei was packed inside the elevator with these people. The elevator soon reached the 4th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, but this time, there was no tenant waiting to get in. There was nothing outside the elevator. However, the elevator door remained open, and the atmosphere inside the booth became increasingly tense. About 10 seconds later, everyone in red slowly lifted their heads. They moved their bodies around, but kept their heads fixed, as if turning to stare at Han Fei with their bodies in unison. What is the meaning of this? Am I supposed to exit on this floor? Chapter 353 Smell of blood thickened inside the moldy elevator booth. The people in red surrounded Han Fei in the middle. What will happen if I just stay put? The elevator didn't move from the 4th floor. As time progressed, the bodies of the red-clothes people appeared to be injected with blood. Their skin started to stretch as their bodies expanded. Death awaited him if he stayed, so Han Fei controlled his character to leave the crowd. The moment he left the booth, the door slowly closed. Through the closing gap, he could see a group of red people standing facing away from him. Soon the door closed fully, and the number on the panel shifted quickly. Han Fei thought the number would stop at 1, but it continued to descend into the negative. It only stopped at the -18th floor. The elevator is connected to the underground too. Since Han Fei was already on the 4th floor, he was not going to waste this opportunity. He ran towards room 4044. Room 4044 in the Ziggurat game was different from the one in the Cryptic World. The door guardian was not headless. Well, now's my chance to see what it really looks like. Han Fei slunk to room 4044. As he stared at the screen with bated breath, the door guardian in the game suddenly winked. Its head appeared to move, but also not. It was a strange feeling Han Fei couldn't describe, but he did feel a chill run down his spine. After he sat back down on the couch, Han Fei turned to the screen again. He finally realized what was wrong. The door guardian in the game was looking at him, not the character Han Fei controlled in the game, but Han Fei outside the game. What kind of technology is this? Han Fei had no idea if this was a trap or an Easter egg. He tried to push on the door of room 4044, and then a conversation snippet appeared on screen.
Would you help me bring my head back?
There was no hint and no warning. There was no NPC around him either. Wait, the door guardian is talking to me? Han Fei clicked on the conversation box, and something even more confusing appeared. He was given 3 options, but all 3 of them were the same. No.
Room 4044 is the location which is closest to room 4444. Bring my head back, and I can help you end this endless nightmare. To enter room 4044, you have to help me do something. No matter what you choose, you'll ultimately end up here.
The words in the box kept changing, but the options available were always no. Like this was already predestined and couldn't be changed.
The evil that you see has to be evil. The kindness that you see has to be kindness. If you have the chance to approach the divine, you should look behind them where their humanity is hidden. How brilliant the glow of their divinity is how dirty their humanity. Help me, and I can tell you the secrets of the unmentionables.
Han Fei was greatly piqued by the content of the conversation. Unmentionables represented something unique in the game. The headless door guardian wants its head back. I should use this knowledge to my advantage when I log in next time. After some hesitation, Han Fei didn't pick any of the selection. He didn't like to pick the path designated for him by others. But if he didn't make any choice, the game would be stuck on this page. After many tries, Han Fei memorized the door guardian's face and then chose to exit the game. The moment he did, the gaming screen turned black immediately, instead of returning to the main menu.
I've played this game for decades already, but this has never happened. Is there something wrong with the TV?
Zhuang walked towards the television with confusion.
Stay where you are? I think I've triggered something.
Several seconds later, a pair of bleeding eyes appeared on the black screen. The eyes were flickering like they were under great limitation. Cracks of blood spread from the center of the eyes. Soon the blood capillaries filled up the screen like it was trying to break through it. This development reminded Han Fei of Spiritfarer. Whenever he used that talent, his system menu would be crawling with blood capillaries and then torn open from the middle, like a door had been forcibly broken through. It's too similar. How many secrets is this game still hiding? Perfect Life was more than a game due to the presence of the black box. It had many tenuous relationships with real life. It blurred the border between the real and virtual worlds, blending the living and the dead together. No one knew what was the secret hidden inside the black box. All its previous owners' attempts to understand it had failed. There was still a long way to go for Han Fei to open the black box, but the things he had seen so far had fully changed his life. It was like through the game, he was slowly unveiling the truth about the world. The pair of red eyes stared at Han Fei before they eventually exploded. The blood mist coagulated into a sentence. This is the first warning. 3 warnings later, death will descend. The warnings soon disappeared, and the screen remained black. 3 warnings? The black box also gave me 3 warnings should I try to tell others about the black box or the cryptic world. After 3 warnings, the black box will explode inside my head. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. This game was designed by the director of Immortal Pharma when he was young. The black box in my head was gifted to me by the director's older brother. When I got the black box, the director had been dead for some time already. But is it possible that even though the director is already dead, his memory or consciousness lives on inside the black box? Or has he gone hiding inside a part of the black box? This was mere speculation. Han Fei had no proof. In any case, a small comedy actor like himself couldn't do anything against a big company like Immortal Pharma anyway. Fu Sheng and the director are the previous owners of the black box. Through the building manager's memory, I can confirm that they both do exist, but Zhuang Ren said the director did not have an old brother and the director often talked to himself. What exactly is the relationship between the 2 brothers? One was responsible for exploring the cryptic world, while the other expanded their influence in the real world. Staring at the black screen, Han Fei put down the controller. Of the 2 brothers, one of them can see the future, but is the future he saw the real future? Would the world really develop the way he had foreseen it? Han Fei did not think that was the case. At least he believed that the siblings wouldn't have predicted he would choose to open the black box from both sides. In any case, I will walk my own path. Unplugging the power switch, Han Fei restarted the ziggurat game. The game started up like normal. It was as if everything earlier was just an illusion. The character respawned inside Happiness Neighborhood. The atmosphere was joyful and peaceful, but the game character was now wearing bloody clothes.
The in-game character has changed.
Han Fei didn't control the character and start clearing the map. Instead, he leaned back into the chair and stared at the character quietly. He felt like this ziggurat game was very similar to Manager Mission in the cryptic world. With every death, there would be a rebirth. The victim's memory would slowly disappear until they became nothing more than a husk, a character controlled by others. I'll only go far by being controlled by others? Is that the true meaning of this game? The director wanted to tell the player of this game that only being a pawn can one retain their individuality. Taking in the character's bloody clothes, Han Fei chuckled. I've been in the shadows of the spotlight for so many years. Finally, I've been given the chance to stand in the center of the stage. I'm not going to let anyone else control my life. Since the black box has been given to me, I have the right to decide what to do with it.
Han Fei, shall we go meet my family now?
Zhuang Ren was unable to stand the silent treatment anymore. He walked to block Han Fei's sight of the television screen.
Even if I can only look at them from afar, I am willing to give you everything. This house, my assets, and so on.
Seeing the determination on Zhuang Ren's face, Han Fei decided it was time to stop playing the game. After all, he had already obtained the things he needed.
Okay.
Han Fei stood up to switch off the game. He then placed the controller inside the black box which already had the tape and the therapy device.
Please help me place the game inside the box later. I'll carry the whole box home with me.
Chapter 354. Han Fei lifted up the black box single-handedly. Han Fei's strength shocked Zhuang Ren, who knew how heavy the box was.
Since when did you get so strong? How can someone be an actor without some special training?
Han Fei noticed the change to himself too. When he first got the black box from the old man, he could barely lift it with both of his arms. But now he only needed one arm to pick up the box. It was a scary transformation.
When we're there, you need to listen to my orders and be patient. Don't worry, I will not purposely harm you.
Han Fei carried the black box and pushed open Zhuang Ren's front door. After a long time, this was the first time Zhuang Ren exited his room. The sun showered on both of them. They enjoyed the sunlight, but unfortunately the sun was soon blocked off by dark clouds. Han Fei led Zhuang Ren to Jin Jun's neighborhood. As the top paparazzi, Jin Jun didn't live within the intelligent city, not because he couldn't afford to, but he didn't want to due to the unique nature of his career. Zhuang Ren's identity was quite sensitive, so Han Fei was very cautious on the road. It was not until Jin Jun opened the door and they were all indoors that he could sigh in relief.
Han Fei, after we left my home, I had the feeling that someone was watching me. That feeling only just disappeared.
Zhuang Ren said anxiously.
But I'm a boring old man. Who would be watching me? Just stay here for the day and follow my instructions.
Han Fei had Jin Jun give Zhuang Ren a new gaming account.
What is this? It's a game. You can see it as an advanced version of the ziggurat game.
Han Fei had Zhuang Ren enter the gaming hub. Han Fei personally checked all the wires and then had Zhuang Ren activate his new account. This was the first time Zhuang Ren tried a fully immersive game. He followed Han Fei's instruction to go through every step, but at the last moment, the gaming hub's internal alarm suddenly activated. The gaming hub door opened on its own, and Zhuang Ren lying inside frowned with confusion.
What's wrong? Those with serious heart and brain disease wouldn't be able to play Perfect Life. The gaming hub will conduct its screening, and when such patients attempt to enter the game, it will block them.
Jin Jun came with 3 glasses of juice. Even though he was a paparazzi, he remembered what Han Fei had done for him.
But I don't have any of those diseases. My heart and brain are perfectly healthy.
Zhuang Ren was desperate. He was ready to meet his family, but something like this had to happen.
It shouldn't be a problem with your health then.
Han Fei stood beside the gaming hub and frowned.
When you activated the game, did you notice anything out of place? My connection to the game appears to be strangely weak. There are a few wires which cannot detect my consciousness.
Zhuang Ren sighed helplessly.
What should I do now? You've worn the director's therapy device before. That device might have changed something within your mind.
Han Fei had Zhuang Ren try the system a few more times, but they all ended in failure. Perfect Life refused to let Zhuang Ren register an account. This interesting discovery ignited Han Fei's interest in Zhuang Ren. Perhaps Zhuang Ren himself didn't even know how unique he was.
So I can't see my family after all.
When Zhuang Ren found out he could see his family, he was so happy. He even joked with Han Fei, but now with this problem in the way, his face collapsed and he aged in mere minutes.
I have a backup plan. Wait right here.
Han Fei took out his phone to call Iyashikei. He wanted to borrow the latest psychological treatment device from the police. A few weeks ago, Han Fei managed to summon Ming Mei to the cryptic world when she was using the psychological treatment device designed by Deep Space Tech. Due punishment was delivered to Ying Yu's killer. Now he wanted to replicate the same experience. Perhaps it might work. After all, the device didn't need to check the wearer's personal info before it could be used.
Sisterly, I have a favor to ask. Haven't we just talked on the phone this morning? Did you find something new?
Li Shui sounded surprised.
No, it's not that. Can you help me secure one of Deep Space Tech's latest psychological treatment devices? The device that I saw the police used on the psychologically impaired inmates at the detention center. Why would you need one of those? Are you facing some psychological problem?
Li Shui was concerned, but after a few exchanges, she still helped Han Fei make the request. Han Fei was the key person to help them capture Butterfly. Nothing could happen to him.
Li Shui, I have a desperate use for it. Do you think I can get it before nightfall? Our leader has personally gone to get one for you, so it should be fine. There's one more thing that I wish to ask.
Han Fei took out the music box from the black box.
Do the police have personnel with the technical skill to recover the lyrics in this song? I want to know what it is trying to say.
Han Fei switched on the music box, and a strange song echoed inside Jin Jun's house.
This is a song from a music box. I can't promise anything. The recording sounds too blurry. The computer might not be able to analyze it. How about you bring it to the station in person, and we'll see what we can do.
Han Fei glanced at the time. He had Zhuang Ren stay with Jin Jun while he rushed to the police station. Ever since he woke up from the game that morning, he hadn't had a moment of rest. When he arrived, Li Shui led Han Fei to the tech department. They uploaded the song from the music box into the system and compared it to the database, but to everyone's surprise, there was no information about this song at all on the internet.
This is impossible. As long as it has been on the internet, there would be a trace of it.
Li Shui and her colleagues were about to attempt something else when the door of the tech department suddenly burst open. Li Shui's mentor and the officer who was his bodyguard returned to the station with a new treatment device.
I practically needed to beg to get this. If there's something wrong with him psychologically. Han Fei, when did you get here?
Li Shui's mentor put the thing aside. He came to greet Han Fei when he heard the strange song from the music box. A woman and a child sang along to the strange melody. Their voices were mixed together, and they were hard to separate.
Where did you find this?
Li Shui's mentor listened to it, and his face slowly changed.
I found the song inside a music box. Have you heard of it before?
Han Fei silently moved the music box closer to him.
This is not a song. Please close all the devices in the room now.
The senior said seriously. He seemed to know something. All the devices were closed, and in the end, only the creepy song from the music box remained.
The song was pre-recorded, and it would play whenever the music box was opened. This is exactly the same as the music box from 14 years ago.
The old man's presence was completely different from before. He could be quite scary when he was serious.
14 years ago? On April 4th, 14 years ago, a case happened at Exine Lu. One of the residential apartments caught on fire. A music teacher and her child were trapped. When they were rescued, their vitals were almost gone, but something miraculous happened. After some emergency rescue, the heavily injured child woke up from his coma, but his mother unfortunately died from the fire. But what does that have to do with a music box? After the boy woke up, he couldn't stop crying. Initially, the doctors thought it was the pain from the burns, but after some counseling, they realized it was because of a dream the boy had when he was in the coma. In the dream, his gentle mother morphed into something else. She kept hitting him, scolding him. She even chased him out of the house. In the end, when he was forced to leave his home by his mother who wielded a knife, he woke up from the coma.
The senior officer shared the details from the old case.
It felt like the mother was trying her best to save her child. The room might represent death. After all, he woke up the minute he left the room.
Han Fei found the story to be quite touching.
Perhaps.
The man was an atheist. He believed it was the subconscious which was behind everything.
The boy suffered from heavy burns all over his body, and he was turned into a monster. He spent a lot of time in the ICU. He kept saying how much he missed his mother. It was quite a sad story. The poor child.
Li Shui sighed, but Han Fei noticed something else. At the start, the senior officer called this a case and not an accident.
Don't be fooled by what you see,
the senior officer said with an even voice.
After we investigated it further, we found the source of fire. This was not an accident, but arson. And the arsonist was the boy. No one knew why he did it. The only one who knew the truth might be his mother, but she was already dead. The boy set off the fire? But why would he do that? We found the boy's father. He was not at all happy to find out his child was still alive. He told us the child was a monster, a harbinger of misfortune. He knew that the boy would grow up to be a killer, but he didn't expect him to kill so early in his life.
Li Shui's mentor's words were quite shocking.
The boy was young, but he was very mature. We didn't spook him, but went along with his lies and the world that he had built for himself. But as we interacted further with him, we discovered more and more strange things.
As he listened to the strange music, the senior officer sighed.
The boy said he missed his mother and wanted to find something that she owned. He requested the medical staff to go back to his home to find a music box. He said it was something his mother loved dearly. We did find the music box at his home, but according to the father, the music box didn't belong to the mother. She didn't have anything like that. The medical staff handed the music box to the boy, and he hugged it daily, and conversed with the woman's voice inside the song like his real mother was trapped inside the music box. Then something even stranger happened. The young boy completely lost his mind. He would use the most innocent voice to say the creepiest thing. He scared quite a few staff. After the boy got the music box, his wounds suddenly deteriorated, and he passed away one night. In the succeeding investigation, we compiled all the information, and in the end, we could only confirm two things. While the boy mumbled to himself, one name kept getting featured, Fu Sheng. He wanted to kill Fu Sheng, claiming everything was Fu Sheng's fault, so why did he have to bear the sin on its behalf? But from what we know, there was no one named Fu Sheng in the boy's life. The other thing is we have tried to analyze every single word in the lyrics from the music box, and we believed it was some kind of spell to summon the dead soul.
The senior officer's words shook Han Fei. He was surprised to hear Fu Sheng's name mentioned here, and he didn't expect the unmentionable song was also meant for soul summoning. It feels like others have to go through a lot and suffer great side effects to conduct soul summoning. Is this talent that powerful? Han Fei reassessed his talent of spiritfarer, but other than that, he also felt like there was a need to also examine his starting personal talent, resurrection. Chapter 355. The music box found at Immortal Pharma's director's former home appeared 14 years ago. Li Shui's mentor confirmed that they were the same music box. After knowing the music box's past, the blessing written under the music box became quite ironic. The song inside the music box didn't bring anyone happiness or bliss. Instead, it had turned itself into a monster spreading misfortune. No one knew what happened to the singer. Everything was a mystery. Everyone related to the music box was dead, and so the case remained unsolved. Li Shui's mentor remembered this case clearly because he had memorized all the murders that had happened over the past 20 years at Xianlu to close the net around Butterfly. The senior officer himself was quite a unique character. There was no information about him at all on the internet, but even the leader of the Xianlu heavy crime unit had to bow deferentially to him whenever he was around. The senior officer didn't have an official post, and not many people knew of his past. Han Fei was only sure of one thing. This senior officer had spent his whole life attempting to catch the butterfly. Even if he had to die, he would drag the butterfly down into hell with him. After acquiring all the things he needed, Han Fei didn't stay for long. He deflected some questions by the police and left with the treatment device. It was the night of resurrection, so he had to make use of every second he had. He returned to Jin Jun's place and walked into Jin Jun discussing entertainment gossip with Zhuang Ren. When Jin Jun found out about Zhuang Ren's real identity, his jaw fell to the ground. He didn't expect he would have the king of bad movies as his guest in his lifetime. Jin Jun wanted to dig up some gossip about entertainment business seniors from Zhuang Ren, and Zhuang Ren needed Jin Jun to enter the game, so he gave Jin Jun some crumbs. However, the crumbs were enough to shock Jin Jun's system. His eyes that looked at Zhuang Ren were glowing like a hunting hound who had found its prey.
Looks like you two are having quite a good chat. Brother Han, you are my lucky star. You've helped me a lot this time.
Jin Jun was supposed to help Han Fei, but Han Fei had presented him with an even bigger surprise. It only confirmed his belief to side with Han Fei.
That's what friends do.
Han Fei took out the psychological treatment device and signaled for Zhuang Ren to come over. He connected all the wires following the instructions and then had Zhuang Ren put it on.
Do not feel too much pressure. In a minute, you will appear inside a room. The room will change according to your mood. Relax and do not resist it.
Han Fei stared at Zhuang Ren because he was worried the device would not work on Zhuang Ren. The power light came on and the device operated like normal. But what happened next was different from what described inside the manual. Before Han Fei conducted any verbal therapy, Zhuang Ren already sunk into deep sleep. It was like his consciousness and the world created by the photon computer were incredibly compatible with each other. What has the director done to Zhuang Ren's brain? Han Fei looked at the burnt therapy device inside the black box and pondered. Zhuang Ren's consciousness was different from normal. It appeared to have been marked, and this kind of marking method was beyond Han Fei's comprehension. To be fair, Han Fei, who lived in the old city, never had the chance to interact with the latest technology. He'd only occasionally hear about them from advertisements.
When will Zhuang Ren wake up?
Jin Jun asked nervously. He still had many questions for Zhuang Ren. After all, gossip and celebrity news were going to sell in all kinds of era.
I can't tell either.
Han Fei could only hope that no accident would happen to Zhuang Ren. After having dinner at Jin Jun's place, Han Fei decided not to waste time and took out the ziggurat game from the black box and started to play. Jin Jun looked at the two strange men inside his living room and didn't dare to say anything more. He stood quietly to the side like he was the guest. Han Fei returned to the ziggurat's building 4 and instantly made his way to the door guardian and triggered the conversation. To his surprise, the door guardian appeared to be a unique NPC because he remembered Han Fei had been there before. The conditions he gave Han Fei were different every time. He tried his best to persuade Han Fei to help him. Han Fei did want to help him, but the game didn't provide him with the option to do so. After he forcibly exited the game, Han Fei triggered the warning for the second time. He wanted to see what would happen after the third warning. After the second warning, Han Fei's character was entirely drenched in blood, and when he came to the door guardian again, the door guardian had been spliced into pieces and his head was missing. Han Fei tried to converse with him, but once he got close, his character was killed by the door guardian. The ziggurat game finally aligned with the cryptic world. The game wasn't going to give Han Fei the opportunity to trigger the third warning. It feels like there is also a pair of invisible hands inside the ziggurat game. It keeps the game running, playing a similar role as the manager in the cryptic world. The pair of bloodshot eyes that I saw should belong to it. Han Fei had memorized that pair of bloodshot eyes, so that he would recognize it when he saw them again. Unable to talk to the door guardian, Han Fei started to explore Building 4, hoping to find more clues. After a few hours, Han Fei found a few clues that might be useful to him. Different from the other buildings, Building 4 had a basement, and the stairs that led to it were locked behind a steel door. The strange tenants in red clothes were unique to Building 4. Normal tenants were unable to see them, and one needed to go through some kind of special ritual to interact with them. Han Fei remembered that one of the red-clothed tenants was a boy wearing a bear print pajama. He should be the child of the woman from the dresser. Han Fei didn't forget his promise to the woman. If possible, he too wanted to reunite the mother with her son. After dying multiple times in the ziggurat game, Han Fei noticed that with each death, the death curse inside the ziggurat would increase, which was quite strange. It meant that the game would be harder with each death. This was something Han Fei didn't expect. It feels like the game is completing itself through the characters' deaths by collecting more death curses. Is it a reflection of the ziggurat in the cryptic world? That it would get scarier as it collects more deaths? Time flew by when one was having fun. The sky outside the window darkened. At 7 p.m., when Han Fei and Jin Jun were considering unplugging the power source of the treatment device, Zhuang Ren finally woke up. Through the clear mask, Han Fei saw Zhuang Ren's heavily wrinkled face.
What did you see? Why did it take you so long to wake up? I was trapped inside the room. The room appeared to be constructed based on my subconscious. All my memories were manifested into reality in some ways.
Zhuang Ren took down the device, but the fear froze on his face.
I saw my eldest daughter turn into a brave adventure, second daughter into a clingy kitten, and my wife used her bones to construct the main frame of the house. That sounds lovely.
Han Fei knew the basic functions of the treatment device. One of them was to read the user's subconscious and to build a room from it.
But the problem was, the whole room was red. There was blood everywhere, and the room kept expanding like it had no horizon. I had no control over it at all. Gradually, things that didn't belong in my memory appeared among the blood.
Zhuang Ren shivered as he described those things.
There appears to be another person's consciousness hidden among my memories. Wait, you've spent the past few hours just building your room of subconscious?
Based on the manual, the room would take at most only 5 minutes to build.
Yes.
Zhuang Ren nodded. He had taken almost 5 hours.
Then what else did you see inside that bloody room?
Han Fei tried to use a calming tone. Zhuang Ren was in a very agitated state. He was very nervous and afraid.
People, dying people and dead people. Their body parts littered everywhere. They stuffed up my room, and they were still expanding.
Zhuang Ren held his head with both hands. Just the thought of what he saw scarred him deeply.
I felt like I wasn't inside a room anymore. but standing at the source of an endless sea of blood. The source of an endless sea of blood?
When Han Fei used his spirit fairy talent, he had to cross a blood sea as well. He was unsure if the two were related or not.
Then did you try conversing with the people who were still alive? Ask about their names or addresses. You should be curious about whose memory was implanted into your mind, right? I did, but they would only croak out these two words repeatedly. Fu Sheng, resurrection, and Yong Sheng, immortality.
Zhuang Ren slumped down the couch, losing all his strength.
I don't think I've done anything in my life to deserve something like this. This has to do with the therapy device the director had given me. But why would he do this to me? Don't panic. This might not be a bad thing. Han Fei, you weren't there. You have no idea how shocking and scary it was. My subconscious room was filled with people that I don't know who are dying or dead. They are all hidden inside my brain.
Zhuang Ren's hands shook harder as he pulled on his hair.
Immortal Pharma's goal is immortality. Currently, there are two branches of research into immortality. The first is physical immortality, which is impossible, but the second is consciousness immortality. Every soul has their unique consciousness. The people that I saw appear to be the consciousness of the failed experiments. Yes, that's it. I heard someone mention that to me before, but I can't remember whom. Consciousness immortality?
For someone like Han Fei, this was a far-fetched concept. Even if such a technique did exist, he wouldn't be selected to use it.
I have heard of this before. In the past, Immortal Pharma's goal was to extend human longevity and explore all the secrets of the brain. When they were approached by Deep Space Tech, the two giants started to cooperate on research into consciousness immortality.
Jin Jun heard similar news before.
In their eyes, human souls can be objectified.
Zhuang Ren and Jin Jun's words affected Han Fei deeply. If they were right, then the director might have hidden his own consciousness in Zhuang Ren's subconscious and might even one day take over Zhuang Ren's consciousness fully. Han Fei shivered suddenly. He was reminded of a quote. It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity. Butterfly has been trying to bring Zhuang Ren into Ziggurat. The goal should be to find the memory hidden in Zhuang Ren's subconscious. Many things were falling into place. Zhuang Ren's family was trapped inside room 4144. They used the figurines with Fu Sheng's memory fragments to conduct the ritual of summoning Zhuang Ren to room 4144. The family was used to anchor Zhuang Ren, and the figurines to anchor the memories that did not belong to Zhuang Ren, but did exist in his mind. To get what it wanted, Butterfly had done a lot. Looks like I'll have to be careful how I summon Zhuang Ren into the cryptic world. Glancing at the clock, Han Fei walked to Zhuang Ren's side.
After midnight, put on the device. Stay inside the room and face the memories head-on. I'll see my family that way.
Zhuang Ren's expression dropped.
Don't tell me they have been made into those things too. They're buried inside the piles of bodies?
Shaking his head, Han Fei wanted to say something when there was a boom from outside the window. It sounded like an explosion. Even though it was far from them, they could hear it clearly. The three of them rushed to the window and saw pillars of flame coming from the intelligent city.
Something has happened in the intelligent city.
Xianlu Intelligent City was a landmark of modern city living. It was monitored fully by a photon computer. Normally, there would not be something like a car accident, but today an explosion happened there. The fire lit up the night sky. Even the virtual screen that hung in the sky was affected. The giant three rippled in the fire. Half an hour later, many videos appeared on the internet. The fire occurred at the Information Database Center shared by Deep Space Tech and Immortal Pharma. It stored a lot of information on Perfect Life.
There's only 3 days left until OB. Why is this happening now?
Jin Jun was an avid fan of Perfect Life. In there, he could be totally free, without the need to worry about being recognized by the fans of the celebrities he had reported on. The fire burned for an hour before it was put out. Han Fei watched the roaring flames and was reminded of the night he got the gaming helmet. The entire street where he got the helmet was also engulfed in a giant fire. Tonight is the night of resurrection. Is this supposed to be the prelude? Chapter 356 The fire at Xianlu Intelligent City soon became a hot topic. Many people started to question Deep Space Tech's photon computer for allowing this to happen. As the core of the intelligent city, The photon computer was a mechanical god in many people's minds. It had already impressed the world once when it monitored the construction of the intelligent city, and there was no accident. However, just as perfect life was going to go online, something happened at the intelligent city which was fully controlled by the photon computer, and the damage was concentrated at the location where the most important data for deep space tech and immortal pharma was stored. There were already plenty of people who had a negative opinion of perfect life. They believed that this game would negatively impact the real world, and it carried many questionable morality problems. However, the real reason was because these people hated the parent companies behind Perfect Life. Deep space tech and immortal pharma brought about technological revolution and biological revolution. A lot of jobs had been replaced by AI. Many people lost their jobs and were forced to adapt to this new era. If they ever slowed down, they would be cruelly abandoned by the cogs of advancement. This explosion at the intelligent city was like a present from heaven for these dissidents. Many opposing and questioning voices surfaced on the internet. Some even had started a petition to boycott deep space tech and immortal pharma. After the explosion, Han Fei stood beside the window and glanced at his phone. In less than 1 hour, the related hot topic had garnered national attention. The speed could only be described as scary. But that was not all. While the fire was being put out, someone who claimed to be a former employee of Immortal Pharma started to expose the many strange events that happened during Perfect Life CB. When Han Fei saw the identity of this employee, he found it difficult to calm down. The whistleblower was Feng Ziyu. He shared everything he had collected on the ziggurat, including the video and audio recording of his colleague who had gone insane. Han Fei saw most of the videos for the first time as well. The mad employee said confidently that Immortal Pharma's directors had been tweaked. He also revealed that the director had hidden a big secret inside the deleted map. The ziggurat map couldn't be recovered in the surface world, but traces of it could still be found in other hidden maps. Han Fei scanned through the videos quickly because he knew they wouldn't be online for long. Of all the videos, there was one that caught Han Fei's attention. The mad tester stood alone inside an empty office. He addressed the camera under the table.
I know there is something wrong with that neighborhood. It is not a technical problem, not something that can be eliminated by deleting its files. I can only attempt to eliminate it the most direct way. A game should just be a game. When the game exceeds the definition of a game, it cannot be a good thing. I will be the first to uphold these rules, but I will not be the last. If I die in the game tonight, those of you watching this video, please. At this point, the man's expression suddenly changed. His mouth opened and closed, but he made no sound. Then several seconds later, the man suddenly looked at the camera. His lips split open to reveal a creepy smile. Those before the camera, please try your best to survive.
The video ended there. It felt like it had been purposely cut short.
This video should be taken when the tester first got into the game. It recorded how the man had gone insane.
Han Fei thought about it. Feng Ziyu had gone missing, so the person who used Feng Ziyu's identity to release this info was probably Butterfly or Butterfly's disciple, but why would they do something like this at such a crucial moment?
Does it want to stop the OB of Perfect Life? But why?
Han Fei thought about it, and believed the Butterfly merely wanted to muddle the water to hide its real intention.
Even though Butterfly has not personally murdered anyone, it is always accompanied by death. This is going to be yet another bloody night.
Different from the explosion at Intelligent City, Feng Ziyu's expose couldn't get much traction before it was suppressed by an invisible force. The video Han Fei was watching froze as well.
The two companies have made their move.
Han Fei looked at the information which was being wiped away, and a thought bubbled up in his mind. Could the Butterfly's real target be Immortal Pharma? It used Feng Ziyu's material to mess up their footing and then take advantage of this opening to come after the company's other employees. Han Fei immediately took out his phone to call Li Shui. He couldn't tell how many times he had called her that day. He shared all of his worries with Li Shui and reminded her that Butterfly might cause a massacre that night, and they had to be careful. Han Fei hadn't finished talking when Jin Jun shouted from the living room. The man hurried to Han Fei's side, pointing at his phone like he had discovered something crazy. After hanging up, Han Fei turned to Jin Jun's phone. The first hot topic had been replaced by Immortal Pharma's director's will, and the second hot topic was the Easter egg for Perfect Life's first OB. The third was the news about the fire at the Intelligent City and how there was no injury. As if to suppress the negative voices, Deep Space Tech pushed forth an activity that they had been preparing for a long time. The content and scale of the activity was so huge that it shocked everyone who saw it. This was the first time Immortal Pharma released the video recorded by their director before he passed away. He poured his heart and soul into Perfect Life. The old man in the video didn't look ill. His eyes were gentle as he looked at the camera. It was like he was talking to his kids. The old man talked about his anticipation towards Perfect Life. His own life was filled with regrets, so he wanted to build a place where all the regrets could be rectified. The whole video was extremely long. The old man only shared his will near the end. He hoped that the players who entered the Perfect Life could help him search for a black box inside the game. The box contained his lifetime regret. If someone could find the black box and help him fulfill that regret, he was willing to give his share of Immortal Pharma's company stock to that person. There was no big conspiracy or big secret in the old man's will. This was just an old man reminiscing about his past and talking about his hope for the future. The video instantly garnered the attention of many people. No amount of advertisement was going to match the allure of company stock. Immortal Pharma's former director had set up his own foundation to help with charity and medical research. The fund needed to run his foundation was merely a yearly bonus from the director's company stock. If a normal person could inherit the man's stock, then he would be deified immediately. Even Jin Jun, who was already living comfortably, had his eyes turned red after watching the video. Not only him, everyone who knew the news would be affected by it. Greed was human nature. A suitable amount of greed could compel hard work, but overwhelming greed could only bury someone. Han Fei felt only chill seeing the exploding discussion. The black box was in his brain. He instantly was reminded of an image where he was detained by mechanical arms, and a saw was going to cut open his brain while many people looked on. The people had gotten rabid. Han Fei looked through the director's video again and again. He knew the director was lying. No one knew what was inside the black box. Fu Sheng's siblings hadn't been able to open the innermost layer of the box. Han Fei was the one who knew the truth, but he couldn't share his truth because that would only put a target on himself. Immortal Pharma would already know about the content of the video, but they have been holding it back. In other words, they have attempted to find the black box themselves. They sent in plenty of their own employees during Perfect Life CB. Some of them were probably there just to look for the black box. Han Fei had no idea why Immortal Pharma would choose to release the director's will at this time. Perhaps they wanted to use this as a way to promote Perfect Life further, or they had run into some incident where they were forced to reveal this secret. Han Fei couldn't understand the decision-making process of a big company. He only knew that he couldn't let a third person find out he had the black box. The fire at Intelligent City had been doused, but the fire within the player base had just been ignited. The giant monitor covered the night sky. The giant 3 entered Han Fei's sight, and he felt an oppressive feeling that he never felt before. It was like the number was not only counting down the time to Perfect Life's OB, but also counting down his life. It's time for me to make my move. Han Fei called Zhuang Ren in the room. To ensure that he wouldn't summon anything else, Han Fei asked for details like Zhuang Ren's date of birth and other information. After he memorized everything, Han Fei carried the black box and left Jin Jun's home. Walking down the old city street, Han Fei stayed close to the walls and shadows out of habit. Many habits he gained from the cryptic world stayed with him. Sometimes, the line between the real world and cryptic world blurred. I only wanted to find a mini-game for relaxation. How did I end up putting my life on the line? When Han Fei was an extra, he wished to win the lottery. Perhaps then he would not feel so pained whenever he ordered something expensive to eat. But now that he really had something priceless in his head, he couldn't feel happy, but felt even worse than when he was just a small extra. Han Fei arrived home at around 10 p.m. He was about to head up the stairs when an expensive car parked next to his apartment suddenly switched on its headlights. Han Fei's eyes chilled and his muscles tensed. In that few seconds, he already formulated several ways to quite literally dodge from this problem. The air froze, but the car didn't charge towards him like Han Fei expected. Instead, the car window rolled down, and a well-manicured hand reached out from inside, holding a cigarette between the fingers. The man's hand had on an expensive watch, and there was something tattooed at the back of his arm. The car door on the other side opened, and a handsome young man walked out.
What's wrong? You're kicked out after a few days of working with Director Zhang? I heard that you have been banned from the set. You poor thing. Director Zhang is after all an influential director. I guess he can dump you whenever he feels like it.
The young man was handsome, but his tone was sharp and annoying.
Ah Chung.
Han Fei knew this young man. Twin Flower's original main character was supposed to be Ah Chung. Han Fei only took his place after Ah Chung walked away from the set.
To be honest, I sympathize with you. A person has died on set, and someone has to take the fall. You're the youngest and most inexperienced of the cast members, so the scapegoat has to be you.
Ah Chung sounded indignant on Han Fei's behalf.
I consider us to be friends. I have an opportunity that I wish to offer you. You really should take it.
Ah Chung looked at Han Fei. He was desperate to see the begging on Han Fei's face because he knew that Han Fei was abandoned by Director Zhang. Many people in the business were talking about how unlucky Han Fei was.
You think we're friends? You need to go for a mental checkup.
Han Fei shook his head. Ah Chung was born with a silver spoon and had not faced any real challenge since he started his job as an actor. Ah Chung was not a bad person. He just didn't know how to use his brain. To put it simply, Han Fei wouldn't waste time trying to summon Ah Chung to the cryptic world because he didn't even qualify. Han Fei picked up the black box and prepared to leave. Ah Chung looked back with embarrassment. The car door opened again. The middle-aged man at the driver's seat finally spoke.
Han Fei, do you remember me?
Han Fei did find the voice familiar. He turned around to study the tattoo on the man's arm. After realizing it was not a butterfly, Han Fei turned and continued to walk away.
When you were at the company, I saw the potential in you. If you're willing to come back, we'll pour all the company resources on you.
The middle-aged man pointed at the decrepit neighborhood.
I'm sure you won't mind moving to a better place, right? You must be yearning to escape from poverty. We can sign the contract now, and I will wire you the contract money tomorrow.
Han Fei ignored the man. Escape from poverty? You have no idea how much money I'm carrying in my head. Han Fei entered the staircase and was about to continue up when he saw two officers in full get-up guarding outside his door. They were experienced officers. They hid in the blind spot and made no sound.
Gentlemen, what are you doing here? Something doesn't feel right tonight. Before those two arrived, many people have already come here looking for you. Some of them you know, most of them you don't. We suspect Butterfly's people might be hidden among them, and they might come after you tonight.
Han Fei was a key informant. His house was heavily monitored. Han Fei was touched knowing that the law enforcement would do so much for him so that he could game in peace. Chapter 357. Han Fei checked all the corners in his home and took out the black box he inherited from Zhuangren. He checked every object carefully and then personally wrote down notes that corresponded to each item. Within the black box's limitation, he wrote down as much info about the butterfly as he could. If he died in the game that night, these things would be discovered by the police. Han Fei wanted to do everything he could to protect the peace of Xian Lu. As he wrote, Han Fei felt like he was putting down his will. Regardless, tonight I'll turn Ziggurat upside down. Butterfly will not respond to anything else but chaos. Killing it directly will be showing it the biggest mercy. After finishing his will, Han Fei stood quietly beside the window and glanced at the intelligent city. The skyscrapers reached into the sky. The sight of it awed Han Fei every time. I've not lived in an intelligent city before. Even for once I wish to experience that feeling of sleeping among the clouds. Han Fei started to appreciate the beauty of humanity after he began playing Perfect Life. The beauty he talked about was nothing expensive or special. They were very common things. Time ticked by. Before midnight arrived, Han Fei was already inside the gaming hub, making his final preparations. Last time, he logged out before room 4044. At the time, he was in the middle of the Grade F hidden mission, the Soul Chaser. Before he solved that problem, he came face to face with the headless guardian of room 4044. Han Fei was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was forced to quit the game. Thinking about the layout of the building around him, Han Fei closed his eyes. He decided to run straight down the corridor once he came online. He knew room 4044 was important because Feng Ziyu might be inside room 4044, but first and foremost, Han Fei had to be alive to do anything. The gaming hub door slowly closed. The virtual screen outside the window started to change. The number 3 shifted to 2. Midnight had arrived. Han Fei put on the gaming helmet, and his world was immediately dominated by red.
Welcome to perfect life.
When his eyes opened, Han Fei planned to charge ahead, but when he saw what was before him, his raised feet froze in the air. The headless door guardian of room 4044 sat with his legs crossed before him. His body was bleeding, but it looked like he was asleep. Before the guardian scattered many human heads. Each head had been brutally mushed to take on a certain shape. These heads were acquired by the door guardian. He wanted to make the heads into the one he remembered, but no matter how hard he tried, he always ended up with a bloody, messy ball. Is he a door guardian or an executioner? The heads of the animated regrets were crawling with small bloodlines. One end of the line came out from the heads themselves, while the other end was connected to the headless guardian. The intersecting bloodlines covered the corridor. Once someone entered the space, the door guardian would instantly be notified. How am I supposed to make my escape now? There was no place for Han Fei to run. If he made too big of a gesture, he would brush against the bloodlines. Han Fei was pouring in cold sweat. At this crucial moment, Han Fei's luck came in useful again. There was a tingling from the end of the corridor. The soul bells jangled, and something snapped through the bloodlines in the corridor, charging towards Han Fei. Han Fei scanned his mission interface and realized he was still in the middle of the Soul Chaser mission. He had 3 more minutes until the end of the mission. The professional Soul Chaser didn't forget about Han Fei, and like the door guardian, he had been waiting for him to return. The bloodlines were torn, and the decapitated heads opened their eyes. The eyes opened in their smashed-in heads as they stared around with resentment. An oppressive aura was gathering before room 4044. The headless door guardian is waking up. Han Fei's luck could not have been worse. He saw as the blood flowed out from the guardian's body and into the heads. The heads pounced on Han Fei. Any other person would have been frightened to death by this scene, but Han Fei could still retain his composure. He guarded his neck and thought about lighting a cigarette. But his brain calculated that he wouldn't have the time to do that. He had to choose between the Soul Chaser and the Headless Guardian. Not to choose whose hands to die by, but to choose which of them would give him a greater chance of survival. Han Fei's mind calculated every factor possible. In the end, it was Han Fei's body that reacted first. He charged forward and rammed through the heads. Pain jolted through his body as black teeth marks appeared on his skin. Due to the presence of Big Sin, the venom in the marks didn't spread as fast as they should. The headless door guardian slowly stood up and dragged out a giant guillotine knife from inside room 4044. Without wasting any time on words, the guardian raised the blade and aimed it at Han Fei's neck. Han Fei would have trouble avoiding such a quick swing under normal circumstances, much less when he was held back by a cluster of maddened heads.
I know where your head is hidden.
In that crucial moment, Han Fei shouted out the above. The guillotine knife enlarged in his eyes as it came towards his neck. At the last moment, the blade stopped right above his forehead. It severed a few strands of hair. Han Fei's legs weakened. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die.
Your head is hidden somewhere very unique. You cannot approach it through conventional methods. You'll have to go through room 4444 to get there.
Han Fei was telling the truth. He knew the door guardian couldn't go to real life, so this was the leverage he had. The guardian's blade stopped, but the soul chaser didn't. Han Fei was so busy persuading the door guardian that he didn't have time to mind the soul chaser. He could feel something rapidly approaching him from behind. The extreme danger pierced through his heart like a dagger. Just as Han Fei hesitated whether to turn around or not, the guillotine knife above his head suddenly moved and slashed behind him. The door guardian's blade caught something, and Han Fei used this chance to look behind him. This was his third time turning around. Han Fei saw a person in bloody clothes dragged out a semblance of Han Fei from the back of Han Fei's head. The person's bloody clothes were cut through. exposing the skin covered with death curses. Its speed slowed down as it dragged an expressionless Han Fei down the corridor and disappeared. What did it take away from me? Was that my soul? Han Fei touched and patted his body. The fear was hard to describe. Without knowing it, something had been taken away from him, but the scariest thing was, he had no idea what it was that he had lost. I still haven't gotten the chance to take a good look at the Soul Chaser's face. But at least I can confirm it's a man, and he does have the same body frame as the tester from Immortal Pharma, who went insane years ago. Han Fei had 2 minutes left to the end of the mission and 2 more times to turn his head around. The Headless Guardian was quite angry that he didn't manage to kill his adversary. His body slowly moved, causing all the soul bells in the corridor to ring. Chapter 358. The tingling of the bells was more intense than before. The bells seemed to represent something. It sounded like they could temporarily affect the Headless Guardian. As the tingling grew louder, Han Fei sensed the whole corridor changing. The mouths of the unrecognizable heads mumbled something. It sounded like they were chanting the Door Guardian's name. Red blood vessels were pulled out from the heads, and the Guardian turned increasingly corporeal. He didn't look like a Guardian who walked out from the door, but a ghost trapped inside a door. The blood vessels crawled around his body. His fingers that grabbed the guillotine knife tightened. He dragged the giant blade, and then slowly turned to look behind Han Fei.
Head, my head. The voice echoed in Han Fei's ears, and he was spooked. Looking from the corner of his eyes, Han Fei saw something terrifying. The blood vessels were climbing into his ears to crawl into his brain.
Your head is not with me.
Han Fei retreated as the Door Guardian raised his blade. Without wasting another word, he swung the blade. The smell of blood crawled into his nostrils. Han Fei forced himself to keep his eyes open to avoid the blade, but the blade was too fast. The moment he saw the Door Guardian move, the blade was already at his back. A chill came from his back, and Han Fei heard something being severed. The Soul Chaser is still here. Han Fei wanted to turn around, but the Door Guardian's blood lines were beside his ears. If he moved too suddenly, the lines would pierce through his brain. There was less than 2 minutes left to the Soul Chaser mission. The Soul Chaser was desperate too. He needed something from Han Fei. Han Fei's soul was an irreparable part of the ritual. He had to get it. The soul bells shattered, and Han Fei's ears bled. He temporarily lost his sense of hearing, but he could feel a hand reaching towards his brain. He had goosebumps. As he turned around, he felt something touch the back of his head. Different from before, this time, Han Fei could feel something pulling at the thing deep inside his mind. All his memories, good and bad, were twisted into a rope. The rope reached deep into Han Fei's mind. As the external force pulled, the memory rope slowly rose. The rope turned red. The deepest memory Han Fei had was bloody red in color. The dark night was slowly dyed red. As the sole survivor of Happiness Orphanage, the things that Han Fei's childhood psychiatrist helped to suppress were slowly coming up to the surface. Before the memory fully showed itself, Han Fei's mind was already dyed red. Fragmented memory rushed into his heart. Han Fei's pupils narrowed, and Rest in Peace suddenly materialized in his hand. He ignored the Door Guardian's bloodlines as he turned around for the 4th time. He pierced the blade at the thing behind him. The shiny blade reflected a face, crying bloody tears. Han Fei saw a hand covered in death curse. In the middle of the palm was the word, Soul. Currently the hand was dragging out another semblance of Han Fei from the back of Han Fei's head. This dragged-out Han Fei was different from the previous Han Fei's. His forehead was bleeding, and he had an exaggerated smile on his face like he was mocking the whole world. Is that really me? This was the first time the Soul Chaser encountered something like this as well. He had pursued many souls. His hand, covered in death curses, could easily pierce through the body of the living and memory of the dead. But today he ran into a special soul. The soul was cackling at him. The death curses on his arm boiled. Even though the Soul Chaser was already using all his strength, he could not drag the laughing Han Fei out. The soul appeared to be attached to something else, something buried deep inside that sea of red in the man's mind. Han Fei was equally as shocked as the Soul Chaser. He looked at himself, who seemed to suffer from gelatolepsy. He was reminded of the old lady from Happiness Neighborhood. Fu Sheng had done something to Granny Ming's memory. Whenever she was reminded of her death, a scary monster would reach out from the back of her head, turning the normally kind and friendly old lady into a monster. Back then, Han Fei was quite scared. He didn't expect something similar would happen to him today. Compared to the monster that came out from Granny Ming, this soul that was pulled out from his mind was much more terrifying. The soul chaser wanted to give it a second yank. But at that moment, the immeasurably sharp guillotine knife was already coming at him. The arm that grabbed Han Fei's soul was severed. The arm covered in death curses dropped to the ground. Han Fei finally got a good look at the soul chaser's face. Half of the man's face had the word soul and death curse radiated from it. The other half was the face of the employee from Immortal Pharma. The butterfly pattern grew from the corner of his eyes to his lips. He had been made into a true monster. He was like a puppet. His face was carved in pain, regret, and sadness. He had once massacred the whole neighborhood, and now he had to personally collect these people's souls. The saddest thing was until now, he had no idea if he had done the right thing or not. When the soul chaser's face was seen, the death curses on his body exploded. The face covered in death curse morphed to take on Han Fei's resemblance. But probably because Han Fei's soul hadn't fully been drawn out, the transformation of the soul chaser didn't go all the way through. With Han Fei watching on, half of the soul chaser's face was screaming in pain. Eventually, this half of his face tore away from the soul chaser, and they morphed into 3 different Han Feis. Engulfed in a cocoon of death curse, they were carried by an invisible force up to the top floor. All 3 Han Feis were covered in death curses. The death curses hooked through their bodies, causing them unimaginable pain.
Only 3. Butterfly, your death curse can't even steal away a living person's complete soul?
The soul chaser's lips split open as he attempted a smile. This was the first time he wanted to smile since he was trapped at Ziggurat. The soul chaser's mouth opened, and Han Fei realized the butterfly tattoo had even grown into the soul chaser's mouth. His entire body, both internally and externally, was dominated by butterfly tattoos. The soul chaser was in a very dangerous and unstable state. He used the last lucid moment. He had to turn to Han Fei.
The night of resurrection has begun. Summon back your lost souls, and help me. Kill the butterfly.
Then the soul chaser's body was shredded. His soul descended like snow before disappearing completely.
Notification for player 0000. You saw the face of the soul chaser when you turned around for the 4th time. You've completed the preliminary mission for Grade E main mission, Night of Resurrection. You've successfully triggered the Grade E main mission, Night of Resurrection. Chapter 359.
Night of Resurrection. Grade E main mission today is the April 14th 4th after the new manager took its post at Ziggurat. It has waited for this night for 14 years. It has finally found a suitable body. It has seen that blurry figure in the future. Mission Requirement 1. Currently, you are a living undead. You need to find your 3 missing souls before dawn. Move immediately. They might have been invited into certain rooms at Ziggurat. The moment you lose 1 soul, you'll be trapped inside this game forever. Mission Requirement 2. Stop the ritual. If its soul is successfully summoned, you'll be the first to die. Mission Requirement 3. On this special night, the border between living and dead is incredibly blurred. You'll dance at the edge of death to witness death at work. Please find as many living humans as you can inside Ziggurat before dawn. Mission Hint. Killing it is very difficult because it lives inside the human heart. As long as humans live on, it will not die. Warning. Due to the player attempting the mission at too low a level, additional hints will be provided. Butterfly. I know I was born with a special power. Even without closing my eyes, the world is always dark. I know I was born with a disfigured body, one that is disgusted and hated by my biological parents. They left red patterns and black scars on my body, claiming they will make my appearance easier on their eyes. The painting continues day after day until the black flower blossoms on my protruding forehead. They stand before me, discussing how to deal with my dead body. I tried to endear myself to them, to forget the conversation that night, but my effort only garnered me abandonment. Now I know how much they wished to rid me of them. The broken body fell down the cliff. I tried my best to open my tattered wings. Bones, blood, flesh splattered about. I turned my head as best as I could. I wanted to show them the wings that I have grown. I fell into the abyss of nightmares. The demons and ghosts looked at me without saying a word. They are curious why haven't I called for help. I am curious why they would have such a question. Aren't all children in the world like me? Trapped inside a cocoon since birth until one can break open with wings? Warning. This mission is one of the most important missions at the early stages of the game. The player must pay special attention to it. The butterfly is a monster cultivated by nightmares. It has a suffocatingly ugly soul. Due to its spiritual and physical disfigurement, it has to paint on the brightest raiment to disguise its ugliness.
When the system notification echoed in his mind, Han Fei paid attention to it. The more he listened to it, the more shocked he became. The first mission hint was on how to kill the butterfly, and the second mission hint was about the origin of the butterfly. When Han Fei studied the second mission hint closer, he realized each sentence contained a lot of information. But Han Fei didn't have the time to slowly process them now because something more important had grasped his attention.
Wait, if I lose one of my souls, I will be trapped here forever?
If there was something scarier than death, it was to be trapped at Ziggurat forever. One of the biggest reasons Han Fei always had hope was because he could go offline at any time. As long as he didn't die in the game, he would always have a second chance.
I can control my own actions, but I can't control what my souls are doing.
Han Fei didn't even know what those souls were. Personally, he didn't feel like anything was missing. If the souls were crystallized memories, then what memory did those 3 dragged-out souls represent?
Regardless, I have to find them as soon as possible.
As soon as that thought appeared in his mind, a chill came from the back of his neck. He turned around, and the sharp guillotine knife settled before his eyes. If he had taken a step back, the blade would have slices through his flesh. The headless door guardian stood beside Han Fei. The decapitated heads on the ground stared at him with bulging eyes. The blood vessels crawled through his ears into his brain without warning.
Warning! Warning!
The system screamed. Then Han Fei lost the rest of what the system said because his sense of hearing suddenly failed him. He fell to the ground. He closed his hands over his ears, and blood oozed out from between his fingers. Resisting the pain, Han Fei stared at the door guardian, his hands holding rest and peace. He was afraid. Compared to the door guardian, he was weak, but he was not going to give up. Suddenly, the door guardian's body trembled before he took several steps back. He stopped beside the door to room 4044. It felt like he was reminded of something horrid. The heads around Han Fei slowly backed away. Their expressions were indescribable. They were filled with hesitation and greed, before all their faces turned up with smiles. The blood vessels leaked out from Han Fei's ears. The door guardian appeared to have found the things he wanted. The Soul Chaser's bells had all shattered. As his hearing returned, Han Fei could hear the dirge. Something was coming up from downstairs. The door guardian stood beside room 4044. When the last blood vessel returned to his body, the door to room 4044 opened a gap. All the blood and human heads on the 4th floor corridor rushed into the room, until a single human head remained on the ground. The human head looked very similar to the one Han Fei remembered the door guardian had. The head was pieced together by flesh and smashed into place by brute force. It looked like a macabre piece of art. After Han Fei stared at it for a few seconds, the door guardian picked up the head and screwed it on its neck. The blood vessels that crawled out from Han Fei's ears now climbed into the reconnected head. The face slowly took on Han Fei's resemblance. Han Fei was flustered by this strange development. He was trying to figure out if this was a chance for him to escape. However, the mere sight of the large guillotine blade told him that was a bad idea. The guillotine knife was more than 3 meters long, so the door guardian could have sliced Han Fei into half before he had the chance to escape.
Do not be afraid. I just want to confirm that you didn't lie to me.
The mouth on the broken head suddenly moved. To prove his sincerity, the door guardian put the weapon away.
You've sneaked a look into my memory? I was going to, but I sensed a very familiar and scary presence on you. It was that presence which decapitated me in the first place, so I believe you aren't lying.
The door guardian looked at Han Fei through the bloody visage. It was disconcerting. Chapter 360.
I can help you find your head. I know where it is.
Han Fei voiced his promise again. In the ziggurat game, the door guardian promised to fulfill any wish Han Fei had as long as Han Fei was willing to help him. The head on the door guardian's shoulders stopped speaking. Instead, the eyes peered right at Han Fei, like they were trying to see through him.
I really can help you. Has my head made the same request of you?
The rotten mouth suddenly asked. Han Fei had no idea what the door guardian meant, but he nodded.
I knew it was looking for me.
The incomplete mouth laughed.
Actually, I should thank the person who decapitated me. If not for it, I wouldn't have been born. I wanted to confirm its location with you not because I want it back, but I want you to demolish it. What do you mean? This body has gained an independent consciousness, which is me. I am now the ziggurat's door guardian. The head is nothing but a vessel for my past memories.
The door guardian slowly melted into the door of room 4044.
I do not need you to find my head back for me. I only need you to hide my existence while you bring me to find it. Okay, no problem.
Han Fei promised readily.
See if you can survive past tonight first. You were targeted by the soul chaser, so you are one of its chosen.
The head on the door guardian's shoulders leaned forward. He reached his hands to grab the head.
It's chosen? I've just lost 3 souls. I need to. It was uncommon for Han Fei to find a person he could talk to at the ziggurat, so he didn't want the door guardian to leave.
I can't tell you more. The only thing I can tell you is that tonight both the living and the dead will appear inside this building. The living will remember that they are alive and they will hide at home to sleep, but the dead will forget that they're dead and they'll go around acting like everything is normal. If you wish to survive the night, stay closer to the living and avoid the dead.
The door guardian's body was almost flat against the door of room 4044. The head on his shoulders looked at Han Fei with a fleeting smile. Han Fei had a feeling that the door guardian had discovered something in his brain because the change in his attitude was too drastic. Before this, Han Fei was an ant he could crush, but now Han Fei became someone he could use.
Is that all?
You better move. Your souls would have been inflicted by the death curses as well. And as time progresses, they will slowly forget that they are only part of your spirit and start to gain consciousness of their own, just like me and my head.
The head revealed a sickening smile.
My head wants to find its body back to regain control of it, while I want to destroy my head so I can remain. They can grow to have their own consciousness.
Han Fei had seriously underestimated this Grady mission. The system didn't warn him of many things.
Of course, so move swiftly.
The door guardian plucked the head off his shoulders. The long blood vessels were sucked back into its body.
One last tip for you. I believe I saw one of your souls run into room 4064 seconds ago. 4064?
Han Fei turned to look, but he saw nothing.
How come I can't see anything? Soon, you'll be able to. You're now a living undead, not living and not dead. Tonight, you'll see many things that you have never seen in the past like the soul chasers. But be warned, seeing is one thing, but if you cross the line, you'll never be able to return.
The door guardian's body joined with the door of room 4044. The human head in his hands was slowly changing.
Living undead? What kind of status is that? Is it similar to what a person might experience when they're approaching death?
Han Fei stared at the door guardian. He believed the door guardian was still hiding something from him.
Door guardian, you appear to be very interested in humans. Why is that? Well, I've always preferred to communicate with the humans. What do you mean? Look at the heads on the ground. Are there any that are not human? Well, you have a point there.
Han Fei's conversation with the door guardian was unique and probably only could be heard at the ziggurat.
Door guardian, can you tell me what is inside 4044? Perhaps there is something I can use. Before Han Fei finished, the door guardian squished the broken head. It dissolved into blood and slithered into the room. Everything on the 14th floor corridor returned to normal.
He is gone.
Han Fei took a deep breath as his heart slowed down. Only then he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. What was an Iyashikei game? 3 minutes after you log in, you have already had brushes with death for more than 10 times. It was impossible to not appreciate life in this game.
One of my souls has run into room 4064.
Han Fei glanced at the menu. He looked at his character status and discovered something worrying. Player is in a unique state. and thus can't quit the game at the moment. Resisting the urge to curse, Han Fei immediately made his way to the 6th floor.
Looks like the exit button won't light up until I find all 3 of my souls. Chapter 361.
The lyrics of the song have to do with soul summoning, and the dirge has to do with that as well. They both ring out on the night of resurrection. Is that a coincidence?
Han Fei shivered when he considered the fact that his enemy might have foreseen this. How was he going to fight someone who could predict the future? The dirge came closer to him in the stairwell. He resisted the fear and poked his head out the banister and looked up. On the 10th floor, there was a trail of white lanterns swaying. Intensely white pairs of hands settled on the rusted banister. They looked like the hands of paper dolls. A paper doll funeral procession? The dirge was still a distance away from the 4th floor. Han Fei decided to rush to the 6th floor before the dirge arrived. It would be best if he could get into room 4064 before then. Han Fei made his move immediately with no hesitation. Since I can't log out from the game for most of the night, I'll have to be extra careful. The dirge got louder. Most residents were hiding inside their room, but Han Fei ran towards the dirge, heading to the 6th floor. When Han Fei covered the last few steps, the dirge was already right about him. They were extremely close to each other. Quick! He pulled on the safety door, but before he entered the corridor, he looked up. Colorful paper faces looked out from above at Han Fei. The painted faces lit up due to the light from the lanterns. They were paper dolls, but they looked so alive. Han Fei shivered being stared at by the dolls. He didn't stay to make more observations and rushed into the 6th floor corridor. Paper dolls. They are all paper dolls. They are similar to the paper doll boss at Yiming convenience store, but they are also much larger than it was. The dirge was very close to him. Han Fei didn't dare to turn back as he raced down the 6th floor corridor. But as he ran down the corridor, he noticed the corridor was not less creepy than the paper doll procession. Each room at Ziggurat had a bowl of white rice before their door, and around the bowl scattered burnt paper money. However, the strangest thing was, for a few families, they had paper ladders made from yellow paper and rope pasted on their doors. The ladder extended from the small window located at the top of the door. Are those paper ladders meant for the ghosts? Han Fei remembered this old Chinese culture. This was called a spirit ladder. It was inauspicious for living humans and ghosts to share the same entrance, so the living made spirit ladders and pasted it on the doors so that the ghost would climb the ladders to enter the room through the windows, instead of using the doors. Han Fei didn't stay to study them. He ran all the way to room 4064. By then the dirge was echoing between the 6th and 7th floor. The paper doll procession was coming his way. An old paper ladder hung on the door of room 4064. The rice in the bowl at the door had aged into dried balls. But most importantly, Han Fei noticed 2 blurry footprints among the ashes of the burnt paper money, like someone had just stepped on them earlier. My soul has taken the spirit ladder into the room. Han Fei grabbed the doorknob and turned. The door didn't budge, but the window above the door did open a small gap. The window is not locked. The dirge sang in the 6th floor. Painted faces appeared on the glass window of the safety door. The doll's eyes slowly opened. Bad quality paint smudged the glass. It was hard to tell if this was a person wearing a paper doll costume, or if the paper doll had on human skin. They have living eyes on their faces. The eyes are still moving. The fear overwhelmed Han Fei. The paper dolls moved incredibly fast. It didn't take long for them to slide through the safety door and move towards Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed the edge of the door and climbed as fast as he could. He was going to enter the room through the window like a ghost would. Han Fei was a very thin and lean person, but even so he was still too large to fit through the window. When he was at a loss, the previously locked door was opened. The door opened for a small gap, and a small boy appeared behind the door. The boy was clearly expecting someone else, because when he saw Han Fei, he froze from fear. Using this opportunity, Han Fei pushed the door open, slid in, and closed the door. It was too dangerous out there. To prevent the boy from making any noise, Han Fei closed his hand over the boy's mouth. The moment the door closed, the dirge entered the 6th floor corridor. The paper doll procession surged past room 4064. Han Fei hugged the boy tightly, leaning against the locked door. Through the mirror in the living room, he could see the window above the door. There were a few paper faces looking through, but they didn't enter the house. They merely leaned on the window and looked around. The dirge stayed for 4 minutes before it faded away. A bad smell tickled his nostril, and Han Fei lowered his head to notice the boy had peed his pants from fear. The boy's eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't speak. The stain spread on his pants and his hands were spasming.
I'm sorry, I mean no harm.
Han Fei let go, and when the boy got his freedom, he quickly ran away. He didn't get far before he tripped and fell to the ground. He half crawled and half ran to hide behind the couch and poke his head out to look at Han Fei. The child took a serious countenance. He looked at Han Fei for a long time before he said,
You're not Daddy. Mommy said Daddy will come back tonight.
The combination of fear and disappointment caused the boy to bite on his lips and cry. He was clever. He knew not to make loud noises even when he cried.
Your daddy will be home soon. I just saw him downstairs. He was purchasing a gift for you. Han Fei looked around the living room. He noticed various toy car models stuffed under the television cabinet.
It's the latest car model, the kind that can transform.
Hearing Han Fei say that, the boy sobbed quieter. He rubbed his eyes with his tiny hands.
You really saw him?
Of course, an adult won't lie to kids.
Perhaps it was the passive effect of Pied Piper. Han Fei realized the boy was no longer that fearful around him. Chapter 362. Seeing as the boy put his guard down, Han Fei sighed in relief. Then he had the time to look around. The wall of room 4064 was painted white. It was a unique kind of paint because as the light shone on it, it did not reflect the warmth of the light, but instead made the room cooler. The room had a lot of furniture, and they were placed haphazardly. Other than that, there were plenty of mirrors. Just in the living room alone, Han Fei spotted 4 mirrors. They were placed near the living room door, behind the television, beside the dining table, and behind the sofa.
Did Daddy send you?
The boy noticed how Han Fei kept looking around the house, and as the temporary master of the house, the boy summoned his courage to talk to Han Fei. When he asked that question, the boy's eyes shone with anticipation.
No, I'm here to look for someone. Did someone who looks just like me enter the room earlier?
Han Fei knelt down before the boy. He tried to make the boy feel as comfortable as possible. Hearing Han Fei's answer, the boy was quite disappointed. He shook his head.
I've been staying in the living room. I didn't see anyone come in but you. You sure?
Han Fei looked at the other closed doors inside the room.
Can I look into the other rooms? Mommy is sleeping. You'll wake her up.
The boy opened his small arms to block before Han Fei. He looked very cute, being Mommy's bodyguard.
Your mother is at home too?
Han Fei knew that this was a room with 2 4s in its room number. The scariest ghost hadn't shown itself yet. He believed that might be the boy's mother.
Mommy said tonight is the night of resurrection and Daddy will return after midnight. She told me to go to bed because he would only come see me after I'm asleep.
The boy said innocently. He believed everything his mother told him.
Then how come you didn't follow your mother's order and go to sleep? Instead you're here, hiding in the living room.
Han Fei found the boy to be quite interesting. After he got the Pied Piper skill, Han Fei realized he hoped to interact more with children. He found children to be cute and innocent, and that childlike innocence was a slight reprieve in the cryptic world.
The boy stammered. I don't want to go to sleep. I can't use words after I'm asleep. I still have many things to tell Daddy. Like what? In the past, no matter how busy he was, he would wake me up every morning. But now he only comes back once a year. I don't want him to be that busy anymore.
The boy, in his stained pants, said his simple wish.
He comes back only once per year? Is that what your mother told you? Yes. Then did she tell you what is the night of resurrection?
While Han Fei held the conversation, he pushed open the door to one of the bedrooms. This should be the bedroom previously used by the boy's parents. The double bed had a new mattress. It had no wrinkle. Someone cleaned this room daily, but no one slept in here anymore. Creak. When Han Fei pushed open the bedroom door, something crawled past the dresser next to the bed. It sounded like a rat or some kind of bug. Han Fei knew the dressers at this place were not simple. Before the boy could get too close, he pulled the black dresser open. At the top layer of the dresser, there was a death portrait of a young man. The portrait was placed there so the boy couldn't reach it. Next to the portrait was a bowl of white rice. Half a piece of yellow paper was buried in the rice. It had a name on it, Iyashikei. It also had the various steps necessary for the soul-summoning ritual.
Iyashikei?
The name immediately got Hanfei's attention.
This is Daddy's picture. Mommy stored it inside the dresser because she said she'd get sad whenever she sees it. But after she put it away, she would sneakily take it out to look at the picture.
The boy didn't understand his mother's action. He was still too young.
The neighbors' aunties and uncles told me that my father is dead. I asked them what they meant by that, and they told me dying means going to a faraway place to work, so he can only come back here once a year. I don't get it. Why would Daddy get a job like that?
The boy looked at his father's picture inside the dresser. He was too small to get the picture himself, so he hoped Hanfei could get it for him. After getting his father's picture, the boy stared at his black and white father. Suddenly, he lifted his head, and the pair of clear eyes stared at Hanfei.
You said adults won't lie to kids, but I felt like they were lying to me. Do you know what death really is? Death.
Hanfei was not expecting such a question from a young boy. Hanfei didn't brush him off with a common lie, but instead thought seriously about it before answering.
I hear people say death is like water dissolving into water. What do you mean? It's like they've really gone home. Not this home, but a home that belongs to all of us. We came from that home, and eventually we will all go back to that home.
Hanfei had no idea why he was explaining these things to a child. Perhaps it was because he never treated the citizens of the cryptic world as NPC, but people just like him.
Death is going home. Then why are so many people afraid of death? Why would Mommy cry about it?
As if he finally found a person he could talk to, the boy desperately wanted to get the answers.
Because after we leave home, we will pick a path that you can't even turn your head around. The end of this path will be our home. This is the only way to go home, but along the way, we would encounter many different scenarios and lights. We would warm others and be warmed by others. We are like little lights, brightening the night sky as we make our way home. Little lights?
The boy's brows frowned. He gave it some thought before he pointed at the white ceremonial candle beside him.
I get it now. We are like candles. We start as wax, and then we burn with light before we end up as wax again. But our body is no longer the same, turning from a straight candle into a pool of wax.
Hanfei was surprised by the boy's comprehension. The boy was young, but he was very clever.
The analogy of candle is not that suitable.
This was also the first time Hanfei gave it such a thorough thought.
We were let out from home by our parents, but we are not candles. We are simply who we are. Then how can a person give out light? A person cannot, but each one of us will be given a torch handed down by our forebearer. This torch, that can chase away the darkness of the night, is called life. We feed the torch with our experience and memory. Life will then burst in flames. We will raise the torch high and carve our way through the dark.
Hanfei looked at the boy who was deep in thought. He smiled and ruffled his hair.
When you're almost home, you will hand your torch to another person. That way, we will always keep the night bright.
The boy looked up, his eyes filled with confusion.
But Daddy didn't give me any torch, only toy models. Perhaps he has given it to your mommy, and when you grow older, she will give the torch to you, so that your life can glow bright and warm.
Hanfei pulled his hand back. Perhaps it was an illusion. He felt some warmth from the boy. But even more surprising was the notification from the system.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with the owner of room 4064 increases by 10. Your personal charm has won their approval.
Turning around, Hanfei noticed the bedroom door that the boy refused to let him enter had opened a gap. Two pale faces were staring quietly at him. Hanfei took an involuntary step back. His body knocked into the bookshelf. A coloring book that belonged to Iyashikei fell to the ground. The book fell open to a painting where there was the father and mother, but the boy was conspicuously missing. Chapter 363. The coloring book fell open. The simple color paintings described the boy's pure thoughts and wishes. The boy painted many things about family, like his parents cooking, gardening, and cleaning the house together. The lines were simple, and the paintings were cute. There was warmth from them. Or at least they did look that way at first glance.
Is your name Iyashikei?
Hanfei picked up the coloring book. He tried to make himself as calm as possible, ignoring the gaze coming from behind him. Hanfei had no idea how long the boy's parents had been watching. Han Fei was thankful that he watched his words and didn't do anything to harm the boy.
That was my nickname, but after Daddy left, Mommy rarely calls me by my nickname anymore.
The boy said in a tone that tried to make him sound older than he was. But the fact that he had just peed his pants just made the whole attempt too cute.
So Lai Sheng is really your name. Han Fei picked up the coloring book and then glanced at the black and white portrait which he had placed back on the top shelf of the dresser. The portrait and rice bowl were placed at a location where the boy couldn't reach. So with the boy's height, he could only see his father's picture but couldn't see what was inside the bowl. Han Fei picked up the death portrait as an idea popped up in his mind. He turned the portrait around and realized there was a colored picture on the back of the black and white portrait. In the picture, the boy was smiling happily as he sat on the swing. Perhaps it was the wind, or there was someone outside the frame. The swing swung high into the sky.
I knew it.
Han Fei finally understood why the mother put the death portrait at a location where the boy couldn't reach. The target of the soul summoning ritual was not the father, but this boy. The boy's picture was hidden behind the father's portrait, and the paper with the boy's name was buried inside the rice bowl. The situation at room 4064 was similar to Zhuang Ren's family. In room 4144, it was the dead summoning the living. However, because the boy didn't have the protective device for his memory like Zhuang Ren did, he was successfully summoned to the ziggurat. Perhaps for the boy's parents, the boy was a ghost, but in reality, the boy was a living human who was summoned to the cryptic world. His body probably still existed in real life, only his soul was pulled here. If the boy's soul was stuck here for a prolonged period of time, then basically the boy's dead parents would have inadvertently killed him.
Can you still remember the last time you played the swing with your family?
Han Fei placed the death portrait back. He didn't tell the boy the cruel truth.
I believe it was when Daddy was still alive. Mommy and Daddy took me to the park. Daddy was very strong. He pushed the swing from right behind me and made me soar into the sky. Mommy was worried that I'd fall. She even scolded Daddy for it.
The boy's face turned up with a smile when he spoke of this. Clearly these memories were deeply treasured. Han Fei felt sad hearing the boy's words. He probably dreamt this whole episode up, because in that colored picture, only the boy was featured. His father was definitely not standing behind him as he claimed. His accompaniment was the wind and the birds on the trees. The butterfly used Zhuang Ren's family to drag him into the cryptic world because Fu Sheng's memory can be found in Zhuang Ren's mind. But why would the butterfly drag Lai Sheng here? Butterfly might be mad, but its action was never random. It would never waste time on meaningless things. Han Fei studied the boy's name written on the coloring book. Then he was reminded of Jin Sheng from Yiming Private Academy, as well as Wang Sheng, who had already morphed into Rest in Peace at Cattle Alley. Lai Sheng, Jin Sheng, Wang Sheng. Their appearance at the cryptic world were all related to the butterfly, and in Chinese, their names could also be translated as next life, current life, past life. Jin Sheng was the most powerful and was sealed at Yiming Private Academy, which was far from the ziggurat. Wang Sheng's family was obliterated, appeared at Spider's domain, and eventually became a knife that could slash through the butterfly. Lai Sheng appeared the weakest, but he was summoned to ziggurat so that the butterfly could keep a close eye on him. Could these three boys symbolize something for the butterfly? Han Fei took out Rest in Peace. Wang Sheng became Han Fei's blade. Jin Sheng used his blood to rewrite Han Fei's future, and now he ran into Lai Sheng. Is Lai Sheng another backup plan the butterfly had prepared for itself? Would the butterfly take over Lai Sheng's body in real life, and thus get its chance at rebirth? In that case, should I use Rest in Peace to kill Lai Sheng? To cut off an option for the butterfly? When Han Fei took out Rest in Peace, the chilling presence behind him intensified. And this was when he didn't show an active malice towards Lai Sheng. If he did, Han Fei probably would be deleted immediately. At a mere level 13, a grade E hidden map was quite a challenge for him.
Please don't misunderstand. This is just a hilt. It can't do any damage.
Han Fei explained to the boy, but actually he was telling his parents inside the bedroom that he meant no harm.
So this is called a hilt?
The boy didn't even know what Han Fei was holding. He was about to say something more when the sound of mattress turning came from the other bedroom. The boy immediately held his hands over his mouth. He glanced towards his mother's bedroom. The previously open door was now closed. Seeing the door was closed, the boy sighed in relief and continued. It's the night of resurrection tonight. Mommy said Daddy will only come home if we're all asleep. If she finds out that I'm still awake, she'll scold me. She's scary when she's angry. Even my daddy is afraid of her when she's mad. Then why don't you listen to her and go to bed?
When Han Fei found out the truth about the boy, he paid a lot more attention to him.
Even though Mommy has a bad temper, I know she loves me and Daddy dearly. She just has trouble saying it. So I want to see Daddy in person and tell him everything. I want to beg him to stay and don't go to such a faraway place anymore.
Han Fei already tried his best to explain death to the boy in the gentlest way, but the boy still didn't quite understand it.
If your mother knows that is the reason why you're still awake, I'm sure she will not be mad at you.
Han Fei had already made his decision. Be it for the mission or for personal reasons, he had to protect this boy and send him back to real life before dawn.
Lai Shang, has your mommy told you that if the soul who is summoned refuses to leave after a long time, then they will be forever trapped inside this world?
Han Fei's voice was just loud enough to be heard by Lai Shang's parents. Han Fei knew that the couple loved Lai Shang a lot, so he wanted to get their help to send Lai Shang's soul back to the real world. Han Fei believed Lai Shang's parents should be able to understand him. After all, sometimes separation is also a type of blessing and love. Chapter 364. Walking out from the bedroom with the death portrait. Han Fei still had some questions, but he believed those questions would be answered when he met with the child's real parents. Han Fei believed Lai Shang's parents were still inside room 4064. Han Fei returned to the living room and saw his reflections in the many mirrors. He walked towards the mother's bedroom.
Please don't wake Mommy.
The boy jogged towards Han Fei and stopped his path again. This boy was young but extremely stubborn. That stubbornness might be buried within him since he was young. If he was not given correct guidance and protection, the seed might grow into something scary.
Actually, I came to your home to look for something I have lost. Don't worry, I absolutely mean no harm. I promise to not wake up your mother.
Han Fei knelt down and said in a persuasive voice,
I will only push the door a gap to look. If the person I'm looking for is not here, I will leave immediately.
The boy didn't budge, and Han Fei's smile picked up a trace of sadness. His acting was perfect. It was not overly saccharine, but it was not fake either. It was just enough for the boy to sense the pain behind the smile.
You've been waiting for your father, and I've been waiting for my child. You should be able to understand the pain of that waiting, right?
Hearing Han Fei's words, the boy's outstretched arms slowly lowered.
Your child has gone somewhere far away as well.
Taking in a soft breath, Han Fei still had a gentle smile on his face, but anyone would be able to see the tortured soul behind that smile.
As you said, tonight is the night of resurrection. My child is back too, but I realize he has gone missing.
Han Fei was an adult, but an adult's helplessness would be able to touch a child's heart even more. The boy's lips stretched into a thin line, and in the end, he stepped away.
You have to promise me not to make any noise to wake up Mommy. She has prepared a whole year for this day. If Daddy fails to come home because of us, she will be very sad and angry.
The boy had something that was extremely rare at Ziggurat, kindness. As if he was still worried about Han Fei, the boy sneaked to his mother's bedroom door. He grabbed the door handle and eased it open with the lightest touch. Han Fei's heart rose to his throat too. He was finally going to meet the real owner of room 4064. He hoped that the increased 10 points in friendliness would come in useful. Lai Shang and Han Fei stared transfixed at the door handle. Just as the door was about to open, knocking suddenly came from the living room door. The sound frightened Han Fei. The boy quickly let go. His pale face colored with excitement. He cheered softly.
Is that Daddy?
He abandoned the bedroom door and pulled Han Fei back to the living room. The knocking wasn't that loud. It echoed clearly mainly because the room was too silent. A few seconds later, Han Fei noticed something unique about the rhythm of the knocking. The person first knocked using their fingers and then slammed with their palms. There was a squishing sound when they slammed against the door like their hands were wet with something.
Does that sound like your father knocking? No, Father rarely knocks. He often walks in directly, exclaiming he's home. Then this might not be your father. The ritual might have summoned something else. Someone like you? No, I'm not here due to the ritual. I already work at this building.
Han Fei had the boy hide behind him as he approached the living room door.
If we allow the person to keep on knocking, they'll attract the attention of other tenants.
Han Fei leaned against the door and looked out through the peephole. There was a man who stood outside. He kept his head lowered, and he wore all red. A soul chaser? Han Fei had seen many strange people in red clothes when he played the ziggurat game. He even took the same elevator booth with them.
Let me see,
The boy requested with anticipation. Han Fei hugged the boy up to reach the peephole. Lai Sheng looked for a long time, and the anticipation on his face turned into fear.
That's not Daddy. Are you sure? His head is lowered, so we can't really see his face. I'm sure.
The boy nodded firmly.
Then we shouldn't open the door for him. We should hide in the living room for now.
Han Fei suggested when the knocking suddenly stopped.
Has the man left? Let me see.
The knocking had stopped, but instead it was replaced by a softer, yet more sinister sound. Han Fei looked through the peephole. The man in red had indeed disappeared, but Han Fei could see another clear set of footprints in the ash on the ground. The bowl of white rice had been messed with. The rice was dyed red like it had been mixed with blood or red paint.
He seems to have left.
Han Fei sighed in relief. He was very averse to soul chasers. These people appeared to have been drained of all their humanity. They were completely dominated by the ziggurat. Turning around, Han Fei was about to lead the boy back to the living room when he saw the boy was looking above him with his neck tilted up at an impossible angle. Why is he looking up? The soul ladder. Han Fei instantly knew the problem. He looked above him, and a man covered in blood was crawling through the window above the door. He was stuck to the ceiling like a giant lizard. The face covered with death curse glared at Han Fei and Lai Sheng. His jaws unhinged, and a bloody tongue lashed towards Lai Sheng's neck.
Go to your mom's bedroom.
Han Fei pushed the boy away and cut at the tongue with rest in peace. The shining blade slashed through the man's tongue easily. The whole process lasted not longer than the blink of an eye. The cut-off tongue wiggled on the ground like an eel. The red-clothed man's face slowly turned around to look at Han Fei. He didn't expect his tongue would be so easily disposed of by a blade. The wound that was made by rest and peace couldn't be healed by the death curse either. While the red-clothed man was startled, Han Fei picked up the boy and ran to the living room.
Go tell your mommy. The ritual has summoned something else. A ghost has entered your home.
The boy was hoping to see his father, but instead of his father, he saw a red-clothed monster. The boy rushed to his mother's bedroom, but no matter how hard he twisted the door handle, the door refused to open. To buy more time for the boy, Han Fei stood between the boy and the red-clothed man. The ghost tattoo on his body radiated with energy, and a giant cat monster with 9 lives surfaced on his back. Chapter 365.
Still can't get the bedroom door open?
They were inside room 4064. The room owner wouldn't sit and watch their own child get injured. Han Fei was powerful enough to delay the man in red, but not powerful enough to kill him. Normally, the first thing he'd do when he met a soul chaser at the ziggurat was to run. Han Fei glanced beside him from the corner of his eye. The mother's bedroom door was firmly shut like it was locked from inside. No matter how hard the boy pushed, it wouldn't open. Is there something inside the bedroom that Lai Sheng can't see? What are his parents hiding? The man in red didn't give Han Fei much time to think. The death curse crawled on his face like bugs. They obscured the man's face. Even his pupils were covered in black words. The remaining tongue lolled about in the man's open mouth. Red blood leaked out from the monster's mouth. The blood morphed into black, decaying matter as it fell to the ground. The monster's target wasn't Han Fei. Each soul chaser had their own prey, and this man's target was Lai Sheng. The death curse pulled at the skin, and the monster's face was forcibly yanked into two. The left face stuck to the man's head, while the right face evolved into a giant snake made of flesh. It lunged towards Lai Sheng. This was the first time Lai Sheng encountered something so dangerous. Out of instinct, Lai Sheng called out his mother's name. But he immediately closed his hand over his mouth, as if afraid that his mother would be harmed by the scary monster too. He wiggled the door handle repeatedly. With tears in his eyes, the boy wanted to get into the bedroom to warn his mother so that she could leave while she could. He had already lost his father. He didn't want to lose his mother, at least that was what he thought.
9 lives.
The ghost tattoo was branded into Han Fei's skin. The cat-like monster trapped inside the tattoo growled. Its howl pierced through the ghost tattoos binding and echoed inside the room. Han Fei still couldn't utilize 9 lives power fully. All he could do now was have 9 lives in energy envelope his body. While he could raise his defense this way, it would mean that his body would also be constantly polluted by yin energy. Han Fei's body was already wounded, so he couldn't stay in this state for too long. If the owner of room 4064 really refused to help, then Han Fei would try to bring Lai Sheng away from the room with him. Han Fei tossed the red paper doll at Lai Sheng. While the paper doll dealt with the snake-like creature, Han Fei turned back to deal with the Soul Chaser. Ziggurat is a grade E map. It is for players around level 35. Can I really fight the monsters here? Han Fei was uncertain, but that uncertainty was soon replaced by other emotions. Other games would provide the option for players to flee safely from a battle, but that was not possible in Perfect Life. It didn't give the player the chance to start over either. There was no fight or flight, but fight or die. Save reloading? That was not a feature available either. The Soul Chaser's snake creature tussled with the paper doll. The other half of his face turned to stare at Han Fei. It was his first time encountering such a strange soul. Han Fei didn't act like a ghost, but not like a human either. He could see him, but he was not afraid of him. The man in red trembled as his spine creaked and cracked. Bones protruded out of the man's flesh like needles. The red shirt was torn open, exposing his body covered in death curse. Just how many transformations can this thing manage? Every Soul Chaser appeared to have a different ability. Han Fei didn't waste time. Before the thing on the man's back could grow into giant spikes, Han Fei charged forward with his knife. Han Fei knew it was not the time for him to be cautious, especially when he had rest in peace with him. The blade was extremely sharp because every person that followed Han Fei believed that the blade could cut through sin and injustice. Han Fei had the sharpest weapon. In other words, he lacked everything but attack damage. The man in red just had his tongue cut off, so he knew that Han Fei's knife could harm him. He shrunk away from Han Fei. The death curse injected into the man's fingers, changing them into claws. They looked sharp. The power of this man is different from the other Soul Chaser that I've met. The madman who chased after me only needed to touch me to haul away my soul. But this man in red appears to need to rely on the death curse to activate his abilities. All these pointed towards the fact that Han Fei did have the chance to win this battle. Wang Sheng. Han Fei suddenly picked up speed. The brilliance of humanity lit up the entire room 4064. At that moment, the boy appeared to see the life torch that Han Fei told him about. Han Fei was using his own experience, memory, and life to fuel that torch. Han Fei rapidly closed the distance between him and the man in red. Each cut was targeted at the Soul Chaser's vitals. The man stared closely at Han Fei, evading his attacks with ease. Its power allowed him to morph any part of his body as he wished. He grew out several more arms and slithered all over the ceiling. The white ceiling started to surface with red handprints. The meat spikes launched themselves at Han Fei. Tentacles whipped towards Han Fei's neck as well. Han Fei was already very fast, but he was not faster than the monster. He barely avoided the meat spikes and tentacles. Han Fei hadn't even crawled up from the ground when the man's head suddenly turned 180 degrees and his neck elongated. The head shot at the back of Han Fei's heart like a bullet. The death curse tore open the man's mouth and his teeth sharpened into jaws. The creature was too close for Han Fei to avoid the attack. In his desperation, Han Fei took out the can of wishes he obtained at Yiming Private Academy. The broken tongue shot into the can. The paper notes with the student wishes fell out from the can. The wishes all disappeared as they were replaced by the word, death. The can which helped Han Fei block the attack instantly cracked. A harrowing scream echoed inside the can as well. The ghost hidden inside the can was already injured. It was plotting revenge on Han Fei after it recovered. It didn't expect to be wounded again so soon. The can trapped the broken tongue. The man in red couldn't shatter the can so easily, but then again his target was never Han Fei to begin with. Every Soul Chaser had their own prey, and the man in red was tasked to bring Lai Sheng away that night. The attacks fulfilled their purpose, which was to force Han Fei back. The man in red crawled rapidly on the ceiling towards the boy. It moved so fast that even though Han Fei already charged as fast as he did towards the door, he was still too late. The claws covered in death curse were already above the boy's head.
Get out of the way.
As he shouted, Han Fei tossed out rest in peace. The blade dimmed after it left Han Fei's grasp, but before the light fully faded, the blade pierced into the man's palm and pinned it into the wall. The death curse on the man's face boiled. The pain enraged him, and it yanked off the pinned arm. He raised his other arm. Death curse curled around his fingers. The boy was shocked into place. No matter how mature a boy was, he would be frightened when he saw something like this. The sharp nail came at the boy. Just as the claw was about to pierce into the boy's eye, the man in red suddenly crawled backwards. The boy who had his eyes closed didn't feel the pain, so he opened his eyes again. The scene that he saw would stay with him forever. Han Fei was pulling on a red chain stuck with animal fur. The chain was tightly wound around the man in red's neck. Han Fei was yanking on the chain as hard as he could. A living human was stopping the soul chaser with pure force.
Don't just stand there. Go and hide.
Even after giving everything he had, Han Fei's strength was lesser than the man in red. The fact that he struggled until this stage was already a miracle. A spike grew from the man's back and pierced through Han Fei's arm. Another limb extended out from the man's monster. It grabbed Han Fei and threw him against the bedroom door. Han Fei's arm was heavily injured, but he still tried his best to stand up. He used his arm to reach towards rest and peace. Voices of humanity came from the hilt as if responding to Han Fei's summon. The dim blade shimmered again, but Han Fei was too far away from the man in red. The claws reached towards Lai Sheng's head again. Just as the fingers were about to touch Lai Sheng, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and an arm similarly covered in death curse reached out to grab the man in red by his wrists. The hand pinched, and the man's wrist was shattered. As the man screamed, an extremely oppressive presence floated out from the bedroom. Turning back to look, Lai Sheng realized there was a large figure standing behind him. His entire body was written with the death curse. He too was dressed in red. At that moment, only one of his eyes was sentient. Staring at the monster that just walked out from the bedroom, Lai Sheng's focus eventually landed on that one eye. Then the word basically tumbled out from his mouth.
Daddy.
Chapter 366. The door that Lai Sheng couldn't open finally did when the boy was in mortal danger. It was his father who walked out the door. Technically, it was Lai Sheng's father who had completely transformed into a monster. The man didn't want Lai Sheng to see him like this, so he had been hiding. It was not until the claws almost reached his son that he put down his reservation. Even if he might be feared by his son, he had to do something. The single eye colored with pain. He knew how helpless he was. He couldn't even leave behind a wonderful impression for his son. But to his surprise, Lai Sheng managed to recognize him immediately despite his current appearance. The boy showed no fear. No matter how much his father had changed, he was still his father. His mouth was sewn together by the death curse. The man tried to speak, but he only made the death curse on his face spread further. There was like an invisible wall between the father and son. Both parties tried their best to shatter the wall, but it was fruitless.
You're really home. Mommy wasn't lying. She said if I don't go to sleep, I won't be able to see you, the boy claimed as his eyes reddened. Only before his father could he put down his guard. In that moment, all the suppressed fear exploded and the boy cried. For a boy, the cryptic world was too scary. Lai Sheng wanted to get closer to his father, but the father who had already morphed into a monster didn't dare to let Lai Sheng touch him. His death curse rushed out from the bedroom like a shadow. A black mist billowed around him. The man in red didn't expect there was another soul chaser hiding inside the bedroom, but even more surprising was the fact that this soul chaser appeared to have abandoned his job of chasing after souls, but instead showed up here to stop him from doing his job. The pupils with black characters turned with confusion, and then a fist covered in death curse landed heavily on his face. The head caved in. Blood mixed with the death curse and sunk into the skull. Lai Sheng's father was like a thick tree. His roots had spread through room 4064. His small movement could shift the shadow inside the room. The lights flickered. When the lights went off, the man already appeared behind the man in red. His hand reached for the man's head, lifted him up, and then slammed the head heavily on the ground. Picking up the man by his wrist, the father twisted the man's elbows and then dragged the defenseless soul chaser out of the room. The father had decided to kill. The death curse around his body pierced into his skin. This appeared to be a warning for the soul chasers when they strayed from their job. Pain and torment didn't change the man at all. Death curse poured out of his one eye, while his other eye reflected the image of Lai Shang. The boy stood where he was. He had no idea that he was his father's only hope in the cryptic world. The front door closed, and the sound of slamming and tearing came from the corridor. It sounded like a gunny sack filled with treasures was being slowly torn apart. Several minutes later, when the dirge reappeared on the 6th floor, the father returned to room 4064. Anger, hatred, and death curse, they circulated around the monster, but his left eye was a pool of gentleness. His mouth was zipped, and his ears were stuffed with death curse. He couldn't communicate with his son. He couldn't even hear his son clearly, but he could sense what Lai Shang was feeling at that moment. Blood leaked out from his lips. The man tried his best to open his mouth. The black threads made from the death curse were torn apart. The father tried to call his son's name, but he couldn't even do that. The lights inside the room dimmed. The father's power appeared to be related to shadow. Wherever he was, the light would be consumed. The father and son met at the ziggurat. The ghost who did the soul summoning finally met the son he couldn't forget. Lai Shang reached out towards the man. Seeing how desperate Lai Shang was, even Han Fei wanted to give him a hug, much less his father. The man's arms slowly lifted, but as Lai Shang was about to touch him, he put his arms down and took a step back. He didn't want his child to see him in this ugly state. If possible, he wished for his son to remember him for who he was and not what he was now.
Ace.
The bedroom door slowly opened. A woman covered in layers appeared at the door. She looked at the father and son in the living room, and her eyes filled with sadness and gentleness. Lai Shang, you mustn't get too close to your father.
However, the boy didn't listen to his mother. He insisted on moving forward.
Lai Shang, stop.
The woman's voice became sterner, but she too didn't dare to come close to Lai Shang. Seeing the woman's arms, which were hidden inside her sleeves, Han Fei appeared to understand something. He walked to Lai Shang's side and gently stopped Lai Shang.
I think it's better if you tell the child the truth, even if tonight might just end up being a dream for him.
Lai Shang struggled in Han Fei's grasp. Before his parents, he finally acted like a normal child. The woman inside the bedroom and the man who had turned into a monster looked at Han Fei. They stared at him for a long time before the mother said,
I know where your lost soul is hiding. I can hand him to you, but I hope you can do us a favor. What favor? Bring Lai Shang away from here.
Lai Shang's young face filled with disbelief when he heard that. How could his beloved mother say something like that? The small boy froze in the living room. Lai Shang wiped away the tears on his face. His plain helplessness was pitiable.
Lai Shang, Mommy has been lying to you.
She addressed the tearful Lai Shang, and her face was set in pain.
Your daddy left your world a long time ago. I thought I could take care of you alone and give you double the love, to make you the happiest child in the world. That is where your memory stops. You forgot about what happened later. I fell ill. You leaned against my bedside and accompanied me, but in the end, I left. As your parents, we couldn't let you go, and that memory of ours was taken advantage of by someone nefarious. It is why you are here. All the soul-summoning rituals are meant for you,
the woman said as she pulled up her sleeves. Death curse crawled on her arms like vines.
We were told that as long as we were willing to transform into monsters, we would be reunited with you. But when you were really here, we realized the truth. The thing's target was you all along. Was the thing that took advantage of you the manager here? What kind of person is this that he'd target even a child?
Han Fei hoped to get the help from his couple, so he was already laying the foundation for that.
It is not a human, not even an animal. It is the real devil, representing pure evil.
The woman was slowly changing into a monster, but she was not worried about herself. All she cared about was Lai Shang.
Our deaths were not an accident. All the coincidences were its way to kill us, and it did all that to draw Lai Shang into the ziggurat. You still did the ritual knowing that it would harm Lai Shang?
Han Fei probed. The woman smiled sadly.
The child's father has been turned into a monster, and my memory has been touched. I once thought this place was real life, and we were still alive. It was not until the ritual succeeded, and I personally summoned my child to this dirty and scary world that the memory which was tempered with was returned to normal.
Her knuckles were white.
It did it on purpose. It wanted me to know without suspicion that I was the person who murdered my own son.
Leaning against the door, the woman lost all energy. Just the thought of what she had done drained her. She had personally killed the son she cherished and missed the most. That was going to be her lasting torment.
The manager here hates everything good about humanity. It likes to torment people to prove the fragility of humanity. But this also exposes its weakness because it has never tasted any love and care from others.
Han Fei knew the things Butterfly had done. Since it didn't believe in the good of humanity, it would show the ugliness of humanity to others as well. Misery loves company. When Han Fei conversed with the woman, the boy struggled endlessly. Finally, their whole family had reunited. He couldn't understand why everyone was so sad. Seeing the death curse appear on his mother's face, Lai Sheng was desperate. He pleaded for Han Fei to let go and begged his parents to not leave, but no one was there to answer his begging and pleas.
Why are you doing this? Didn't you say adults won't lie to children? I am not afraid, even if you have turned into monsters. I am not afraid of turning into a monster too, as long as we can stay together.
Even if this was a nightmare, as long as his family could be together, then he would be willing to keep on living in this nightmare. The soul who was summoned would forget that they were souls. They would live in the bubble of their memory and habit.
Lai Sheng, Mommy and Daddy can't hug you anymore, but we will always be with you. We'll be the wind, the rain, the bird in the sky, and the squirrels on the trees. We will always be there for you. You lie. You are lying to me again. There are only 3 hours left until 4:44 a.m. Lai Sheng, you should go. We are already very lucky to be able to see you on this last day.
The woman didn't waste any more time. She signaled for Han Fei to let go. The moment Han Fei did, the boy charged towards his mother. He ran very fast, like if he was any slower, his mother would dissolve into bubbles and disappear. The small boy charged at his mother, but he couldn't close the distance between them. When the boy passed the mirror beside the sofa, the silent father took out the colored photograph from his death portrait. He looked at his own laughing son and then shredded the photograph. The pieces of photography fluttered to the ground and shadows surged out from the mirrors in the living room. Then the entire room 4064 changed. Mold and dust covered all the furniture. The ceiling cracked bit by bit. Energy coalesced. Paper money appeared on the ground. There were white candles everywhere. This was what room 4064 was supposed to look like. The shadow covered the room and then surged towards Lai Sheng. As the candles were blown off one after another, Lai Sheng's consciousness wavered as well. After the shadow retreated, a boy was lying on the sofa. He was enveloped in a soft shell of energy, softly asleep.
There's no more time. You have to bring him and go.
Death curse appeared on the woman's neck, but she didn't care. Her eyes lingered on the child.
If you can't leave before 4:44 a.m. tonight, then you'll be trapped here forever.
Before he lost his soul, Han Fei couldn't see the soul chasers. However, both Lai Sheng and him saw the couple clearly, so it meant that Lai Sheng was in the same living undead state as he was. They were both halfway into the coffin.
Will the manager's soul return at 4:44 a.m.?
Han Fei knew the significance of timing. Perhaps he might see the real butterfly tonight.
Yes, so you have to figure out a way to leave before it returns. After it returns, all of our eyes will be its eyes, our ears will be its ears. Our love for Lai Sheng will be the blade that kills him.
The woman's face was darkening.
We didn't dare to have Lai Sheng leave before this because he would die without our protection. It made use of that to keep our family together. But we are lucky to have run into you. I will return your soul to you, and hopefully you'll keep up your end of the bargain and bring Lai Sheng back to his real home. I like what you said. It is time for me to hand over the torch of life to Lai Sheng. Leaving him will be our last love for him.
After she said that, she walked to the sofa. Her face was now dominated by the death curse. She leaned down to kiss the boy on his cheek.
Mommy and Daddy didn't lie to you. We really do love you.
Death curse crawled over her lips. The woman stopped resisting. The death curse went fully out of control and obscured her face. The blood leaked out from her skin and dyed her clothes red. She used her last shred of rationality to say,
Your soul with your childhood memory ran into Lai Sheng's consciousness. We were unable to stop it. Actually, the Lai Sheng earlier was not fully Lai Sheng. He is a part of your personality. My soul has gotten into Lai Sheng's consciousness.
This was something Han Fei didn't expect.
Your missing souls contain the memories from your past. They should have been sucked into different people's memories. I have no idea whether this is something the manager planned or it is something unique to your soul.
The woman's voice came intermittently. Her body was slowly evolving into the soul chaser.
To locate your souls, you need to find living humans compatible with them and bring them away from this place.
The woman's head slowly fell. The blood capillaries on her skin bulged. When she lifted her head again, her pretty face was already gone. Before Han Fei could speak, the woman already lost her mind. Her sharp nails pierced towards Han Fei's heart. Just as Han Fei was about to be impaled, the shadow in the room protected him. The father with just one sentient eye blocked before Han Fei. He moved to hug his wife who had joined the ranks of soul chasers silently. Chapter 367 Death Curse swallowed the young couple. The man used the shadow inside the room to shield his wife. He didn't get close to Lai Sheng, but merely looked at the sleeping boy from afar. The single eye was heavy with regret, but he had no other choice. The father in the red clothes slowly bowed at Han Fei. When Han Fei picked up Lai Sheng from the sofa, the father's single eye flashed with appreciation. The men didn't say much as one picked up his wife and dragged all the shadow inside the room towards the mirror, while the other picked up Lai Sheng and headed out the room. The separation came earlier than expected. As the front door closed, Han Fei could feel the boy in his embrace tremble. He lowered his head and realized the boy's face was wet with tears. Perhaps he had dreamed of the separation or he had not fully fallen asleep.
I will bring you back to real life, and I will also save your parents so you'll have the chance to reunite again. Of course, the premise is that I can become the new manager of this place.
Tears slid down the boy's face. His small fists tightened. The door to room 4064 closed. Han Fei didn't stay for long. He had to find all of his lost souls before 4:44 a.m. I remember all 3 of my souls have escaped upstairs. I'll have to start the search on the 7th floor. There were many rooms at Ziggurat. Searching through every single one of them on the night of resurrection was no different from committing suicide. Or should I go to room 4144 first? Since the butterfly is still not here, I should have Zhuangren meet his family. After I get his family to help me, I'll use resurrection to send Zhuangren back. Spiritfarer was Han Fei's trump card and resurrection was his biggest secret. It was these 2 talents that made it possible to summon Zhuangren to the cryptic world. Han Fei meant to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. It would satisfy Zhuangren's lifelong dream, and he would get necessary aid at Ziggurat. However, when he really thought about it, Han Fei hesitated. With Butterfly's cunning nature, it would have done something to room 4144. Perhaps Zhuangren's family had already been turned into monsters. After seeing the tragedy with Lai Sheng's mother, Han Fei had the feeling the moment Zhuangren saw his family, it would be the moment his family turned into monsters. Every tenant at the Ziggurat had a death curse planted on them. Before finding out about the death curse on Zhuangren's family, Han Fei decided not to take things too rashly. Walking through the safety door, Han Fei left the 6th floor. As he stepped on the stairs to the 7th floor, the boy's eyelids flickered like he was waking up. Seeing this, Han Fei started to understand Lai Sheng's father's silent love. With the father's power, he could have put Lai Sheng fully to sleep, but he didn't. He trusted his child, so he only put a temporary spell on Lai Sheng, so he could hear or feel everything around him. He didn't want his son to run away from the truth forever and wallow in sadness. He hoped that his son could learn to overcome the pain, or at least face it.
Actually, I quite envy you. Your mother is so gentle and has planned everything. Even though your father isn't much of a talker, he is silently protecting you.
Lai Sheng's father didn't follow after them, but Han Fei had a feeling that if they ran into mortal danger, the father would appear. Perhaps he was in the shadows watching over them at this moment.
My childhood is happy too, I think. Han Fei scanned the ashes of paper money on the ground as he entered the 7th floor. If a soul had been called into one of the rooms, then their footprints would be left among the ashes. The dirge was like a constant threat. If Han Fei stayed at a spot for too long, it would head his way. To prevent himself from being ambushed by the paper doll procession, Han Fei moved very quickly. He glanced around cursorily. If none of the rooms had footprints, then he would figure out another way. 7th floor, 8th floor. When Han Fei came to the 9th floor, he noticed this floor was different from the others. Since he was too busy running for his life earlier, he didn't have the time to observe the corridor. Even though each family also had the red couplets, fire pots, and paper money, the corridor was extremely clean. The burnt ashes were inside the fire pot, and the floor was spotless. It was like someone cleaned this place daily. I doubt Ziggurat has a cleaner, but it would have a group of people who are professional at hiding traces of gore. Other than these, Han Fei spotted many hand-painted drawings on the wall. There were green trees, sun, playing children, and smiling adults. There were also slogans to stop theft and fire prevention. These were a stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of Ziggurat. Even for Han Fei, he'd feel more comfortable if the drawings were all painted red. Vandalizing the Ziggurat's walls with drawings? Who would be so daring? The dirge sounded in Han Fei's ears again. This time it came from downstairs. He didn't hesitate and moved immediately. When Han Fei passed by room 4094, he noticed there was no fire pot before this room. It looked perfectly normal. That was why it was so abnormal. Every tenant was in the middle of the ritual, so why not this tenant? The dirge was getting louder. The paper doll procession was heading upstairs. Han Fei decided to take a gamble and knocked on the door of room 4094.
Is anyone home?
He knocked a few more times. On the 8th time, the door suddenly opened. A young man in pajamas opened the door.
Who is it?
The young man was about Han Fei's height and size. He was quite handsome, but his hair needed some cutting. He had heavy dark circles, and his pajamas were not even buttoned up fully. Han Fei scrutinized the man before him, trying to find something strange about him, like a lack of shadow, a knife hidden in his pocket, blood stains on his clothes. However, Han Fei realized with a shock that this person really did appear to be a normal person.
You look familiar. Are you one of my neighbors? Why are you carrying a child in the middle of the night? Is he sick? I get it now. You're here to borrow my car, isn't it? The boy needs to go to the hospital?
Before Han Fei said anything, the man already provided the explanation for himself.
Wait a minute. I'll go change now.
The young man didn't even close the door as he turned to run into the living room to grab a jacket, shouldered it on, and prepared to leave.
The boy is not sick, but I have something to discuss with you.
The dirge was coming closer. Han Fei carried Lai Sheng and entered the room.
Let's go in and talk.
Han Fei had a sense of familiarity with the young man. It was like their souls were attracting each other. When the young man recovered, Han Fei was already inside his room, and he even closed the door for him. If a strange man barged into one's room with a child at midnight, it was something worth worrying about. But perhaps it was Han Fei looked too harmless or Lai Sheng looked too pitiable. The young man in room 4094 didn't chase them away but showed concern for them. The young man was so kind that Han Fei was unsettled by it. Han Fei was prepared to face all kinds of strange monsters at Ziggurat, but he was not prepared for a completely normal person. In real life, this young man would definitely be seen as a good Samaritan, but good Samaritans wouldn't last long at Ziggurat. Kindness often could be a beautiful shell to hide a rotting heart. Han Fei shielded Lai Sheng and carefully watched the young man and his room. The layout of room 4094 was different from room 4064. The living room was large, and it had a big television. Under the screen was a black cabinet, where a collection of movie literature and CDs was stored. The wall facing the TV had posters of many comedy movies. Under the posters was a large sofa. Currently, a blanket and remote control were placed on it. The young man probably fell asleep watching the movie.
You seem to like watching comedy movies?
Suddenly it hit Han Fei. Wasn't this exactly how I dreamed my life would be when I was just starting out in the acting business? A large television to play his own movies, a soft sofa to plant himself in, and a large living room for him to exercise. So many things had happened since then that Han Fei had already forgotten about this former dream of his.
I don't like movies.
To Han Fei's surprise, the young man shook his head.
Then why are there so many comedy posters on your wall?
Han Fei never heard these movies before, but the style of the posters showed that they were all comedies. The young man ruffled his messy hair shyly.
Actually, I'm a comedy actor. These are my works.
The young man was extremely shy, especially after he mentioned his career. Like he was afraid that he was unable to live up to his on-screen persona.
Please take a seat.
The young man didn't have many guests. He tossed the blanket and some clothes to the side. When the blanket was moved, several bottles of medicine hidden underneath it rolled to the ground. There were sleeping pills, antidepressants, and so on. The flustered young man picked up the bottles and apologized profusely. He hauled up all the bottles and moved them to the bedroom.
How is your child faring? Chapter 368. Han Fei found himself unable to move his eyes away from the phone screen. He couldn't understand why this comedy actor would search for things like that. From his perspective, the man already possessed everything Han Fei once wanted: to become a good comedy actor, have many famous works, live in a big house, and have a luxurious life. The man in room 4094 was Han Fei's former ideal self, but when Han Fei met the person, he realized the man was not only not happy, he was extremely unhappy. Why is that? After their brief interaction, Han Fei could see that the comedy actor was a kind and gentle person. When Han Fei approached him in the middle of the night with a child, the man didn't react with caution and alertness, but instead assumed the child was sick and needed help. He shouldn't end up like this. A man like him shouldn't end up like this. Han Fei saw himself in the comedy actor. He repeated this statement, perhaps convincing himself. The phone suddenly vibrated, and a new message came in. Han Fei touched the screen subconsciously. It was a private message. Meet Hodgepodge.
Can you contact Yanzu? I've sent him many messages and made many calls, but there is no reply.
Meet Hodgepodge.
He has deleted everything on his profile page. I clicked into it, and it was empty.
Meet Hodgepodge.
Are you there? Firefly? You've been showing up less and less lately too. Please don't scare me.
The person called Meet Hodgepodge sent many messages. The comedy actor, who was busy inside the bedroom, quickly rushed over when he heard the endless vibration of his phone. He picked up the phone and scanned through the messages. Then he called a number, but it was not picked up. He called several times, and the call didn't go through. It was like his calls had gone into a dark hole.
Why aren't you picking up your phone? Haven't we already made the promise?
The calmness on the young man's face completely disappeared. Han Fei had no idea what was the relationship between the young man and the person he was calling, but he could feel the anxiety from the young man. The young man opened a group chat and private messaged many people. He got their replies one by one. As he read through the replies, he stood in the living room. He was unmoving, his eyes glued to the screen. After a long time, when Han Fei came over to look at the phone, the young man finally reacted. The young man forced a habitual smile. He didn't hide the content on his phone. Instead, he said with forced levity,
A friend of mine has left. Left?
The young man turned to look at the night sky out the window.
He has returned to the sky.
Those two sentences appeared to exhaust the young man. He slumped to the sofa like a broken doll. He picked up the blanket as if looking for his pills, forgetting that he had already moved them to his bedroom. The black phone vibrated again. The messages kept coming in. The young man checked them before Han Fei. The young man was different from before. He answered the replies seriously. Then he clicked on a group chat called Happiness Neighborhood. He looked at one of the profiles, which was forever grayed out. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what. Meet Hodgepodge.
At everyone, it has been confirmed that the youngest of our group left 3 hours ago. His account data will be handed over to Firefly as per our custom.
Laughing all day.
Yanzu is gone. Are you sure? You've gone to the hospital to check? He is the most optimistic among us. Even the doctor said that he was recovering well. We have already made a date to go online and beat up some foreigners.
Fish and water.
2 days ago, the kid showed me his homework. He said he was preparing to go back to school. How can this happen?
Reading the messages, the young man finally keyed in a few words. Firefly.
It's true. I've contacted his stepfather. Unfortunately, until the end, I was unable to persuade him to mend the bridge with his stepfather. I'm sorry.
Meet Hodgepodge.
Why are you apologizing? You don't owe anyone an apology.
Fish and water.
This is hard on all of us, but do not let the emotions beat you. Everyone, please remember to take your medication on time. If Yinzu's stepfather is not willing to take over his account, then we will follow the set rules and leave it with Firefly.
Laughing all day.
Firefly, thank you.
An account detail and password were sent to the young man's phone. He looked at the account for a long time before he opened his computer and used the kid's account profile to log into a virtual game on a social platform. This was a management-style game. The kid's avatar was tall, muscular, and handsome. His IGN was Xin Lu Yinzu, but in real life, the kid was small and thin. He was often bullied and slandered. He was not good at interacting with people. His farm was left unattended for a long time already. He last logged in half a year ago. The game was tied to the social platform, so it was bound to a person's social account. It recorded the person's history on the internet. The game had a memory theater, book of joy, negative emotions management center, and so on. The young man controlled Yinzu's avatar and walked into the house. The only thing purchased using real money in the small house was a large and rare photo frame. A group picture was placed inside the frame. There were more than 10 people, and everyone was in their avatars, but part of the avatars had been grayed out. Looking at the group picture, the young man lowered his head slowly before finally moving his eyes away. Walking to the young man's side, Hanfei patted the man on his back. The man kept his head lowered and his hands pressed against the table. He suppressed the choking in his voice and said in a voice as steady as possible,
I knew this kid from an Iyashikei game. The people in that happiness neighborhood are all people with illness. We have gathered together due to certain reasons. We are each other's support group, but as time passes on, more and more profiles become grayed out. Did you set up the group yourself? It was an old man who gave it to me. I am the group's only manager now.
The young man was a good actor, so emotional control was basic for him. When he lifted his face again, most of the pain was gone. He tried to present himself as optimistically as possible, no matter how wounded he was feeling. From a locked drawer, he took out a diary. The young man flipped through it slowly. Every page recorded a different account detail and password. He turned through them slowly, like each page was extremely heavy. When he reached a blank page, the man carefully jotted down the kid's account details and password. He triple-checked the details. After ensuring there was no mistake, he placed the diary back into the drawer.
I really didn't expect the kid will leave before us.
The young man stared dumbly at the boy's avatar. The boy's virtual account. All of his memories were left in cyberspace. These were all that remained of a living person.
He was the most optimistic and happy person in the group. He encouraged everyone daily and kept us updated on his daily improvement. But no matter how good one is at acting out optimism, one will never find true happiness.
Hanfei had no idea why he said that. He couldn't even tell whom it was meant for. Perhaps it was for the dead boy, the young comedy actor, or even himself. Chapter 369. No matter how good one's acting was, there was someone whom he could never fool, and that was himself. After one got used to play acting at happiness, the optimism would become like a set of clothes. Only by putting it on that one would have the courage to leave the house. The young man was surprised by what Hanfei said. It resonated deeply with him. As a rather famous comedy actor, he had to act happy always before the public, but no one knew that while he had managed to make everyone laugh, he was unable to make himself smile.
Have you seen the messages inside my phone?
Hanfei knew what the man was talking about, so he nodded. Noting the admittance by Hanfei, the young man sighed in relief. It was as if he could finally shed the disguise. It was getting too tiring for him too.
A comedy actor who brings the world happiness thinks about ending himself every night. It is quite ironic.
The young man looked at the few medicine bottles that were left on the coffee table. He didn't want to hide anything before Hanfei anymore. It was a strange feeling. It felt as if this stranger had a similar experience as he did, and they were kindred spirits. Neither of the men said anything until the dirge sounded outside the room. The chilly wind blew into the room through the half-open window. The young man shivered, but he didn't move to close the window. Instead, he looked out at the night sky as if the boy was there winking at him.
I have a question. I hope you don't mind me asking.
Hanfei looked at the comedy actor who was way too similar to him.
Go on. You have already gained everything you ever dreamt of and fulfilled all of your dreams, so why can't you smile?
Hanfei was really curious. The comedy actor in room 4064 was like another version of himself, the version who had not encountered perfect life and had succeeded in life based on hard work.
I lost my smile when I was young, so I believe smiles are the most important thing in the world. It was why I wanted to make the world smile, seeing their smiling faces. Perhaps I too can regain my lost smile, or at least that was what I thought at the start.
The young man adjusted his emotions.
But that was unfortunately not the case. I was an extra for a very long time. I have no outstanding appearance or hefty connections, so to shine among the many competitions, I have to work harder. I tried many jokes and comedies, but people refused to laugh. It was like they could see through me and know that I am a boring person inside. Then how did you catch your big break? It was a complete accident when I was in a play. The prop team made some mistakes and built the stage smaller than it was written on the script. No one told me about the change, and I acted according to the script. I was moving backwards and before I knew it, I slipped off the edge. The stage was 7 meters off the ground, but thankfully I was wearing a safety harness, so the injury wasn't serious. However, the audience found it quite dramatic that a serious actor suddenly disappeared from the stage. I was strung in the air like a tortoise, and that was the first time someone laughed watching my performance.
Looking at the movie posters on the wall, the smile on the young man's face froze.
I knew the audience didn't mean any malice at the time, so I thought it was not bad being a weeping clown. That was what I told myself, but it only got me even more anxious. Every night, I stayed up late thinking about new ways to make people laugh. Gradually, it affected my sleep. It was like someone had flipped a switch in my mind. Starting from that night, the world was shrouded in a gray mist.
The young man was used to maintaining a smile before another person. His facial muscles had remembered that feeling, so even if he was not happy, he was smiling.
Perhaps you should consider becoming a horror actor.
Hanfei suggested sincerely, but the young man shook his head. In a way, he was as stubborn as Hanfei.
I didn't become a comedy actor because I like to act. It is because I like to see people smile that I trained so hard to be a comedy actor.
While they conversed, the young man's phone kept vibrating. The members from the Happiness Neighborhood group didn't chat in the group. They didn't want the chat group to be leaden with negative emotions. Instead, they PM'd the young man to ask about him. The light from the screen lit up the young man's face as he patiently replied to the people one by one. Hanfei stood beside the young man and observed him. It felt like he was looking into a mirror. With the guidance from the previous manager, Hanfei became the building manager for Happiness Neighborhood Building 1. Even though his life was constantly at risk, he tried his best to save the tenants at Happiness Neighborhood. The cryptic world was forever engulfed in darkness. In the endless darkness, Hanfei was like a barely noticeable firefly.
I'm sorry, there are too many things to deal with today.
The young man apologized to Hanfei before he returned to his phone. Perhaps people would think that he was doing something that was totally meaningless. But at the same time, it was because there were people who were insistent on doing these meaningless things that those who were close to choosing to leave the world would have second thoughts. This was not an issue of right or wrong. They merely understood something that most could not, because they had been touched by the same problem. Certain people, you were meeting them for the last time, you merely didn't realize that. The young man used 20 minutes to reply to all the messages. He was sincere with everyone inside the group. He didn't show any sign of impatience. It was like the words that he saved in real life. He poured all of them into the chats with the people in the group.
The members of the Happiness Neighborhood chat group are mostly patients. They are hiding in this corner of the world and lean on each other for warmth to survive the chill in their hearts. The only thing I can do for them is to help them secure this little piece of the world. Is that the reason you used to convince yourself to keep on living?
Hanfei's words were not gentle. Actually, this was the first time he used this tone to talk to a ghost inside the cryptic world.
The reason to keep on living?
The young man shook his head.
I am not afraid of death, and I do not need a reason to keep on living. Death is not scary. The scary thing is not living. The saddest thing in the world is seeing someone already preparing to die before he even has the chance to really live. Opportunities in life do not come that often. Once you miss them, they will never return. You won't even have the time to feel regret.
Hanfei looked at the man. He was persuading the comedy actor, but it also felt like he was conversing with himself from the past. He never had a chance like this before, a chance for him to face his own soul, the chance to have a heart-to-heart with his own self. With regards to whether Perfect Life was really an Iyashikei game, Han Fei thought he had already decided on an answer, but now his mind started to change again. Chapter 370.
When you're still alive, why think about death?
A horror movie actor stood face to face with a comedy actor and saw themselves in each other's eyes. Their futures were drastically different, but the path they had chosen was so eerily similar. One became the manager in the cryptic world as a living person. The other became the pillar for patients with a sickened body and mind. Both of them stood in their version of darkness and became a fleck of light in their night sky.
I will keep on living,
The young man said with a smile on his face.
I am a very good actor if I do say so myself. You're the first person to know my secret.
He controlled the avatar left behind by Yanzu and looked through the messages and pictures which remained of the boy. These were all evidence of his former presence.
You must have many similar accounts. Don't you ever feel tired guarding over them? One day, you might collapse.
Han Fei pulled over a chair and sat down beside the young man. He could sense the bad state the young man was in. The man had no channel to vent the pain in his heart, so whenever there was a new source of pain, he would suppress it deeper into his heart.
That is the positive part about my illness. I won't be able to feel any emotions that normal people would. Things like happiness and despair are the same to me. My heart is like an isolated city. Nothing can come in, but nothing can go out either.
The young man didn't lift his head as he continued to scroll through the boy's life.
I never talked about these thoughts of mine with others, but for some reason, I feel open around you. Like, you can understand what I'm feeling. A 52 Hz whale meeting another 52 Hz whale?
Han Fei knew the truth. He was conversing with his own soul. In a way, this was quite a saddening truth.
Yes, even though this is our first meeting, I feel like I have been waiting for you. It's like the reason I've lived for so long is for this day to arrive, for us to meet.
The man looked through the boy's memory. After a long time, he said,
Can you help me with a small favor? Help you keep your secret? No.
The man's hollow gaze gathered with light again.
I will try my best to make sure my profile is the last to blink out in the group chat, but like you said, if one night I suddenly topple over. The young man's heart was extremely barren. He had created so many laughs and smiles for his audience, but he took in all the pain for himself. During the process of conversation with Han Fei, his speech started to become more intermittent and his fingers started to shake like he was very cold.
I hope you can inherit the account of Firefly from me. Help me preserve the trace of their existence and guide the newcomers to the group.
Is that what the old man told you when he handed you the managerial position of the group? Yes, for us, the night is endless. Even if the world disappears, the night will still be there. Compared to the endless night, we are like easily extinguishable fireflies. We can't rival the night sky, and we can't bring light to anyone. But we can choose the way we would like to live so that we wouldn't be consumed by the darkness.
The correct thing to do, the knowledge of the world. The young man knew everything, but understanding and treating the problem were two different issues. The comedy actor had already tried the best he could. Compared to the other patients in the group, the young man was lucky to have run into Han Fei on that night, a person who could completely empathize with him and even resonated with his soul. After saying all that, the young man moved his gaze away from the computer screen. He looked at Han Fei seriously, waiting for his answer. The ghost in room 4094 had not appeared. Han Fei didn't even know if there was a soul-summoning ritual in this room. All he did after entering the room was to converse with his own soul, and now he was reaching the turning point of the conversation. Han Fei needed to make his choice, and his choice would affect the subsequent choice of the owner of room 4094.
I will help you record your account and your past, but I hope that day will never come.
After Han Fei gave his promise, the young man's expression softened. For the man who could never feel any emotions, he had never felt so relieved in his life.
Can you give me your contact number? So that we can contact each other more easily.
The young man took out his phone. His black phone was still pinging with new messages from the chat group. The chat group was the only thing that was meaningful in his life. Han Fei listed out the number that he had used for years. At first, the young man didn't react that much to it, but as he was about to key in the last number, his finger froze over the phone.
This number. The young man lifted his head with disbelief and looked at Han Fei with confusion. How do you know my phone number?
The blood from his heart rushed to his brain. The man's skin paled. The soul who was summoned would live according to their fixed memory, trapped in their own bubble. When they realized the problem, they would slowly awaken to the fact that they were already dead.
Not only do I know the phone number that you've used for 7 years, I also know that you've always kept this axiom on your phone. The best actor is yourself going about life.
Han Fei looked at the transformation of the young man. The temperature of room 4094 also started to drop.
How did you know that? I have not told anyone about that before. Because you are me. There is no second 52 Hz whale in the world, but there are 2 souls who are willing to become fireflies in the dark.
Han Fei flashed a smile similar to the one on the young man's face. It was a kind and gentle smile, the smile that could bring people around him comfort. But only the 2 knew that there was a soul that couldn't smile behind that gentle smile.
I will help you fulfill your final wish and become the new manager and protect all the patients even if my profile is the only one that remains lit inside the chat group.
Han Fei laid his hands on the young man's shoulder.
Your goal is something that I've been doing. We have never given up, haven't we?
The temperature from Han Fei's palms gave the young man some warmth. The shock on his face slowly turned into serenity and acceptance. His skin was losing all color. A deep strangulation mark appeared around his neck. The man had no makeup on his face, but a scratch mark surfaced at the corner of his eye, giving him the appearance of a weeping clown. As more things entered his mind, the growl of a stranger erupted from the young man's throat. His rationality was being consumed. Blood vessels bulged on his face. The young man's appearance was starting to differ from Han Fei as his body started to shrink like he was being sucked dry. Room 4094 morphed alongside the young man. The luxurious furniture was replaced by old and simple ones. Cracks appeared on the wall. The ceiling sunk as if it was about to crush the young man and Han Fei standing in the middle of the room. Everything only stopped when the light from the sinking ceiling almost reached the young man's head. Room 4094 became dilapidated. The young man before Han Fei turned muddled. The glow in his eyes was gone. The sound of cracking startled Han Fei. He whipped out his knife and turned around. He only then noticed the door of the bedroom had been pushed open and a student about 10 plus stood at the door. There was a white can placed beside his feet. The can contained white rice and yellowed paper. The yellow talisman had the name Firefly on it. This student is the owner of room 4094. Han Fei guarded the young man behind him and regarded the student with alertness. The boy's head slowly lifted. He was hugging a book and a picture frame in his arms. Different from the other soul-summoning ritual, the boy didn't use a death portrait for his ritual. Instead, the frame contained the picture of a gaming avatar. It was probably Firefly's avatar.
It was you who summoned Firefly to this place. You don't even know his real name and appearance. Why would you do this to him?
The soul who was summoned to Ziggurat was mostly living humans. In other words, the person who had the avatar of Firefly was half dead in the real world.
I wouldn't be able to complete the ritual on my own.
When the boy spoke, several human faces appeared in his mouth. The faces gushed forward like waves. The torrent also caused Han Fei to fall. If they didn't purposely avoid the young man behind Han Fei would be sent out the window already.
I've not seen Firefly. I don't even know his real name, but he is someone very important to me and to us.
The student spoke. Han Fei saw the dead bodies in his mouth. They hid inside the darkness of the body, surrounded by shadows. Flesh and skin, they were a layer used by these people to avoid interaction with the outside world.
Us. Are you the users from the Happiness Neighborhood chat group?
Han Fei's brain spun quickly.
Are you Yinzu? The group is not called Happiness Neighborhood. There was a problem with the ritual. One of your souls has mixed into Firefly's memory. 2 memories mixed together, and thus the worldview changed with it.
The student's voice was cold like a dead body, but Han Fei was thankful that the boy didn't show direct hostility.
You've seen what happened earlier. Firefly is still doing his best to fulfill his promise. My soul is someone like Firefly. We will protect this precious treasure as best as possible.
Han Fei's soul of kindness and understanding entered Firefly's consciousness. As Firefly's own consciousness was about to collapse from the pressure of the ritual, it was Han Fei's soul which saved him. Firefly was ready to accept death, but Han Fei, who had been in the cryptic world for so long, was different. His survival spirit was strong as iron and came as a timely support for Firefly.
If you still care about Firefly, then let me leave with him. Firefly has been searching for death, but his experience here might change his perspective on things. He has been guarding the traces of your existence, so I hope you will give him the second chance to approach life.
He had to bring Firefly away to save everyone inside the building.
We never wanted to hurt Firefly. We didn't expect the ritual to work. Each of us has tried summoning him for the past 14 years, but it never worked. But today it did. He has held on to the promise for 14 years. And today he has arrived because of you.
The boy appeared to misunderstand something. The ritual succeeded tonight because of the butterfly and not Han Fei.
Really?
Han Fei said to himself.
He told me something curious earlier. He hoped that I would become the new manager.
The term manager had a unique meaning in the cryptic world. When Han Fei said that, the boy's brows twitched. But interestingly enough, the boy didn't correct Han Fei, and he didn't continue this conversation. Instead, he had Han Fei pick up Firefly's phone. After the transformation began inside room 4094, Firefly's phone changed too. It became old, and the broken screen was stuck on the chat group's page. The name of the chat group was no longer Happiness Neighborhood, but a row of death.
This is the thing Firefly has been protecting. A whole group of us who have already been grayed out. The boy lowered his head. Before he could finish, Firefly's phone vibrated. The boy then saw the name of the chat group had been changed. The row of death had been edited to Ziggurat's Tenancy Right and Tenant Support Group. When he saw the change to the name of the group, Han Fei was surprised. He looked shyly at the boy.
I was just giving it a try. I didn't realize that the manager can edit the name directly. Chapter 371. The group name that hadn't changed for 14 years was edited just like that. It was not that the new name, Ziggurat's Tenancy Right and Tenant Support Group, was that bad. It simply didn't fit the overall despairing atmosphere of the group chat. Blood leaked out from the cracked screen. The profiles of the dead typed out bloody red messages. When Han Fei's finger touched those strange messages, the sound of ghost wailing could be heard in his mind. The pained wailing contained an undercurrent of confusion. The souls who had been drawn into the darkest night opened their eyes and suddenly realized something had changed in the endless night sky of despair. Holding the phone with both hands, Han Fei was flustered. He was only checking the extent of the manager's power. He did not expect for something like this to happen.
The previous name of the chat group was too depressing. I just feel like we should learn to look forward. Furthermore, it is not our fault that this happened to us. A pair of invisible hands was manipulating our lives from the dark. Perhaps by cutting off that pair of hands, we will all find salvation.
Han Fei looked at the blood that was about to leak out from the screen and the ghostly profiles in the chat group. He was unsettled. In the cryptic world, a phone was invaluable, but the function of this phone couldn't be used casually. Every time Han Fei touched the phone, he would have to pay a certain price.
Is it possible to close this chat group?
The male student was like a zombie. He opened his mouth wide, and the human faces inside his body spoke at the same time.
It's not possible. The phone is Firefly's deepest obsession and the connection between us and him. Also, there is something we have to tell you. We have noticed that after we move into this building of despair, new tenants would often join in the chat group, even though we didn't invite them. Unlike us, they will not be so caring and cautious around Firefly.
The boy in room 4094 didn't expect Han Fei could change the chat group's name either. Before he could add something else, the phone in Han Fei's palm suddenly vibrated.
Laughing all day is requesting a video call.
Han Fei remembered this name from Firefly's memory. The person was making a video call probably because they wanted to see and confirm certain things. This was the first time Han Fei had a video call in the cryptic world. He had no experience at all. He freshened up and fixed his appearance because this might be the last recording of him alive. He clicked the accept button. Before he understood what happened, the phone screen was dragged into a live video of a living room. The room was dark and a single chair was placed in the dim living room. A young man was seated facing away from the camera.
Laughing lives in room 4174. He has this illness where he will always laugh no matter his emotions. He could be sad or in pain, but he would keep on laughing. He won't stop. Because of this illness, he was always bullied. In one instance of school bullying, his mind broke. He pounced at his bullies like a mad dog. As he laughed madly with tears streaming down his face, he grabbed a nearby compass and aimed the pointy end at the bully's eyes.
The student knew about Laughing's past.
Laughing managed to pull himself back at the last moment. The compass didn't puncture the bully's eye. However, Laughing's whole demeanor, how he was laughing and crying while doing something this crazy, was recorded by the other students. It was uploaded to the internet. After that, not only his bullies, but also his friends, teachers, and strangers on the internet thought Laughing had mental problems. Later, Laughing was expelled after the school authority had a meeting with Laughing's family. From then on, Laughing rarely left home anymore. His illness became more and more serious. His neighbors would often hear laughter filled with pain at midnight. To not disturb his neighbors, Laughing insulated his room with soundproof boards. His laughter was no longer able to escape. He too was forever trapped inside that room.
When the male student told Han Fei about Laughing's past, the young man who sat alone in the video slowly turned his head around to reveal half of his face. He had a creepy smile. The smile caused the blood capillaries to bulge on his face. They were branded on his face like a curse. However, different from the smile was the spirit in his eye, or the lack of. His pupil was gray, dim, and lacking in mirth. It was a quick look. It was less than 1 second, but the face twisted by involuntary smile had seared itself into Han Fei's mind. Any other person would be frightened by that horrifying, smiling face, but not Han Fei.
I am not Firefly, but I am someone just like him. He has created a warm sanctuary for all of you in real life, and I intend to create a real home for you in the cryptic world.
Han Fei saw himself as a professional actor. Sometimes, he couldn't even tell whether he was acting or the habit had become his second nature, that his calmness had become part of himself. He thought he would be afraid, but when he saw the twisted and pained smile on Laughing's face, the fear in his heart was replaced by something else.
The forever grayed out profile pictures have all lit up. How much longer do you plan to stay inside your room?
After knowing about Laughing's past, Han Fei was determined to help him. This was not only because he needed aid from the young man, but also Han Fei was sincere about helping the individuals inside the chat group. Looking into that eye, Han Fei moved the camera to include Firefly.
He has protected your past, so let me help you lead you into your future. Tonight is a vital night, and it is the only chance for all of us. I do not need you to place your full trust in me. I only hope that you will give yourself a chance and give Firefly a chance. Firefly, who is the pillar of your community, has completed his promise. He is the last person to leave the group. He has guarded all of you until the very end, until his soul is wounded and his spirit is broken. Are you really going to sit back and watch him sink into darkness?
Han Fei gave Laughing some time to think while he manipulated the phone.
One of my souls has entered Firefly's consciousness. One of my habits was retained by Firefly. Whenever I feel defeated and need a booster, I would read the words that I have left for myself on my phone. The advice that my soul left for me was, the best actor in the world is you going about life. But Firefly has left another advice for himself.
Han Fei only noticed this when he got the phone and logged into Firefly's account. Firefly had a post that was viewable only to himself.
I cannot forget about them. Their hearts can no longer warm themselves, so I have to hold on to them tight. If I let go, their hearts will forever be frozen in ice and sink into the bottomless depth of darkness.
Han Fei recited the words written down by Firefly. He didn't inject too much performance element into it. The purity and sincerity of the words were the power behind it.
Firefly has thought about death many times. For him, death is not difficult. The real difficulty is to keep on living. I know you will be able to identify with that. Resisting the torture of the soul and combat the negative emotions in the mind before finding the courage to keep on living. Firefly has warmed you, and in return, you all have provided him with support. But now you have been used by the manager to pull the man who carried everyone's spirit into Ziggurat. Do you know? If you let him die now, it is not a release for him, but you would have destroyed everything that he has worked for. If you are really sincere about helping him, then you have to let him go, Let him return to the place where he belongs. Allow him to carry on with all of your hope and anticipation. Then he will truly become the existence that proves that hope is real.
When Laughing saw Firefly's profile lit up, he sent the video call invitation immediately. Throughout the process, he said not a single word. Sitting alone before his phone, he was the perfect listener. Laughing couldn't even remember why he made this call in the first place. His mind was just echoing with Han Fei's words. At the ziggurat, no one was like Han Fei. His face froze with yet another smile, but this smile was slightly different from usual. Gradually the smile turned into a guffaw as blood tears leaked out from the man's eyes. Underneath the maddening laughter, Han Fei believed he heard.
Firefly will not perish in the eternal darkness.
After the video call ended, Han Fei had more confidence regarding the plan that night. He turned to look at Firefly beside him. He leaned over to help Firefly ease more comfortably onto the couch, but was surprised to find that Firefly's expression was no longer as numb as before. He stared at the screen. It was as if, after the conversation with Laughing, Firefly's weak consciousness was triggered and the memory inside him was awakened. Perhaps by chatting with more of Firefly's chat group friends, Firefly could slowly return to normal. Han Fei instantly put that to the test and realized it was true. Thus Han Fei started to reach out to those profiles with familiar IDs from Firefly's memory. Like Firefly used to, Han Fei consoled and encouraged these people. He approached them one by one and shared with them his thoughts. This masterful actor was also an experienced patient. He had done a lot of research into psychiatry, so he knew what he was talking about. Han Fei soon gained the approval of some tenants. His role as the manager was accepted by more and more people. After he chatted with most of the group managers and was arranging their information in his mind, the phone vibrated again.
Number 4204 is requesting a video call. Those who have received help from Firefly would have an actual ID. The tenants who joined the group chat after would use their room number as their ID.
The male student warned Han Fei.
You better think twice before answering this call. Since they have joined this group, it means that they too wanted to change.
After giving it some thought, Han Fei decided to answer it. Most of the tenants here only had 1-4. Other than the male student and Laughing, they were quite weak.
Room 4204. This person is living on the 20th floor?
Based on Han Fei's experience from Building 1, tenants from beyond floor 20 were generally scarier. The call was connected. Before he could say anything, blood splattered on the screen. Then he heard a familiar voice say,
Soul summoning? But I am not your family. I don't even know you. However, you do not dare to harm me, and will even listen to my every word. For me, you've committed murders and dismembered bodies. Looks like my speculation is correct. My soul has infiltrated your family member's body. This is interesting. You are supposed to be ghosts, but you are as cowardly as a man.
The voice was leaden with madness and a desire for destruction. Han Fei gawked with disbelief when he heard the voice. He was certain that the voice belonged to himself. My own soul is in room 4204. Han Fei had lost 3 souls, and they formed 3 consciousness, one for Han Fei's childhood, one for his kindness and hope, and the last was closest to the memory of redness. It probably represented the evil and cunning within Han Fei. Chapter 372. The blood blotted most of the screen. Only a man's voice could be heard. The man was a soul made into being by the soul chaser, but it was perfectly comfortable at the ziggurat. Through small clues, he managed to guess his own identity and status in a short amount of time. He made use of the connection between the room owner and his host to easily win the upper hand. To be frank, the soul would require sharp observational skill as well as a very crazy and smart mind to accomplish this.
Since I can assume your family's consciousness, then I should be able to do the same to you. Why don't you come and eat me? Or perhaps let me control his body to crawl into your stomach. Then you'll be together forever, and I won't need to worry about my own safety anymore.
The maddened voice was similar to Han Fei. Han Fei outside the screen stared at the phone. He had a feeling his evil soul was going to rock Ziggurat tonight. The blood slowly beaded together and slid down the screen. Han Fei could barely see what was inside room 4204. The whole room was covered in blood. The walls of the rooms constricted and expanded like a heart. In the middle of the room stood a monster about 3 meters tall. Its head was almost touching the ceiling. Its arms laid weakly by its side. There were tattoos of chains on them. The monster's spine was made up of protruding skulls. The monster's wrinkled face stared at his own stomach. The stomach had been slashed open. There was no blood, but instead plenty of hair. The hair was knotted together to form knots of resentment. The thing that caught Han Fei's attention, though, was he saw a young man about his size standing in front of the monster's stomach, and he was using an impossible speed to undo the knots. The monster who had killed so many people could have wiped out the young man easily, but he didn't do that. Eventually, all the knots were unmade, and the young man crawled into the monster's stomach. At the same time, the monster's muddled eyes turned red, and a new skull grew on his spine. Unlike the other weathered faces, this face was extremely young and devilish.
You have such a cool power. Why didn't you use You still mind the rules at Ziggurat? What rules are there at this dark and despairing place? If you're strong enough, you make the rules.
The monster's body expanded. Energy filled up his guts. As the knots on the stomach were undone, the seals on the monster were lifted as well. Room 4204 pounded like a living heart. Just as the walls were about to crack, the large monster squeezed through the front door and stormed into the corridor.
What kind of monster is that?
Han Fei watched the senior monster walk away through the screen. When the monster left the room, the young man turned to glance at the spot where the phone lay like he knew all along someone was watching him. As the footsteps disappeared, room 4204 slowly returned to normal. Several minutes later, all the blood receded. They gathered in the middle of the room and became a blood-red shadow. This shadow was the true owner of room 4204. It was forced to fake death earlier to escape actual death.
4204? Are you all right?
Han Fei had many things he wanted to ask. The bloody shadow was still recovering from the intrusion. He stood before the camera and studied Han Fei. In the end, he seemed to sense something from Han Fei and ended the video call.
There is a rotten, bleeding heart residing in room 4204. No one knows where he comes from, and people rarely interact with him. But why was the senior monster from room 4234 rampaging around room 4204 earlier?
The male student was confused. Han Fei was already in battle mode. He fired off a series of messages in the chat group. He warned everyone to stay in their room and be prepared for the worst. The message was received with suspicion. After all, Han Fei was new to the job. In fact, even the male student didn't quite get it.
The senior monster from room 4234 is the earliest tenant at Ziggurat. He is extremely powerful, but there is no need for such a warning, right?
Other tenants also thought Han Fei was overreacting. No matter how powerful the senior monster was, he wouldn't dare to openly violate the rules of Ziggurat and charge into another tenant's room. Han Fei was quite desperate and angry seeing how innocent these people were. If it was just the senior monster, then indeed there was nothing to worry about. There were still many tenants who were more terrifying than him at Ziggurat, like the headless door guardian, the figurines in Zhuang Ren's family's home. But everyone missed an important detail. The senior monster was literally not himself at the moment. It was Han Fei's evil soul who was controlling him. Han Fei at level 13 didn't have any offensive ability, but he had already cleared Yiming Private Academy, ruined the meat packing plant, burnt down the security company, collapsed the cattle alley, and now he was inside a grade E hidden map. The senior monster looked as powerful as the female live streamer. In other words, Han Fei's evil soul was now in control of a large lingering spirit. Just the thought of it feared Han Fei. What would a completely evil version of himself do after he acquired the power and ability of a large lingering spirit? One of the tenants said in the chat group that the senior monster wouldn't violate the manager's rules, but for Han Fei, rules were made to be broken. These tenants should be thankful if the senior monster only broke into their rooms. Han Fei worried that there would be a bloodbath instead. For a splitting moment, Han Fei believed this was the plan of the butterfly all along. It made Han Fei's evil soul cleansed all the tenants. That way he would walk the path of the tester and slowly lose himself to become a bloody butcher.
Don't be so worried. Do you really think he'll destroy this whole building?
The male student consoled Han Fei.
Tonight is the night of resurrection where there is a paper doll procession and every family is conducting the soul summoning ritual. The manager will intervene if the senior monster steps out of line. If I were you, I wouldn't count on Ziggurat's manager. It is the kind of evil that you can't even begin to fathom.
Han Fei didn't know how to convince the boy. He frowned in thought. Then he opened his menu and started to recite from his professional resume.
Everything I said is true. I've done many jobs before, but because of the presence of that evil soul, everything is ruined. Ruined? Not in the sense that you might understand it.
Han Fei elaborated on his professional history. When he was a teacher, he killed the disciplined teacher. When he went to interview at a convenience store, the interviewer died after half an hour. After he switched a career path, all of his colleagues died. He joined the security company and incidentally attracted the singer. The company was now covered in curse, and not even one employee remained. The male student was shocked after he heard Han Fei's resume. He stared at the ziggurat guard uniform Han Fei was wearing, and his pale face started to twitch. Chapter 373. No matter if Han Fei was lying or not, the male student panicked seeing the security guard uniform Han Fei was wearing.
Don't worry, it's fine to be around me. All the tragedies are the handiwork of that escaped soul. That's why I can't guarantee he won't do anything crazy, so you have to watch your own safety,
Han Fei said seriously. At this moment, he had a renewed understanding of himself.
But at the end of the day, he is just a summoned soul. It should be fine.
The male student's conviction was shaken.
Have you seen a soul manage to take over a senior monster in less than half an hour after he was summoned? If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable.
Han Fei was desperate. There were still 2 hours plus until 4:44 a.m. He had to find all of his missing souls before the resurrection of Butterfly. Han Fei was worried that his own soul would become like the door guardian. Not only would he refuse to return, he would also figure out ways to kill the main host. It was why Han Fei was so panicked after he saw the evil soul. However, Han Fei soon calmed down. Everything had two sides to it. The combination of his evil soul and the senior monster was scary, but if he manipulated the situation well, they could be immensely helpful to Han Fei.
The tenants inside Firefly's group are communicable. They can be considered allies. If my evil soul wants to cleanse the ziggurat, I should remind all the tenants in the group to go into hiding. That way, only the tenants who are completely dominated by the death curse would be eliminated by my evil soul.
At that moment, saving others was saving himself. Han Fei convinced the student and then had him persuade the other tenants with him. The tenants who were once aided by Firefly could end up as Han Fei's aides, so Han Fei didn't want anything to happen to them. The previously silent group chat suddenly became so busy. Han Fei was like a harbinger of doom. He was the siren that told everyone to go into hiding.
Do not fight him head-on. Do not converse with him. It's best if you go and hide. Do not interact with him at all.
This was a living human telling all the ghosts to be careful of their safety in the middle of the night. It was strangely comforting. The users who had been aided by Firefly before did listen to Han Fei's advice as deference to Firefly. However, the users who had their room numbers as ID refused to heed Han Fei's advice. From their perspective, it was already very kind that they didn't kill Han Fei directly. To have them follow Han Fei's orders? That was impossible. Before Han Fei could say anything more, he heard the sound of glass breaking coming from the top floor. The last time he heard something like that, it was when the jumper woman appeared. He rushed to the window and tried to open it, but he was stopped by the student.
One mustn't open the windows at the ziggurat. The neighborhood is surrounded by mist of death. The monsters hidden inside the mist might crawl into the building if you open the window. Then what will happen if you shatter the window and no one goes to fix it? Would the mist from outside continue to billow in?
Han Fei asked curiously.
You're just here and you don't know many things. Ziggurat has its own life. After part of it is destroyed, it will heal and rebuild itself over time. It is like a human body. The wound will automatically scab and then heal. The ziggurat is alive. Speaking of which, the whole neighborhood is surrounded by this strange mist. Before I entered the place, I was already curious. Where did the mist come from?
Han Fei voiced the question he had been carrying. Ziggurat was the most dangerous building in this area. The whole neighborhood was shrouded in mist. In the beginning, he thought the mist was just a prop. It was not until the unmentionable singer also lost its direction in the mist that Han Fei realized how scary this mist really was.
Pure hatred is above lingering spirit, and unmentionable is above pure hatred. With Butterfly's power, it shouldn't be able to summon such a thick mist. Does the mist exist before Butterfly took over the managerial position here? I don't know either. But I do know that the gray mist, death curse all originate from the underground of the ziggurat.
The student answered honestly.
Underground? Have you been there? No, the underground can only be accessed through the elevator, and I do not like cramped spaces, so I have never taken the elevator.
Hearing the student's answer, Han Fei was reminded of a scene from the ziggurat game. All those soul chasers appeared to have come from the underground using the elevator.
What is hidden underground?
Han Fei had just asked that question when the sound of glass shattering came from the top floor. It was mixed with brazen laughter. The glass shards rained down like crystal. They fell into the mist and disappeared like they were swallowed. The windows were shattered floor by floor. As the mist gushed into the building, the song outside the building became clearer. It numbed Han Fei's skull.
It is very close to me. The person who is shattering the window intends to bring the singer into the building?
Hearing the familiar cackle, Han Fei knew who was behind this. His evil soul's plan was not bad. However, with just the power of a large lingering spirit, what could it do to an unmentionable? Why was he taunting the unmentionable? Had he lost his mind? Han Fei assumed his evil soul would target the other tenants. He didn't expect him to shatter the windows on every floor instead. His evil soul was as unpredictable as the man himself.
Is it me, or the song outside seems to be calling your name?
The male student asked. Han Fei was not in the mood to explain the situation to the boy. His brain was filled with everything he knew about the singer. The evil soul was crazy and adored chaos. One more uncertain factor would be added into the ziggurat. The evil soul is clever to let the singer into ziggurat. The singer will kill me on sight. However, the singer will kill him too. The windows were still breaking. When Butterfly arrived, the ziggurat would be unrecognizable to it already. The sound of the dirge, the song, and the glass breaking mixed together. The endless gray mist permeated the ziggurat. Han Fei, who stood beside the window, witnessed everything. This scene was eerily spectacular. Energy was everywhere. Chapter 374. The gray mist poured into Building 4. The windows couldn't repair themselves faster than the speed by which Han Fei's evil soul was destroying them. The tenants had not encountered something like this before. There had been fights between tenants, but they would never harm the building itself. After all, if the building collapsed, it brought no benefits to anyone. It was no different from suicide. However, this new soul was different from the others. He saw the rules at Ziggurat as something to be broken. It did not matter that he wished to die, but he aimed to bring everyone else down with him. This action finally convinced the male student of Han Fei's warning. Only someone that crazy would commit to the things Han Fei had described. The evil soul's actions were so illogically crazy that most of the tenants found them inexplicable. Initially, the tenants in the chat group didn't take Han Fei's warning seriously. Some of them even wanted to exit their rooms to check out the situation themselves. It was not until the windows started to shatter and the song echoed in their ears that they started to panic. Standing beside the window, Han Fei took in the chaos created by the evil soul, and he pondered how to control the man. The gray mist at Ziggurat surged towards Building 4. The mist was like a sea, and the singer was like a leviathan hidden in the depths, ramming against the building. When Butterfly returns, it will find the place leveled. Han Fei was not kidding. The singer noticed that there was something cooperating with it from inside Building 4. The unmentionable focused its aggression on Building 4, trying to enter it through the gray mist. Its idea was good, but it still couldn't break through the last layer of defense. It had been prowling outside the ziggurat for days already, and throughout that period, its hatred and rancor towards Han Fei grew. It had decided to destroy this neighborhood and spread its curse everywhere. The singer howled like it was bleeding. The dirge inside the building was instantly suppressed. A giant shadow materialized in the mist. It appeared to be the singer trying to squish its large body into the ziggurat. The unmentionables were scarier than pure hatreds. The ziggurat was having trouble resisting the singer's attacks. Furthermore, it had the evil soul's support from inside. The whole building shook and cracks appeared on the walls. Just as the building was about to collapse, billows of gray mist came out from the underground. The mist contained a heavier death curse. It was almost black in color. A normal person would be affected by the curse within the mist by just looking at it. The black mist gushed out from the underground to try to stop the singer. Even with the aid from the evil soul, the singer wouldn't be able to access the building in a short amount of time. Why is there so much mist hidden underground? Is there a giant cemetery underneath? Whose bodies would be buried there? Han Fei was shocked by his own speculation. A normal mass grave couldn't produce such a unique mist. He suspected there was not a mass grave underneath Ziggurat, but instead a unique body was buried there. Could it be Fu Sheng? Han Fei couldn't confirm. He only knew that there was a big secret hidden underneath the Ziggurat. Perhaps this is the opening for me to go underground to check it out. The glass kept shattering. The senior monster had become the scariest and most cunning presence at Ziggurat. He couldn't be reasoned with, and no one could defeat him.
We better find a place to hide. Based on his speed, your evil soul will reach this floor soon.
The male student stared at the security uniform Han Fei was wearing and the cracks that appeared on the wall. He assumed Han Fei's soul might massacre the tenants. Now he realized the soul intended to bring the whole building down with him.
I doubt hiding will be of any use. When he is close to me, he will sense my presence.
Han Fei said honestly.
Kid, what is the chance of you winning the senior monster? Absolutely zero.
The student was afraid. He knew the man before him for less than 30 minutes, but now their lives were tied together.
Then you better come with me. Bring along Firefly and Lai Sheng. We're heading underground.
Han Fei didn't make this decision out of panic. Lai Sheng's father was a soul chaser. He would know the layout of the underground better. When Han Fei was discussing the solution with the male student, the sound of windows shattering suddenly stopped.
It sounds like it stopped on the 13th floor. Is there a scary tenant on that floor?
The evil soul was not going to break the windows in every room. He was not going to challenge all the tenants. He was only going for the weaker ones. He needed to tear out the biggest opening at the ziggurat in the shortest amount of time.
I don't think so.
The male student was confused.
Does that mean we can stay? Don't leave your life in the hands of others. You should come underground with me.
Han Fei and the male student carried Firefly and Lai Sheng out of the room. By then, the paper doll procession was too busy to care about them anymore.
This is bad. This is bad. The sound of glass shattering is coming to this floor. We're going to die soon.
Inside room 4134, 2 males and 1 female hid behind the couch. They were the people Han Fei saved from the dresser world, the mother and Feng Ziyu's unlucky neighbor, as well as the original tenant of room 4134, Hua Kuei, the security guard at Ziggurat.
In the end, I'll die at this horrible place.
Feng Ziyu's neighbor was a fat uncle. When Butterfly captured Feng Ziyu, the uncle was at Feng Ziyu's place to complain about the noise. He was accidentally captured by the butterfly and was abandoned in the dresser world.
Stop fidgeting like a woman. You're making it hard to focus.
Hua Kuei, in the only set of clean uniform, was ready for a battle. He grabbed the flashlight and rubber battened tightly.
We should just run.
The middle-aged man crawled up from the ground.
Bicinian told us to wait for him here.
The silent woman finally spoke.
He will return. He promised to help him find my missing child. Also, didn't you think that the laughter outside sounded just like him?
Hua Kuei and the middle-aged man were too nervous to notice. The woman stopped speaking. She examined the picture in her palm. It was her son. He was cute and innocent. He wore a pajama with a little bear print.
Shush. Something is coming.
Hua Kuei was nervous. He stared out the window. The windows above his floor had all been shattered. The wind howled into the building.
It's here. Strange noise sounded inside the corridor. It sounded like limbs crawling on the ceiling. The scariest thing was the sound stopped when it passed by room 4134. The 3 survivors looked at each other. Their eyes filled with terror. They didn't dare to make any noise and prayed that the thing outside would leave them be. Perhaps some kind of evil god did hear that prayer, because after a few seconds of silence, the anti-theft door started to grow with black blood vessels. The decomposing black blood seeped into the room. Bang! The locked door was cracked open violently. Crazed laughter echoed into the room. Segments of skulls extended out from the spine. Two bloody arms slammed through the door. The curse swept through the security guard uniform in the living room and surged towards the spot behind the sofa. The three in room 4134 were no match for the senior monster. The wave of energy gushed at them. They would not even feel the curse's pain before their souls were grounded into smithereens.
The two of you need to go. Try to survive.
Iyashikei was extremely virtuous. He held the baton and guarded the woman. The woman and the uncle backed away, but they couldn't open the window which was sealed by the ziggurat's curse. There has to be a reason why such a weak ghost manages to survive for so long. A human face opened his eyes on the senior monster's spine. The face looked just like Han Fei, but deviousness etched between his forehead, and his lips were curved in madness. The evil soul was extremely clever. He saw something hidden in Iyashikei. Instead of crushing the man with energy, he tried to inject the senior monster's curse into the man. If he succeeded, it was a good thing. If he failed, he lost nothing. The death curse morphed into a rope to drag Iyashikei to the back of the senior monster. Iyashikei saw the faces on the monster's spine.
Wait, it's you, Bicinian.
When Iyashikei almost fainted from fear, he saw Han Fei's face. He refused to believe his eyes.
The fuck? We haven't seen each other for only a few nights. What happened to you?
The evil soul's eyes swept over Iyashikei. He instantly realized something.
There were some accidents when I tried to combine with my family. I lost part of my memory. Do you know me?
Han Fei's evil soul was as cunning as Han Fei. He knew what to say at any occasion.
Of course. You are Bicinian, the new security guard hired by Ziggurat. You led both of them here.
Iyashikei sighed in relief. He didn't expect to still be alive.
Bicinian is back. There's no need to run anymore.
The woman stopped running. The middle-aged man hid behind the woman. His legs were shaking. He didn't even dare to look at the monster.
You two also know me.
The evil spirit's voice was laced with danger. Only a few people dared to lie to him.
You saved both of us. You're a very kind person.
Kind person? Me?
The hatred on the face deepened. It is as I expected. No wonder when I tried to let the powerful ghost from outside into the building, there was a resistance from my heart. So it is due to my kindness. But shouldn't kind people go to heaven? Why am I in hell instead?
You helped us escape from danger, and even helped to search for my missing boy. We are at fault that you've become something like this.
The woman looked at the monster and felt pained and saddened.
I can sense pain from you. Are you feeling sorry for me?
The evil soul controlled the senior monster to grab the woman and placed her before him. He sniffed the woman and looked into the woman's face.
Tell me everything about my past and personality. Include every word that I have told you. Perhaps that way I can change back from being a monster and find the past me.
The woman's body was bound by curses. She looked into Han Fei's handsome and dark face. She didn't hide anything and told him how kind and precious Han Fei was.
Such a good person is sent to hell. Is that fair?
The evil spirit mobilized the senior monster's arm and locked the trio on the monster's back. He then grinned wickedly at the window.
I'm running out of time, so we'll talk as we move. Don't stop talking. Tell me more.
He focused the energy on the window. It was the only way to break the seal on the window. After all the windows were shattered on the 13th floor, the black mist underground exploded again. The black mist gushed towards the singer.
Old man, the grave that you mentioned has been activated. The curse from the grave is now tussling with the singer outside. That means it would have no time to stop us, right?
The black mist floated into room 4134. The evil soul opened its arms.
Since the world is not fair, then what is the point of surviving? Don't worry, I will shatter all the chains on you. Who dares to stop me? I will crush them into pieces.
The voice chilled the room. Amidst the echoes of crazed laughter, the senior monster left room 4134 carrying the three hostages with him. The evil soul whistled to sense the location of the singer. He rapidly arrived at the first floor. The window at the corner of the first-floor corridor was furthest from the singer. Currently, all the black mist at the ziggurat was gathering towards the singer. The evil spirit finally found the opening he was looking for.
Old man, your family has been carrying the death curse for dynasty. After your family dies, they will come to this place. Do you really wish this curse on your grandson?
The evil soul looked at the boarded-up window at the corner.
Your juniors have all been embedded into your spine. Your back is supported by the heads of your family. It is time to end this horrible life.
The character Death appeared on the thin arms. The senior monster's muddled eyes reddened with blood.
My appearance is a coincidence and a necessity. I can feel the anger and hatred you've been suppressing for decades. Bind yourself to me. Instead of being kept like livestock, why not use this opportunity to fight back?
The senior monster grabbed at the wooden planks on the window. The hatred within him was fully ignited by the evil soul. Chapter 375 Building 4 had 24 floors, and the senior monster lived on the 23rd floor. He was the ghost closest to the top floor and was the oldest tenant here. The tenants here had never seen him murder or lose his patience. The senior monster stayed in his room and was surprisingly nice for someone of his strength. If someone accidentally entered room 4234, they would be pushed out by an unknown force. If the 24th floor was the most dangerous floor, then the 23rd floor could be considered the safest. Every tenant knew of the senior monster, but like the male student, none of them was frightened of him. But their impression was going to change that night when the senior monster met with Han Fei's evil soul. The senior monster's only blood relative was summoned to Ziggurat, and his only living legacy was corrupted by an evil spirit. If he didn't want his legacy to end, he had no choice but to cooperate with the evil spirit. Initially, the senior monster was only playing along until he could find the chance to yank the spirit out. But as they spent more time together, the senior monster realized the spirit seemed to be more familiar with the rules of Ziggurat than he was. In fact, compared to his own grandson, the senior monster started to hope that the evil spirit was his own bloodkin instead. His seemingly crazy and lawless actions were carefully calculated. His madness was controlled by an absolutely rational mind. This kind of person was born for the cryptic world. If the evil spirit stayed on his own grandson, perhaps the blood curse which had been troubling the senior monster's lineage could be stopped. In the endless darkness, the senior monster saw the hope given by the spirit. Therefore, he decided to fully cooperate with the spirit to grasp this chance to escape. His thin skin surfaced with black and red tattoos. Death curses were forced out from his body. The heart that had been hibernating within the senior monster's chest had been awakened. Scabs covered with curses fell. The black heart pumped with unimaginable energy. The blood of his entire lineage flowed through his body. The human faces on the spine howled. The senior monster's falling hair was dyed red. His thin body rapidly expanded and his wrinkles smoothed out. The deaths inside the monster were forced out. His black heart awakened with blood. When the first bead of blood dripped, the black heart cracked. Hatred that had been suppressed for generations exploded. His people would never have eternal rest. They had all been turned into monsters. How could he forget such deep-seated resentment? The arms which had plumped up several times peeled off the wooden boards. The senior monster stopped hiding his hatred. He became the first tenant at the ziggurat to challenge the manager. His eyes were crimson. The monster crushed the windows sealed up by the manager. As the gray mist rushed at him, the senior monster walked out from the ziggurat without any hesitation. The moment he did, the faces on the monster's spine wailed in pain. The word death repeated itself endless on his children and grandchildren's faces. The death curse left behind on the senior monster had been triggered. He would die if he left Ziggurat. The blood from the black heart coursed through the body. The gray mist was unable to stop the senior monster. At that moment, a wisp of song came from the black mist.
Why are you still hesitating? Give all your hatred to me.
All the faces on the senior monster's spine were twisted from pain, except one. The face glared with vindication and shouted madly. The surface of the black heart completely shattered. The hatred buried inside the senior monster burned through the old man's veins like fire. The senior monster's blood exploded in the gray mist, like a red firework falling into the Black Sea. The senior monster used his arms to tear away the mist. While most of the mist was distracted by the singer, he punched his way through the weakest point of the ziggurat. An opening appeared in the mist. After the senior monster walked through the opening, he and his family would gain freedom. The senior monster had imagined this for generations. He resisted the pain from his body, fought them with his hatred, and dragged his body towards the opening. As the mist regathered, the senior monster definitely was quick enough to escape, but when he was one step away from leaving, the senior monster suddenly stopped. Inside the monster's heart, buried deep inside the monster's source of hatred, a cocoon covered in death started to break open. Perhaps because the butterfly was forced to surface ahead of time, it was extremely ugly. Its tattered wings were imprinted with the faces of the senior monster's later generation. It was born from the hatred of the senior monster's lineage. It was connected to the entire bloodline of the senior monster. Once it flapped its wings, the senior monster's children and grandchildren would all die. The death curses on the body were merely the smokescreen. The cocoon inside the heart was the reason Butterfly allowed the senior monster such freedom at Ziggurat.
Old man, have you no idea that your heart has been tampered with? Someone wanted to use you and your whole lineage to cultivate a bug.
The butterfly had lied to the senior monster all along. The thing would never leave a threat by his side. Since it chose to keep the senior monster, then it could only be that he served some kind of purpose. Blood tears flowed out from his eyes, reddening his face. The evil soul controlled the senior monster's arm to pluck away the heart of hatred. The senior monster was surprised by this as well. When his fingers approached the heart, the butterfly's broken wings flapped. Instantly, the senior monster's spine broke. The skulls crushed. They looked fragile, like they could disintegrate at any moment. Without the heart, the senior monster would die immediately. The family that the senior monster carried literally on his back would perish as well, but Han Fei's evil soul might survive. With the exit just a step away, the evil soul could have easily escaped out from the ziggurat alone. The hands covered in curse reached for the heart, but stopped above it. The evil soul hesitated and put the hands away.
I can't do it. I'm a good person after all.
The opening narrowed. The evil spirit glared viciously at the mutated butterfly inside the monster's heart.
The real curse has always been inside you. Your deepest secret has long since been exposed to the manager. You're so pitiable that I can't even bring myself to kill you. But worry not. As long as it is a curse, there is a solution. For example, killing the person who planted the curse.
The evil curse rambled on fearlessly.
You've been thinking about making an escape, but the thing never intended for you and your family to live from the beginning. You should know what to do now, right?
He was one step away from the exit, but he couldn't reach it. Facing such a despairing situation, the evil soul didn't look disappointed. It was as if he had predicted this outcome. If anything, his eyes burned with even greater rancor.
I've already told you, power is only meaningful when you use it. Since the manager never intended for you to live, then why live by its rules anymore?
The evil soul's voice echoed in the mist, penetrating every soul.
Kill. Murder. Destroy.
He shouted without care.
Use everything the manager has left behind to strengthen yourself. Once you kill enough, we'll become the death curse no one dares to go against anymore.
Chapter 376. The senior monster stood at the opening. He looked at the world outside the gray mist before he slowly turned around. His red eyes were no longer confused. Hatred and resentment weaved in his eyes. The senior monster used action to inform the evil soul of his choice. The spine extended, and the human faces were polluted by hatred. Their blood bond amplified the hatred. The senior monster's body expanded further. The hatred in his heart was boiling as he stomped his way back into the ziggurat. Without the senior monster, the gray mist rapidly recovered. As it was about to close, a blood-red table knife sliced through it. The red lips moved, and a female voice echoed in the mist.
His laughter came from this way. I am sure that was him.
Bloody dress stuck to her skin, her every step radiating with arresting beauty, sickening beauty, maddening beauty. Multiple hands kept the opening from closing. The sounds of sobbing appeared. A boy holding an urn followed behind the woman. There were tears on his face and spikes of despair protruded out from his body.
It does sound like him.
One tall and one short figure exuded a heavy air of misfortune. After they entered the mist, the tall one ate the small one.
To lure the singer to the ziggurat, and while the singer is dealing with the gray mist, he hit the weakest spot of the mist. He then laughed to signal to us his location. Only he will do something like that. But how would he know that we'd come looking for him? Just get in. The boss laughter sounded different from before. I suspect he might be in danger.
A man in a convenience store outfit rushed towards the ziggurat. His only eye glinted dangerously. As the mist closed around him, black eyes opened in the mist. Beside the single-eyed man was a young girl. Her eyes were closed, and she held a screaming girl doll in her arm. These people shuffled into the ziggurat from the opening. The man at the back of the group lifted his head. He wore a cap and a normal windbreaker. He looked fragile, but no one wanted to stay too close to him. There was a rumor at Happiness Neighborhood. 8 people had died inside a room, and their bodies were pieced together haphazardly. Because the creation was too strong and its resentment too heavy, the manager was forced to cut them apart and keep their body parts at different spots of the neighborhood. The death in the gray mist pierced through the skin. The weak man looked at Ziggurat and slowly removed his cap. He had a very normal face, and his name was Wei Yofu.
Hanfei, we've come to fetch you.
The group of people didn't waste any more time. They walked in the shadows, hid their presence, and slipped into Ziggurat through the opening. The purest death from the underground was triggered by the evil soul. Endless death tussled with the singer. The building's shell started to crack. It was getting destroyed faster than it could heal.
A building named by death, but it is somehow alive. This is just disgusting.
The evil soul controlled the senior monster to smash through the wall. The inner part of the wall started to bleed like actual human skin.
The manager will return at 4:44 a.m. We still have plenty of time.
Standing inside the corridor, small black blood vessels crawled out from the senior monster's body. They were like roots of an ancient tree. They crawled into the rooms through the cracks and gaps. The roots were black before they entered the rooms, but eventually they would turn red. The red blood was heavy with pain and hatred. They would all become the senior monster's food. To prevent himself from being targeted by the manager, the senior monster locked himself up inside his room. He thought that way. He could somehow survive at the ziggurat, but the manager never intended for him to live in the first place. The hatred in his heart exploded, and no one at the ziggurat could stop the senior monster. He moved up the floors, massacring everything and everyone in the way. The tenants who didn't hide well were all food for the evil soul. To save time, the senior monster didn't stop. But when he reached the 3rd floor, he slowed down. The evil soul's face slowly turned to glance at Hua Kuei and the woman on the senior monster's back. The duo shivered under the evil soul's gaze. The senior monster stopped moving. His roots-like vessels rushed towards room 4034.
It doesn't sound too quiet tonight. The 4 of us better be careful. It is never peaceful on the annual night of resurrection. But as long as we have control of this soul chaser, the other soul chaser will not come after us. Correct. The situation outside has nothing to do with us.
Room 4034 had a table in the middle of it. For gamblers were playing mahjong. Their death portraits were placed in the middle of the living room, and the table was scattered with paper money.
Are we sure it's fine for us to trap this soul chaser like this? We've tricked quite a few wandering spirits this year.
The gambler to the west of the table said as he played a tile. His eyes glanced towards the boy trapped behind the 4 death portraits. The boy had his head lowered, and he wore a bloody pajama with a little bear print. He was like a broken doll that had no self-consciousness.
Don't jinx it. We're fine every year, so why would it be different this year? When the other soul chasers sense that there is a soul chaser in our room, they will not come inside. That is the rules of the ziggurat.
The gambler to the south said.
Why did both of you play the tiles of West Wind?
The gambler to the east also played the same tile. He glanced around casually.
There is a rumor that if every person at the table plays the tiles of West Wind, they will all die and head towards the Western Nirvana. Dare to try? We're already in this state. Why would we still fear death?
The gambler to the north pulled a west wind. As the 3 other gamblers stared at him, He ultimately decided to keep the tile.
But I'm not superstitious like you people, Itong.
When he put down the mahjong tile, the man realized he lost control of his body. Sensing something, he looked up. The ceiling was covered in intertwining black blood vessels.
What are those?
The front door cracked. Before he could get an answer, his chest was punctured by a hand. Red blood burned through his body. His broken body was tossed to the side. The evil soul wiped away the blood from his palm. His eyes swept the mahjong table. He swiped his palm down, and the black vessels on the ceiling pulled down the wall. There were screams as the evil soul cackled. He flipped over the 4 death portraits on the table and single-handedly picked up the soul chaser boy.
Hey, look, is this your child?
Chapter 377. The senior monster's nails were covered in endless curse. Just the sight of it was horrifying. The monster's nails pierced through the boy's red clothes. They hooked through the boy's collar, but not his skin. A large and imposing senior monster was capturing a boy in a set of pajamas. This looked very surreal. Blood was everywhere. Curse slammed at the walls. The cracked walls had broken limbs and meat. But under that circumstance, the scariest voice slowed down. The woman locked onto the senior monster's back sobbed openly when she saw the boy. She shouted at her unconscious child.
Where have you been? I've been looking so hard for you.
The woman's injured arms wrestled with the chain on her body. The evil souls blinked and the cursed chains on the senior monster's back loosened instantly. The woman ran towards her child. She had never cried this hard, even when facing death. With his nails pinching the boy's collar, the evil spirit placed the boy before the woman. Finally, this was the reunion she had been waiting for. The woman opened her arms to hug her boy, but when the woman got close, the boy who was unresponsive to the world suddenly lifted his head. There was no human emotion in his eyes. His small hands reached out from the sleeves and stabbed at his mother's heart. The hands stopped 1 inch away from the woman's chest. The boy was held back by the senior monster. He was unable to move a step forward.
Your child is a soul chaser, and you're his target. The first instinct when he sees you is to kill you.
The evil soul stared at the distance of 1 inch, and confusion flashed in his eyes. He did grab the boy's collar, but he didn't use much strength. So technically, the boy could have crossed the distance of 1 inch quite easily. To the evil soul's surprise, the boy had stopped on his own. This soul chaser managed to go against the order the manager had inputted in him. Butterfly liked to toy with humanity. In its eyes, having loved ones murder each other was art. It had ordered the boy to harvest his mother's soul, but due to various factors, the boy didn't fulfill that order. The boy was unwilling to kill his mother. Even after he became a soul chaser, he would not claim his mother's heart. The woman studied the boy before her with tears on her face. The worry that she carried for so long melted. She had so many things to tell her boy. But the boy could no longer give her any response. It was like he couldn't even understand her. As the woman called her boy's name, the evil soul appeared to be communicating with the senior monster.
Didn't you say all the soul chasers are the manager's puppets? Aren't they supposed to be emotionless and senseless? So why did this boy stop voluntarily? How could a puppet have their own emotion? Human soul is complex? Old man, I'm helping you. I hope you won't give me wrong information again. It will affect my assessment.
The evil gaze wandered between the mother and the boy. In the end, the evil soul used the cursed chains to bind the woman and her child to the monster's back.
Stop crying. After the manager is killed, all the soul chasers will return to normal.
The evil soul studied the woman and her child. There was something invisible between them, and that was something the evil soul was lacking. This was the first time he felt incomplete. Agitation colored his madness. The evil soul slammed his fists repeatedly on the gamblers in room 4034. He only stopped when the floor was cracked. The angered senior monster and the evil spirit continued their rampage. Everywhere they passed, all the walls would be dyed red. The couplets shed themselves from the door.
4044?
The corridor changed and the walls started to twist. Paper money fluttered everywhere and blood pooled on the ground. They appeared to have arrived at the edge of hell. The evil spirit unlocked the people on the senior monster's back, and his eyes stared at one of the rooms. A headless door guardian slowly walked out from a blood-red door. He dragged a sharp guillotine knife with him. Heavy footsteps echoed inside the corridor. Decapitated heads rolled out from behind the door. Their mouths were repeating the same thing. No passing through here. The headless door guardian stood among the heads. It turned its body around to face the senior monster.
That's the door guardian you speak of?
The evil soul didn't seem apprehensive. His lips cracked open to smile brilliantly. Seeing that, the door guardian lifted the guillotine blade. The human head beside him slowly morphed to take on Han Fei's appearance. Then the face said,
I've already let you go once. Don't push your luck.
Noting the face beside the door guardian, the evil soul chuckled.
Not everyone is supposed to have my face. Since you have used my face, then I'll have to crack your door.
The evil soul's tone was sharp and threatening. When the headless door guardian heard him, he readied his blade. The blade reflected the evil soul's pale face. The fourth-floor corridor started to change again. The human heads morphed and twisted. They all started to look like Han Fei. They chanted something as blood vessels crawled out from their necks to gush towards the door guardian. As the blood collected before him, the door guardian raised his arm. The blood vessels constructed a puppet of the evil soul. The guardian slashed the blade at the puppet's forehead. Large amount of energy exploded from the senior monster. The walls on the fourth floor caved in. Blood mist evaporated from the puppet. When the mist dispersed, the door guardian still stood where he was, but the senior monster's arms were on the ground. The door guardian aimed to kill the evil spirit, but at the crucial moment, the senior monster stepped in to block the fatal blow. Fresh blood oozed out from his forehead, dyeing half of the evil soul's face. His eye opened the blood despite the blood, and he allowed the blood to flow into his mouth.
The manager's watchdog is so weak?
The crimson lips parted. The evil soul's bloody face stared at the door guardian. He uttered,
Give me all your hatred. Let me use your lineage.
The skulls on the senior monster's spine screamed. The hatred in his heart was unlocked. Black flames burnt through the corridor. The doors bent from the flame. The senior monster's red eyes glowed with the shadow of the evil spirit. The senior monster's lips opened, and the evil soul's voice spoke.
A door guardian without a head doesn't deserve to be a guardian.
Chapter 378. Hatred burned like black flame from the heart and spread through his whole body. To use hatred, one had to suffer bone-breaking pain. Only by burning oneself could one burn others. Before the guillotine knife fell for the second time, the senior monster used an impossible speed to charge at the headless guardian. The disfigured feet cracked the ground. The senior monster stormed ahead. As his hatred tore apart the bloody puppet, the guillotine knife fell on his shoulder. The blade cut through his body easily, but it was unable to slice through the senior monster's hatred. The blade was stuck inside the hatred. The senior monster didn't pull the blade out, but used this opportunity to close the distance. The evil soul had a natural instinct for fighting. He was more familiar with close-quarter combat, even though he had gotten immense power. The chopped arms regrew from hatred. The arms of despair plunged into the headless guardian's neck. The senior monster laughed as he tore apart the door guardian. All of his family was trapped inside the ziggurat, and they were turned into monsters by the curse. Now all of his hope had been extinguished, so only murder and death were left in him.
The kindling of hatred?
While the senior monster fought with the door guardian, a gasp came from inside room 4044. Someone appeared to be watching everything from inside.
The flame of hatred has started to burn. If this continues, this lingering hatred will eventually be dominated by hatred. With another pure hatred, there would be another factor to consider at the ziggurat.
The whole fourth floor was shattered and broken from the fight, but the door to room 4044 was spared. The voice inside the room was soft. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind the door, and then someone knocked on the door of room 4044 from inside. When the door guardian heard the knocking, he instantly pulled back all of his blood vessels. The heads on the ground became unrecognizable again as they chanted something incoherent. Normally speaking, a fight between ghosts and monsters would not end until one party was dead. However, the headless guardian was different from a normal ghost. After he heard the knocking, even if he might be heavily injured, He moved towards room 4044. The evil soul which controlled the senior monster used this opportunity to introduce more wounds on the headless guardian. Unfortunately, the guardian was too close to the door. When he was close enough, the headless guardian abandoned all the heads in the corridor by detonating all of them, creating a blood mist. At that moment, he returned to the door. The evil soul stared at room 4044. During the fight, he heard the whispering and knocking too. It made him even more curious about this room.
The higher the number of 4 at the ziggurat, the more dangerous the room is. There is someone else living here?
Blood dripped from his chin. The evil soul slammed the arms burning with hatred at the door, but it didn't even budge.
Do you think you can hide forever?
Since the frontal assault didn't work, the evil soul turned to the rooms beside room 4044. He easily cracked his way into them. The walls that were adjacent to room 4044 though also refused to yield. It was like room 4044 existed in a completely different dimension from the rest of the ziggurat.
TSK.
The chilly gaze glared at the blood-red door. The evil soul's ghastly smile and the blood on his face made him look like a demon from hell. The manager would be resurrected at 4:44 a.m. The evil soul didn't forget about that. He didn't linger at room 4044 for too long, but instead ran upstairs.
Escape? No, I simply have a better idea. Old man, just stay in there and don't move. I will massacre everything in our way.
He locked the few people back on the monster's back. The senior monster clobbered his way upstairs. He cleared the floor one by one. He feasted on all the useful ghosts and soon arrived at the 14th floor.
This room also has 3 floors. I wonder what adventure we'll find here.
Stepping on the paper money, the senior monster used the soul ladder and climbed into room 4144, the room of Zhuang Ren's family. Instead of strong opponents, the room was eerily common. This was a very normal family. It made the large senior monster look out of place.
They're conducting the ritual too? Who is Zhuang Ren? Why does that sound so familiar? But I can't remember it. This family know me as well.
Ever since he saw that something between the mother and her soul chaser's son, the feeling of incompleteness grew within the evil soul. He desperately wanted to know what he had lost. Dragging the impossibly large body, the evil soul opened one of the bedroom doors. Zhuang Ren's eldest daughter was sleeping in bed. She seemed to be in some nightmare. Her brows were creased together as she mumbled things like,
"Father, save me," and so on.
"Father?"
The evil soul's cursed hand lingered over the girl's head. Mercy came easier to him after it was given for the first time. The evil soul spared the daughter and turned away to try another bedroom room. Inside the bedroom, a girl stood on tiptoe on the bed. She faced away from the door, and it just looked creepy. Her head slowly turned. When the evil soul tried to approach, a figurine rolled out from underneath the girl's bed. The figurine was about the size of one's palm. The face was roughly hewn, but it looked like it was smiling.
Room 4044 has a door guardian. Room 4144 has a holy figurine. These are a bunch of ghosts. Why the insistence on religious images?
With a slam, the evil soul crushed the figurine. The ghost inside the figurine didn't even have the chance to show itself before it was shattered. The figurine cracked and left behind a paper note and a strand of half-white hair. The giant sound had awakened everyone inside the room. The door to the main bedroom opened. Zhuang Ren's wife stared at the evil soul with a wintry gaze as she held a soul bell in her hand. She immediately rang the bell, but the next second her body was slammed into by the evil soul. Strangely enough, when her body shattered, the woman's skin started to whiten. Instead of blood, she disintegrated into a mound of paper. This woman was a paper doll. The soul bell fell to the ground and rolled to the evil soul's side. Small noises came from under the second daughter's bed. The figurines opened their eyes. They crawled out from the bed. He stomped and crushed the soul bell. Seeing the cascade of figurines, the evil soul had a bright idea. He would lure all the figurines to room 4044. Even if he was to destroy the figurines, he would do it around that room. He wanted to mess up the balance between the two rooms and then murder the 2 figures of religions inside those 2 rooms.
That thought came so naturally to me. Have I been doing things like that often? Chapter 379. The evil soul didn't fear the guardians at Ziggurat. In his eyes, there were only two kinds of people at Ziggurat, the type he could kill and the type he would kill with outside help. The space under the second daughter's bed appeared to be connected to another world. Countless figurines crawled out. They were of varying sizes and had different expressions. Using his left leg, the evil soul stomped the figurines that came close to him. The hair that was trapped inside the figurines floated into the air.
The hair is hidden inside the figurines. Were the figurines worshipping the owner of the hair, or the owner of the hair is the master of the figurines?
The yellow papers with various death curses were torn apart. After the figurines were shattered, the death curses bound themselves around the hair. Even after destruction, they would stay with the hair forever. Waving his arms, the evil soul slammed at the bed with a wicked grin. The bed collapsed. The figurines crawled out from the broken bed frame. They gushed out like waves.
Each figurine has a strand of hair inside them. Human beings have around 100,000 hair. Are there 100,000 figurines under the bed then?
The evil soul's bloody lips curled.
How cheap can you get?
A singular figurine was unable to affect the evil spirit. But when faced with hundreds of them, even the senior monster started to wound. The ghosts hidden inside the figurines were very unique. Perhaps they had spent a long time with the hair. The presence of the hair's owner rubbed off on them, and they became immune to most of the death curse. There was constant shattering. An energy storm swept through the room. There were broken figurines everywhere. However, the owner of the hair appeared to be an unmentionable. Even the senior monster's black flame of hatred couldn't burn through the hair. As the figurines shattered, the evil soul collected the hair. He had no idea what they were for, but his instinct told him the hair was very dangerous. He planned to send them inside room 4044. After ensuring he had been made the target by all the figurines, the evil soul escaped from the room with a taunting laugh. The senior monster's large body crawled on the wall, and endless figurines trailed behind him.
Come. Let your hatred burn through my body.
The senior monster's arm yanked off the door to room 4144, and he scurried away with it. He had the figurines trail down the building with him. That way, the tenants could share in his pressure by helping him butcher the figurines. The figurines crawled or ran as they followed the senior monster. At Ziggurat, no one dared to approach room 4144. Since every tenant here was conducting soul-summoning rituals, none of them dared to desecrate any holy or religious symbol. When they saw the figurines, the tenants would burn a joss stick for them. But now the evil soul and the senior monster had fully challenged the Ziggurat's taboo. They had not only smashed the figurines, they planned to murder all the guardians inside the building. As time progressed, the figurines that came out of room 4144 became more alive. Their expressions became more human. The strangest thing was some of the figurines started to possess body temperature like living humans. In the dark corridor, the senior monster slithered through like a snake. The blood trail he left behind was immediately dominated by the figurines. The dirge was congregating at the spot where the singer was. The dark mist was also attracted by the singer. This gave the evil soul a perfect opportunity to unleash himself. Listening to the song, even the senior monster would show feelings of fear. Which madman brought such a scary thing here? Without the singer, I wouldn't be able to convince the old man so easily. The evil soul raced to the 4th floor and slammed through the safety door. He let the hatred burn down the walls and lured the figurines to the door of room 4044. The ghosts inside the figurines were incensed by evil soul, and the latter wished to crush them as well, but the location had to be carefully picked. It had to be in front of the door guardian. The shattered figurines fluttered through the air. The evil soul used various methods to push the cursed paper and hair towards the door of room 4044. Initially, he didn't think much, but soon he and the figurines noticed something. When the hair inside the figurines were about to touch the door, the blood-red door would consume the hair directly. The door where the door guardian was would surface with human figures and strange words. The color of the door guardian would become faded, like its power was slowly being absorbed by the curse and hair. The evil soul also noticed that the hair inside the figurine appeared to be able to phase through the seal of room 4044 easily. In other words, the hair perhaps came from room 4044 originally. The owner of the hair was the original owner of room 4044. When the hair was first stuffed into room 4044, there was no response from inside the room. The owner appeared to have decided to keep on watching like they usually did. However, as more hair melted into the door, some of the broken figurines started to pry at the door as if they wanted to crawl through the gap to get into the room to retrieve the hair. Gradually, the figurines crawled all over the door of room 4044. The blood-red door started to change. The terrifying image of the door guardian was fading. Seeing this, the evil soul's eyes glinted. He exploded the hatred on his body and raised a tsunami from it. All the figurines were slammed against room 4044. The hair inside the figurines disappeared into the door. As the redness of the door lightened, the evil soul who was covered in figurines slammed into the door. Bang! The cracks spread from the center of the door. The door was like a broken heart. Under the repeated slamming by the senior monster, it trembled anxiously. At that moment, the dirge sounded inside the building. The dirge who was fighting with the singer seemed to sense something and hurried back to the ziggurat. The dirge echoed in his ears, but it was unable to drown out the evil soul's cackle. He studied the crack on the door and became more violent. His eyes opened behind the curtain of blood. Murderous intent poured out from his pupils. One after another slamming, the evil soul intended to tear through the heart room of room 4044. Countless numbers of figurines had been shattered. The senior monster's body was wounded, but the black flame of hatred burned brighter, like he was close to breaking through a threshold. The door had loosened. The cracks spread from the center and connected to the walls of ziggurat. With a final slam from the senior monster, the door of room 4044 was finally blasted open. Room 4044 was the home of many dressers. Each dresser had a pair of blood-red doors. This room appeared to be the intersecting point of all the dresser worlds. It was one of the hearts of ziggurat.
The door guardian on the door has completely disappeared. Why has the manager's watchdog gone into hiding?
The evil soul poked his head into room 4044 with figurines hanging on his body. Initially, the figurines chased after the evil soul due to hatred, but after the door to room 4044 was open, the figurines were attracted by something else, and all of them crawled towards one of the dressers. The fourth floor slowly returned to silence. At the corner of the stairwell, a red high heel stepped on the broken figurine.
Is that our building manager? How did he become uglier than you?
Levi slowly walked out from the shadows. He looked at Drake beside him with uncertainty.
I don't know. I haven't noticed this kind of presence from the boss before. He has always been a gentle person. He is a light that can warm others.
Drake carried a board-like object that was covered under a black cloth. The thing was very heavy, even for the medium lingering spirit Drake.
That is his voice, but it is not his taste.
The blood-red table knife sliced through the energy in the corridor. Suchin's expression was terrifying, like she was ready for a massacre.
Then should we follow him? That room looks dangerous. We currently do not have any information. Running into the room might land us in a trap.
While they were discussing it, the black cloth on Drake's back suddenly slipped off on its own. He was carrying a huge mirror. The moment the black cloth fell, everyone near the mirror scattered. Those who were too late immediately closed their eyes to not see their reflection in the mirror.
The man who is joined with the giant ghost is indeed the person we're looking for, but that is not the complete him. That is just one of his 3 souls.
A male voice came from the mirror. After he spoke, everyone else was silent. After a while, it was Drake who carried the mirror that asked,
"What do you mean by one of 3 souls? Mirror God, you have to be clearer than that. The man's behavior is somewhat different from the boss I know." Drake looked at the broken corridor and the smashed figurines. Wasn't this something Han Fei would usually do?
The reason humans became ghosts is because they have lingering resentment. But the most unique thing about human beings is their soul. Every person's soul is different. They possess the essence of a person.
Mirror God is the oldest tenant at Happiness Neighborhood. No one knew where he came from, but the man inside the mirror seemed to know a lot about souls.
The thing that has joined with the large ghost is Han Fei's evil soul. He represents the man's most basic desire. To put it simply, what you see is the man's most authentic self without any constraint.
The most authentic self? The building manager is so dangerous?
Lizai glanced at the mirror god. After he realized his reflection was not in the mirror, he became more courageous.
This version of himself will not hide his thoughts and doesn't care for the rules, but then again, he has the power to do so. When a normal person loses their soul, they will become muddled and lost. The missing soul will also soon disappear, but Han Fei's soul is clearly different. They are very special.
This was the first time the mirror god had said so many words.
Since he is Han Fei's soul, then I'll have to help him.
Su Qin stepped over the pieces of figurines. Without a glance at their faces, her fingers caressed the human doily on one of her table knives, and she strode into room 4044. The other figures followed behind her wordlessly. The dresser doors inside room 4044 were all open. They were filled with blood-stained clothes. Most of the dressers were like a split-open stomach. They kept leaking blood. Following the trail of the broken figurines, Su Yin and the others from Happiness Neighborhood entered the bedroom of room 4044. This bedroom did not have a bed, but instead it had a giant dresser. Currently, all the figurines had entered this dresser. The door of the dresser opened to reveal endless bloody clothes. The clothes echoed with weak pleas and begging.
I am a curse, so the thing here can't hurt me. I'll go in to take a lot. The rest of you should wait here. I'm carrying the mirror god. We can help. Despair and death are my least feared things. Even though my tears are dry, my crying can still help you. I'm going with you.
In the end, everyone entered the dresser. Pulling away the clothes, the group from Happiness Neighborhood soon realized something strange. Every figurine that entered the dresser, whether they were broken or not, had on shrunken, bloody clothes. The figurines inside the dresser looked even more human-like. They appeared to be coming alive under the influence of some kind of power.
Such a place is hidden inside Ziggurat.
Most of the bloody clothes had been worn by the figurines, so their sight cleared. Soon they arrived at the center of the dresser world. The senior monster controlled by the evil soul was fighting the headless door guardian. The monster bit on the guardian's arm. His body was almost chopped through by the guardian, but he didn't mind it. The whole dresser world could hear his unhinged laughter. As the wounds appeared on the senior ghost's body, the brighter his fire of hatred burned. After another battle, both the senior monster and the door guardian crashed to the ground. This time the senior monster didn't get back up to fight. Instead, he turned his head around. Evil Soul was a perfectly rational madman. He saw the group from Happiness Neighborhood through the gap in the clothes.
You've come through the opening in the mist, right? People here try their best to escape, but you've wandered in on your own? Do you wish to find death?
The evil soul appeared to have sensed them when they entered the dresser. Blood rain drizzled. Su Qin walked out from the bloody clothes.
We're not here for death. We're here for you, to bring you home.
The neighbors walked out. They looked at the senior monster, but instead of fear, their eyes shone with worry.
Home? You're my family?
The evil soul's lips cracked open with a smile. His evil gaze stared at Su Yin.
Why do I feel hunger around you? The fiery passion makes me want to swallow you into my stomach. Were you my love? Were you my wife before I died?
Chapter 380 Love? Wife? Passion? Swallow you whole. This was the first time Su Qin had such declarations made to her in the cryptic world. They were brusque and untouched, but she didn't quite mind them. The evil soul is Han Fei's most authentic self without any constraint. The mirror god's words echoed in her mind. Su Qin's fingers closed around the table knife. Even as a curse amalgamation, one that was powerful enough to face a large lingering spirit, Su Qin had to stop for a double take when she heard what the evil soul had to say. I saw you as a cute neighborly boy. I have no idea you harbor such thoughts about me. Why didn't you say anything earlier? The world was silent after the evil soul made his proclamation.
Well, this is surprising.
Lizai snickered. His face was bright with gossip as well as misfortune.
Do you think the manager has purposely split out this soul to voice things that he normally wouldn't dare to? After all, I can totally see him do something like this. Weep had grown a lot after digesting his pain at Cattle Alley, but before he could say anything, he was pulled back by Drake. He looked at Drake with confusion, as if asking, "Why are you always pulling me back?" Counting the time at Cattle Alley, this was the second time already. The evil soul was very clever. He derived much info just from the tenants' expressions. He could have manipulated them, but he didn't, or rather he was too lazy to.
All of you feel familiar to me. You must know me.
The evil soul turned around. The senior monster's large body placed a lot of pressure on a normal lingering spirit.
Tell me, what kind of person was I? Why would I be summoned to this place?
The evil soul was confused. Based on what the senior monster said, only those towing the line of life and death could be summoned to Ziggurat. In other words, he should still be alive before his soul was brought here. If he was alive, how could he have so many ghost friends? What was the explanation behind it? The more the evil soul got to know himself, the more he wanted to know the answer. The feeling of forgetting oneself was horrible.
You are the building manager of Building 1 at Happiness Neighborhood. You are the kindest, most trustworthy, reliable person I know.
Su Qin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Every ghost here has been saved by you. It is why we would risk everything to come to Ziggurat to bring you home. Gentle, reliable, trustworthy?
Blood covered half of the evil soul's face. His mind chewed over these few descriptions. The fact that the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood had entered Ziggurat was the truth. The fact that he could sense familiarity from them was the truth. So they were probably telling the truth.
I've saved so many people, so I am really a good person.
The evil soul slowly accepted that truth. His fiendish eyes turned towards Su Qin, and that sense of hunger returned. It was like a habit he couldn't shake. The more he looked at her, the hungrier he got. Just as he was about to comment on that, the headless guardian on the ground slowly crawled up. He dragged the body, which was infiltrated by the black hair, and ran deeper into the dresser world. There was something calling the door guardian. Even though the evil soul wanted to know his real identity, there was no time. Compared to finding himself, consuming the door guardian, for the senior monster to accomplish his breakthrough was more important. Opening his arms, the senior monster controlled by the evil soul was like a dragon surging through the dresser world, surrounded by black hatred. The local resident of the dresser world quickly went into hiding. The poor dresser monsters were unable to move, had their mouths all torn open by the evil soul. Strangely enough, these dresser monsters' stomachs had been stuffed. There was no exit within them. The senior monster and the people from Happiness Neighborhood passed by endless bloody clothes before they reached the center of the dresser world. None of the dressers was connected to this place. This center could only be reached via the dresser in room 4044.
The door guardian disappeared here?
A pool filled with bloody clothes appeared before them. Every clothes had a name on them, like each of them represented a living person. Wading through the pool, the senior monster found a dresser at the bottom. The dresser looked absolutely normal. There was a large lock on the doors. Rancid smell came from within. Someone had dug out in nails the following on the door. I have had special power since I was born. Without closing my eyes, the world I see is black. This dresser was used to imprison someone. The dresser reeked with the smell of human refuse. Even after so long, the stink remained. The stench came from the decomposition of soul. Even lingering spirit felt discomfited being around it.
We reached this place through the dresser in room 4044. So if this dresser is another path, then which room would it lead us to?
There were various footprints around the old dresser. Over the decades, many people had wandered here in their nightmares. Some were lucky enough to leave. Others were forced to stay forever. The door guardian had disappeared. The pieces of the figurines also were last seen around this dresser.
The dresser is like rotting meat, filled with pus. The smell is disgusting.
The evil soul controlled the senior monster to grab at the dresser lock. The black flame of hatred burned through the chain, and he yanked the door open with all his might. The number on the elevator panel kept changing. As the number turned to the negative, Han Fei's heart raced. Ziggurat was already crumbling from within. The singer, the dirge, the evil soul, they were all crazy. The building shook like it could tumble at any moment.
I hope everyone is hiding properly.
Using Firefly's phone, Han Fei used the chat group to maintain communication with the ziggurat tenants. The evil soul appears to know about the thick death curse hidden underground. He broke so many windows so the black mist from underground would be distracted by the singer. If I was him, I would have used this moment of chaos to leave and hide. When both parties are properly weakened, I would return to reap the reward. Han Fei didn't know the evil soul, but he did know himself. He could easily guess the evil soul's goal. The madman has indirectly helped me. Since the singer has drawn away all the black mist, the underground should be relatively safe now. Han Fei touched Lai Sheng's head and then looked at the numb firefly. Compared to the immensely powerful evil soul, Han Fei had nothing, but he would not stop because of that. The number on the panel soon reached -4. Han Fei didn't press any button, but the door of the elevator opened on its own. Chapter 381.
I'd advise that we stay inside the elevator. The world inside and outside the elevator might be completely different.
The male student, Yanzu, stood at the corner. He was a very introverted boy. He rarely spoke to others. He was so chatty around Han Fei because if he didn't say anything, he might not have the chance to anymore. The man before him was like the child of tragedy. In less than 30 minutes since they met, the whole building 4 was shaking from its foundation.
We didn't come here to hide, but to find the reason why the ziggurat is in the state that it is in now.
The soul chaser took the elevator to head upstairs, but Han Fei went against the grain. When the building was in chaos, he used the elevator to reach the underground.
There is a tenant in the chat group who has been here before. I'll let him talk to you.
Yanzu opened the chat group and had one of them PM Han Fei. Han Fei was familiar with this ID.
Fish and Water is requesting a video call.
Fish and Water.
I'm now hiding inside an urn, so the lighting is not that good. Just bear with me. The ziggurat always has the habit of conducting soul-summoning rituals. Every few days, there will be a ritual, and every 4th of each month, the ritual will happen too. One day, I was curious, where did the summoned soul come from? So during the 4th of April last year, I sneaked behind a soul chaser and came to the underground. I discovered something terrifying. The manager was taking advantage of the spirits inside the building. It used the connection between the resentment of the dead and the memory of the living to thread a rope, making knots in the depths of nightmare. Then it had the dead conduct the ritual to send the living into the dream, to complete the so-called ritual. This way, the dead souls would be able to see the living individuals that we missed, but after dawn, all the living souls would not disappear. Guess where they'll all be taken to?
Li Yanzu.
Underground?
Fish and Water.
That's right. Other than extremely powerful tenants like the senior monster in room 4234, the souls summoned by the other tenants would be trapped by the manager in the underground. It worked on these souls and used them to cultivate something. Then would the living that lost their souls die in real life?
Han Fei asked.
Death is the best result. If they survive but their souls are no longer inhabiting their bodies, do you still consider them living?
Fish and Water's words reminded Han Fei of his resurrection talent. One of its usages was for Han Fei to kill the summoned soul and then pour his own consciousness into the target's body. Since the power was too macabre, Han Fei had not used it before. Fish and Water.
The manager's power is related to nightmares. Its power allows it to pull the living souls into the ziggurat through some kind of method, but the limitation to its power is very big. Just look at the various decorations at ziggurat. Based on what I know, the success rate of the ritual is very low as well. It requires high resentment from the dead and intense memory from the living. As low as it might be, ziggurat must have summoned quite a bit of souls over the past decade.
Han Fei still remembered his mission. If he ran into any living soul, he would have to save them.
That is the other point I have to tell you. If you run into another soul underground, do not get close to them and do not talk to them.
Fish and Water's voice trembled.
When I headed underground that time, the elevator suddenly stopped at the -4th floor. I waited for a long time until a child poked his head in. He said he lost his way and needed my help to bring him home. So did you help him? Since I ran away from home myself, his words resonate with something inside my heart. So I did help him. But slowly I realized something was wrong. The 4th floor basement didn't have rooms like he mentioned. There was no way home. The underground was a giant grave.
Fish and Water said desperately.
The boy wanted to drag me into the grave.
The light in the elevator flickered. While Han Fei was on the phone, a dirty hand reached out from the corner of the elevator door. Then a boy's head poked into the elevator booth. He looked at the people inside the elevator with open curiosity.
Is this the boy you met?
Han Fei slowly turned the camera around. The phone, which was tainted by the presence of more than 10 lingering spirits and animated regrets, were unable to capture the boy's full image. Instead, the phone started to crack like it had taken videos of things it shouldn't.
Run. Stay away from him.
The screen darkened and the call ended. Looks like this child is quite interesting. Han Fei put away the phone and walked towards the boy. He didn't feel fear, but quite intrigued, like a biologist finding a new species. It was not that Han Fei had no fear, but he understood fear would not solve any problem. Instead, rationality and calmness would.
Little boy, why are you alone here so late at night? Where are your parents?
Han Fei hid his hands behind his back. If the boy acted aggressively, he would pull out Rest in Peace immediately.
I live here, but I can't remember which door leads to my home, the boy said between sobs. His clothes didn't fit him, like he had picked up a random shirt and put it on.
There's no need to rush. Why don't you stop and think about it slowly?
Han Fei said gently, and his eyes were warm. Then he used the arm where Big Sin was hiding to pat the boy's shoulder. Soul poison dripped on the boy's clothes. Big Sin suddenly came alive.
I can only remember that my home's door has no lights. It is very dark, but all the rooms here are dark.
The boy then broke into tears.
Do you want me to walk you home?
Han Fei pulled back his arm, and a small red paper shred slipped from his fingers and fell into the boy's collar.
I have to return before 4:44 a.m. My parents told me that if I don't, something scary will happen.
The boy cried as he walked out from the elevator. He appeared to be afraid of the dark.
It's fine. I'll walk you home.
Using soul depth touch, Han Fei held the boy's hand. He could feel the stink that radiated from the boy's soul. It was the smell of the soul's decomposition. Han Fei had used this talent on many ghosts before, but this was the first time he actively wanted to let go.
Kid, what's your name?
I don't have a name. My parents said I don't need a name. Then how do they call you? They normally won't. They don't speak to me. They are very unresponsive. It is like having dead bodies look after me.
The stench from the boy's soul thickened, but his eyes remained pure and innocent.
Such an interesting family dynamic.
Han Fei noticed Big Sin, who was fidgeting in his arm, and he noticed something strange. When Big Sin got close to the boy, it would become extremely agitated, like it had met its nemesis. Big Sin's nemesis is the butterfly that is defined by the system. Is this boy related to Butterfly? He was here 1 year ago, which means that he can move around this place freely. That is extremely strange. Chapter 382. The biggest difference between the surface and the underground at the ziggurat was the lingering black mist. Everything underground was touched by death and reeked horribly. The lights in the fourth-floor basement appeared to be broken, but it was not completely dark thanks to the weak lights that emitted out from the gaps between the tenants' room doors. These little bits of light provided the only comfort in the dark corridor. Han Fei held the boy by his hand. They looked like father and son. But in reality, one of them was ready to grab the knife, while the other had the stench deep within his soul slowly pouring out. As Han Fei walked down the corridor, the male student in the elevator booth chased after him with Firefly and Lai Sheng.
Han Fei, wait for me.
The male student shouted, but Han Fei appeared to be purposely maintaining a fixed distance between them. On this floor, the doors of the tenants were fixed with white couplets. The centers of the door were painted with the caricature of a small child. He had a very cute face and wore a shirt with colorful patches.
Is there anything special around your house? That might help us find it faster.
Han Fei kept maintaining his speed, so that he was not too far from the male student, but he didn't disappear from his view either. The boy lowered his head to think.
My house has my father and mother, and a big dresser. That's all.
Han Fei wasn't really that concerned about the boy. He had already figured out another way to take advantage of the boy. He slowed down to observe the half-closed doors beside him. There were many such rooms in the fourth-floor basement. These appeared to be the Soul Chaser's home.
Let's see if this is your home.
Han Fei pushed the door open and gently urged the boy into the room. After the boy didn't trigger anything dangerous, Han Fei walked in after him. The living room was very tidy. There were fresh fruits on the coffee table, ready for guests. How come the rooms here look even more normal than the ones on the surface? Han Fei saw no ghost. There was not even a trace of Yin energy. It was like he was back in real life. Studying the fresh fruits on the table, Han Fei slowly approached. This was the first time he saw actual fruits in the cryptic world. He reached out to grab one, but before his hand could touch it, the fruit's brilliant skin started to peel as several bugs crawled out from within. The gorgeous fruit plate was a cultivator bed for bugs. It looked pretty, but venture too close, and you'd be bitten by poisonous bugs. Once they entered the room, Han Fei noticed the boy's mannerism changed drastically. He hunched his back and looked defeated like a beaten dog. As if afraid of dirtying the floor, the boy only dared to inch along the wall to approach the bedroom door. He rubbed his hands on his clothes before he dared to grab the bedroom door handle and pushed it open. A heady scent of perfume wafted out from the room. The bedroom was huge and extremely luxurious. The biggest furniture was the big bed and a big dresser with reinforced doors. The dresser faced the bed, so if one hid inside the dresser, one could spy everything that happened in bed. The boy stuck his back to the door. He didn't dare to enter the bedroom until he was slowly nudged into it by Han Fei.
It appears to be a normal bedroom.
Han Fei scanned the room. There was rug on the floor, a big vanity table beside the bed, a projector at the end of the bed, and a minibar at the corner of the room. It was clear that the couple that lived here enjoyed the finer things in life. But perhaps they weren't that exclusively rich. Instead, they spent their money on the decor to create the impression that they were. While Han Fei examined the room, the boy wandered to the dresser like something inside was calling him.
Shall we open it?
Han Fei coaxed the boy to grab at the dresser door. The pair of small hands opened the door. Black mist with a stinging smell leaked out immediately and overwhelmed the perfume scent. Strange sounds echoed inside the dresser. After the black mist faded away, Han Fei realized a boy with a ruined face was trapped inside the dresser. The boy was about the same age as the boy beside Han Fei, but his face was seriously disfigured, and his limbs were bloated. He couldn't break out from the dresser on his own. Seeing this horrible scene, Han Fei frowned. He then spotted a few more pictures inside the dresser. In the first picture, the boy looked very cute and normal. His eyes glowed with curiosity and idealism about the world. The second picture was still the same boy, but his expression had gotten duller. Tears flowed freely down his face. His limbs were injected with something. Compared to a person, he looked more like an object. In the third picture, the boy was no longer recognizable. His limbs and face had completely changed. Even the tears had stopped. Why would they do such a thing to a cute boy? Han Fei took out the red paper doll from his inventory and tried to save the boy. But once he got close, the boy's skin started to crack. Black vessels crawled around his heart like vines. The moment the boy left the dresser, the vines would crush his heart. The boy's skin was almost translucent. Han Fei saw that he no longer had flesh, but instead the skin was wrapped around many different expanding nightmares. Han Fei stopped and didn't dare to move too recklessly, but the boy beside him ran forward actively. He reached out to try to yank the boy out from the dresser. Maybe the boy did it on purpose, or maybe he just wanted to save the boy in the dresser. Regardless, the vines crushed the boy's heart, and the boy's body exploded. The boy turned into a ball of black memory. The memory was constructed from the boy's pain. It was weaving into a nightmare, or at least it tried to. This was something that was extremely rare. The boy's memory failed to become anything. It disintegrated and was consumed by the dresser. The smell from the dresser thickened. All the living traces of the boy became part of the dresser. The boy beside Han Fei looked perfectly stunned, like he didn't expect this to happen. This boy is extremely cunning. Han Fei failed to save the boy, but he took away the 3 pictures of him. The boy was already dead. The least he could do was to bring his pictures away from this place that imprisoned him. When Han Fei touched the pictures, the robotic voice announced,
Notification for player 0000. You found the hidden quest item for the Death Curse mission, one of Butterfly's twisted hatred.
These pictures contained Butterfly's hatred? The bastard replicated the things that had happened to it on other innocent children. Putting away the picture, Han Fei exited the room. Looking at the rooms that led down the corridor, he had chills running up his spine. He tried the room next door. All the rooms in the underground appeared to have the same layout and furniture, as if they were modeled after one person's memory. But to Han Fei's consternation, this bedroom also had a giant dresser. Opening the door, there was an immobilized boy wearing a girl's flowery dress. His face was deformed. These kids had lost their sentience. Even if they felt pain, they couldn't clearly express it. Chapter 383. Han Fei entered a few other rooms, and everything he saw was equally terrifying. All the rooms had the same layout, and a boy was trapped inside every dresser. From the pictures, the butterfly used to select the boys was very simple. The boys had to be cute, or at least match the beauty standard of its monstrous parents, and the boys had to have a blissful life before they were captured. The pictures inside the dressers recorded the changes to the boys. Only a dresser was needed to turn a human into a monster. Why is the butterfly doing this? Just to vent its hatred. The pictures in the dressers contained Butterfly's hatred, and in that hatred, Han Fei sensed jealousy, but he believed things were not that simple. Butterfly's talent had to do with nightmares. It could enter a living human's nightmare, and then, through the dream, started to influence its target's reality. After a certain condition was met, the butterfly could drag its target's consciousness into the cryptic world. The talent was extremely scary, and Butterfly's childhood played a huge role in cultivating this talent in him. When Han Fei accepted the Night of Resurrection mission, he received a few hints about the butterfly's past. During the process of having its body dumped by its biological parents, the hatred and resentment within its heart appeared to reach an unimaginable height that its consciousness fell into nightmares. It encountered some unique things, and its transformation started then. The world lost a tortured child but gained a nightmare with flesh and wings. All the dressers in the fourth-floor basement had a boy trapped in them. Butterfly duplicated its pain on these innocent boys, to have its own hatred fill up the boys' brain and consciousness until the boys reached their limits, and their consciousness would shatter and become a part of the dressers. Butterfly is producing endless pain and nightmare. It seems to derive power from them. Han Fei turned to look beside him. This boy could run freely through the fourth-floor basement. His face was filled with innocence and loss. He very naturally held onto Han Fei's hand. The small hand felt smooth as a baby's skin. His face was flawless and cute, forming a great contrast to the boys Han Fei saw inside the dresser. Actually, Han Fei already thought about killing this boy. He remembered when they entered the first bedroom. It was this boy who caused the trapped kid inside the dresser to burst into a nightmare bubble. Such a cute boy, but he had murdered so many people in the corners no one could see.
We visited all the rooms on this floor. I don't think your home is here.
Han Fei came to the corner of the stairwell. The steps that led underground were blocked by black boards. The boards had strange patterns on them. The boards didn't look metallic or even wooden. They looked like the shell of some strange creature. Black mist squeezed out between the boards. The origin of the mist was hidden deeper underground. Since the stairwell was off limits, Han Fei brought the boy back to the elevator. The boy was resistant to the elevator. He seemed to have claustrophobia. Han Fei held the boy's hand and coaxed him into the booth. Compared to when they arrived, red patterns now adorned the elevator booth's walls. As the old axle creaked, the elevator started to move downwards. The underground 5th floor, 6th floor, the elevator booth appeared to send them deep into the sea. The feeling of suffocation grew, and the booth started to cramp like it was being squeezed. No one knew how deep this place would go. Han Fei looked at the number on the panel and wondered about something else. If every floor had rooms filled with boys inside dressers, just how many boys Butterfly had mutated at the ziggurat? Just on that point alone, Butterfly deserved to die. The elevator slowed down. When the number on the screen turned to -7, the booth was already irregular in shape. Blood leaked out from the gap. They looked like drying red paint. Bang! The booth shook. Just as Han Fei thought he was not able to breathe, the elevator finally stopped. The elevator doors opened, and the black mist rolled into the booth. The male student guarded Firefly and Li Shang. The three of them were affected by the black mist. Death appeared in their eyes, and their death curses were slowly being triggered.
I feel my brain breaking. We can't go any lower.
The male student gritted his teeth as he supported Firefly and used his body to block Lai Sheng. He never cared so much about others when he was alive.
I don't know how to make this elevator go up. If you can't come with us, then better wait inside the elevator.
Han Fei's words stumped the male student. How did a living person manage to survive in this environment? Holding the boy's hand, Han Fei walked out from the elevator. On the surface, neither of them looked like they had changed. It didn't appear like the black mist affected them. The boy was born in the black mist, so he had gotten used to it. Red characters appeared on Han Fei's back. The blessing left behind by Jin Sheng helped him block the black mist. Han Fei had no idea how long he could resist the black mist. He desperately needed to get close to the truth as soon as possible. The 7th floor basement was much larger than the 4th floor. There was a clear pattern on the wall. The blocks that formed the walls on this floor were not bricks, but something that resembled a cocoon. Han Fei studied the pattern and felt like they looked familiar. The pattern on these walls is similar to the pattern on the human cocoon. The whole ziggurat is a cocoon? Why would a cocoon radiate such a scary black mist? The black mist that emitted from underground was able to entrap the singer, so the thing inside the cocoon must be at least an unmentionable too. Ziggurat is just a grade map. The fact that it has a pure hatred is gross enough. There shouldn't be an unmentionable. The grading of the mission by the system was based on a fixed pattern. There might be some variations, but it shouldn't be that huge. Touching the pattern on the wall, Han Fei opened one of the doors. The layout of the room was similar to the one on the 4th floor basement, like the rooms for the whole underground were constructed from one person's memory. Han Fei strode into the bedroom and spotted the huge dresser. Before he got closer, a light weeping and pleading voice came from inside the dresser. Han Fei raised his brow. All of the kids Han Fei encountered inside the dressers were already insentient. They couldn't even express their pain, much less communicate. Opening the dresser, black mist rolled out from the small space covered in dirty clothes. When the smell and mist dissipated, a wounded arm reached out from the pile of clothes.
Kill me, please kill me.
The voice inside the pile was begging to die. He had given up on the struggle.
Please don't panic, can you hear me?
Han Fei finally saw the boy in the dresser. His eyes were glued together. His face was deformed. He looked barely human.
Who is there?
The boy had maturity beyond his years. He waved his arms as he was about to say something when the boy following Han Fei ran over.
This little brother knows how to speak?
The boy asked the question in his mind with an innocent tone. However, when the boy in the dresser heard the voice, he broke down immediately. He knew the ending waiting for him, so he shouted loudly.
Go to the lowest floor. You have to destroy the heart there. The dead heart. Only by destroying it can we be saved. Black blood burst out from the boy's mouth. The blood glued around the boy's mouth and ears. He couldn't speak anymore.
Heart.
The wounded arms dropped. The boy was instantly absorbed by the dresser. Only his pictures remained. The further down we go, the stronger the consciousness of the boys trapped inside the dresser. Han Fei quietly put away the pictures from the dresser. Based on his expression, one wouldn't be able to tell what he was thinking. People might think he was lamenting the boy's death, but in reality, he was postulating how to kill the boy beside him. His brain spun. In a short amount of time, Han Fei came up with around 10 scenarios, but as he was about to put them into action, the arm where Big Sin hid would jolt with pain, as if telling Han Fei he would die if he did that. What is up with this boy? Is he Butterfly's childhood? Oh well, no matter what, at least he doesn't mean to kill me yet. Han Fei walked through the entire 7th floor basement. The boys trapped here verified his thoughts. The boys here were stronger than the ones on the 4th floor, both mentally and physically. The balls of nightmare that they formed after their consciousness shattered were also scarier than the ones on the 4th floor basement. Perhaps I'll be able to find children I can fully communicate with the deeper I go. Han Fei's heart lit with hope. He had the male student guard over Firefly and Lai Sheng in the corridor of the 7th floor basement while he went deeper underground with the boy. Unable to quit the game, Han Fei had nothing to lose. Before obtaining perfect life, I did think about death, but being in touch with death daily does make you appreciate life a lot more. Holding the boy's hand, Han Fei looked at the slowly closing door. He might die if he descended further, but he still chose to do it. Now is my best opportunity. The manager still hasn't resurrected. The only thing I need to face now is this boy. Butterfly was immensely more powerful than Han Fei, but Han Fei had many aides on his side. In real life, Butterfly was being pursued by the police, and its main consciousness was dragged down by Huang Yin. However, Butterfly should have nothing to fear from Han Fei. The guards Butterfly left behind at the ziggurat were good enough to deal with the most powerful lingering spirits, but Han Fei somehow brought an unmentionable to the ziggurat. The number on the panel kept changing. The booth creaked like it was about to break. When the number reached -9, the black mist was like a sea. There was no trace of Soul Chaser on this floor. There was only death. The booth's walls were dented like they had been smashed in from external force. Han Fei wasn't faring too well either. The story Jin Sheng left on him was being forcibly removed and edited by the black mist. A heavy pressure fell on Han Fei's body. Death suffused every cell in his body, like it was transmuting him. The red characters left by Jin Sheng were unable to stop the black mist. After they shattered, they morphed into red chains and crawled into Han Fei's body, as if locking around his heart. As the black mist permeated into his body, 3 major changes could be seen on Han Fei. Like the boys inside the dressers, his physical body started to mutate. The 3 mutated areas represented 3 different death curses. Han Fei had no idea when he was cursed. He tried to pinpoint where the pain came from. The capillaries near his heart bulged. A character for death surfaced, but the character was blocked by Jin Sheng's chain. It was unable to enter Han Fei's heart. Then it was Han Fei's arm. The bones in his palm crushed and mutated until the point where Big Sin was hiding. The first 2 curses were blocked by Jin Sheng and Big Sin, but nothing intercepted the last death curse. A horrible pain came from the back of Han Fei's head. It felt like someone was trying to inject a nail into his brain. He couldn't see what was happening back there, but he had a feeling someone was messing with his memory.
Before you enter the ziggurat, I've already cursed you. You will die if you enter the ziggurat.
A stranger's voice echoed in his head. Everything Han Fei had experienced was touched by death and lost their light. His life that became more colorful after he gained perfect life was dropped back into a despairing blackness. Han Fei's consciousness dipped into the sea of despair as the elevator. The elevator booth was slowly pressed out of shape by death, and it was happening to Han Fei's consciousness as well. He was unable to breathe or even move his finger. He felt like he was being crushed. Red blood flowed out into his black mind. Initially, there were only 1 or 2 drops, but slowly his mind was dyed red.
Finally, I can see it.
The stranger's voice appeared to hide in the death curse.
After removing the constraints of kindness and sin, after removing the chains of childhood memories, let me see what is hidden inside your brain.
The strange voice said in desperation. The 3 death curses exploded at the same time, intending to crush Han Fei's mind and body. Han Fei's memory was now 90% black. But that last 10% refused to blacken no matter what. That part of his memory was already red. Every scenario from that memory was dripping with blood. Under the pressure of the death curses, a laughter echoed out from the red memory. Initially the voice was small, but it eventually grew louder and more unhinged. When all the blood-red memories were pieced together, the bloody fragments formed an old orphanage where a laughing madman was trapped. No one knew what he had experienced, but he kept laughing and laughing.
So this is the real you? Let me help you remove your fake mask, and let us see if we are the same kind of people. Let me see if you are qualified to be the vessel for my resurrected soul.
The number on the panel changed swiftly, and the space inside the booth became smaller and smaller. Han Fei's surface memory had all turned back. The laughing madman was waiting for something, but no matter how deep the death curses branded into the mind, they were unable to break through the orphanage where the madman was. The deep red was already beyond the blackness of death. The death curses blasted at it, but they were unable to even get away with a single figment of Han Fei's most important memory. The voice inside the death curses became agitated. They fought inside Han Fei's brain until the black memories started to ripple and lights resurfaced in Han Fei's gray life. His first time talking with Wei Youfu, seeing little 8 growing flowers in the neighborhood, helping Meng Changxi capture Meng Chang'an, helping Yu take her revenge on Ming Mei, destroying the meat packing plant at Cattle Alley. The bright spots in Han Fei's memory glowed in the dark. Han Fei regained some rationality in his mind. His arms waved blindly around until his fingers gripped something firm.
Rest in peace. Chapter 384.
A shattered cocoon?
Han Fei was confused as he stared at the giant cocoon on the sea of red flowers. There was something deep underground which had completed its metamorphosis. Butterfly should still be a pure hatred, but the shell of this cocoon is already at the level of an unmentionable. This is not Butterfly's cocoon. The black mist that emitted from the cocoon enveloped Ziggurat. It was because of the black mist that the neighborhood was named Ziggurat. Han Fei leaned closer to the flowers. The crimson petals had dews condensed from the death in the mist. Han Fei held rest in peace and stood at the elevator door. He resisted entry into the sea of flowers, but there were 2 voices in his body urging one. One of them was Big Sin. Big Sin, who hid inside Han Fei's arm, was overjoyed. It couldn't control the spikes on its body, causing a large amount of soul poison to leak into Han Fei's blood, mixing with the death curses. The other voice was the Laughing Man. The butterfly's death curses broke something in Han Fei's mind, and the guffaw kept echoing in his ears.
Well, since I'm already here.
Han Fei dragged the unconscious boy and walked out from the elevator. As his shoes stepped on the flowers, it felt like he was stepping on flesh and blood. The scent of death was thick around him. Han Fei felt like he was wading underwater. The boy inside the dresser on the 7th floor basement wanted me to destroy a heart. But this sea of flowers is so big, where am I going to find a heart? The manager would be resurrected at 4:44 a.m. Han Fei needed to destroy the ritual. He really didn't have the time to go search for this elusive heart. The laughter in his ears annoyed him. He had to turn back every few steps, because it felt like there was someone persistently tailing him. Perhaps Big Sin can prove helpful here. After all, both Butterfly and it came out from the human cocoon. It should be able to sense something. The scenario here reminded Han Fei of the mass grave under the security company. However, the sea of flowers here was much larger than the one at the security company. The one at the company was just a mount. This here was an undulating range of redness. Raising his arm with Big Sin, Han Fei used his pet's instinct to guide him through the flower sea. Han Fei climbed up a small hill, and when he looked down, his face was pale. The giant cocoon shell that was on the surface was just a tip of the iceberg. The real cocoon shell was buried under the sea of flowers. Standing on the hill, Han Fei had a better vantage point. The giant cocoon that was imprinted with human faces was torn open from the middle. Han Fei could see its original state. This was a human-shaped cocoon. The giant shell held up the 4 buildings at Ziggurat. If that was all, Han Fei might be shocked, but his face wouldn't pale. Inside the broken giant cocoon, there hung plenty of children. Their bodies and heads were joined with the roots of the flowers. Part of their skin had been virtualized. The thing that sent chills up Han Fei's spine was that most of the children's expressions were still changing like they were in a very long nightmare.
My God, Butterfly had collected many children in their nightmares. The nightmares contained their memories and emotions, which became the nutrients of the blood flowers.
Each blood flower corresponds to one child.
The laughter in his ears became shriller and madder. Han Fei felt someone push him from behind. He dragged the unconscious child and climbed down from the hill. With his hands on the roots of the blood flowers, Han Fei examined closer the human faces on the cocoon and the children that were strung inside the cocoon. Now he understood why these things were called human cocoons. The thing looked like a bug, but actually it was made from the sin within the human heart. To metamorphose, it had to feed on its host's memory and emotion.
But how did a human cocoon grow to such size?
Han Fei stepped on the children's nightmare as he slowly made his way into the valley of the cocoon. Lifting his eyes up, Han Fei felt like he was inside the home of the devil. Blood flowers were everywhere, and the cliff was decorated with children trapped in endless nightmares. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but be reminded of the hints the system gave him when he triggered the Night of Resurrection mission.
I fell into the abyss of nightmares. The demons and ghosts looked at me without saying a word. They are curious why haven't I called for help. I am curious why they would have such a question.
Aren't all children in the world like me? Trapped inside a cocoon since birth until one can break open with wings?
The butterfly was born inside a cocoon until it grew wings. Han Fei related that to the scene that he was seeing, and he was shocked. The abyss of nightmare refers to the center of this cocoon? Butterfly was dragged here due to some reason, and he was made to dangle on the cliff like the other children. But unlike the other children, he was transformed by the nightmare into a new monster. This cocoon is the butterfly's place of birth. However, this confused Han Fei further. It meant that this cocoon was not Butterfly's cocoon. It was already here before Butterfly was born. So what came out from this cocoon, and who dangled so many children's nightmare here? Butterfly has been trying to manufacture a replacement. Han Fei was shocked by the idea. Perhaps Butterfly has already succeeded? The butterfly outside is merely a scapegoat. Staring at the broken cocoon, Han Fei felt the thick scent of death from it. This was just a broken shell, but the presence it emitted was beyond a pure hatred. Han Fei wanted to stop to think, but Big Sin and the laughter refused to give him peace. The soul poison trickled through his body. The system kept reminding him to seek treatment. Han Fei continued to hike downwards. He realized someone was fighting at the bottom of the giant cocoon. The hatred caused the black mist to swirl. When Han Fei got close enough to identify the person, he was given another shock.
Zhuangwen.
After the jumper woman was molded back together, she stormed to Building 4 to murder her own father. Han Fei didn't see her at Building 4 because she had been here all along. The black mist gathered around Zhuangwen. She was standing at the center of the black mist swirl. Zhuangwen wanted to destroy this place, but the black mist kept her firmly apprehended. At this place, the more powerful you were, the more the black mist would target you. But then again, a weak spirit wouldn't have gotten to this place. They would be crushed by the black mist already. Han Fei was an exception. He was a living human, but he had Big Sin and the blessing of a large lingering spirit. Most of the black mist has already billowed out to trap the singer. The remaining mist is still strong enough to suppress Zhuangwen. Without the singer and Zhuangwen, Han Fei would have to face a black mist which was so much more intense. Han Fei inched closer to Zhuangwen to see if he could communicate with her. But when he got closer, he realized Zhuangwen had been completely dominated by hatred. A normal pure hatred should be able to control the hatred in their hearts, but Zhuangwen failed to make the breakthrough. The hatred on her was intense, and if Han Fei got any closer, she might attack him. Oh well, let's see what Big Sin wants. With Big Sin guiding the way, Han Fei started to move to the bottom of the cocoon. He looked at the children around him, and he was unsettled. Even the laughter in his mind had quieted down. After walking for some time, Han Fei finally stopped at an inconspicuous corner. This corner was no different from the rest of the place, but Big Sin insisted on coming here. Slightly nudging away the children which were entangled by vines and roots, Han Fei found an old altar underneath the sea of blood flowers.
Another altar?
Han Fei was averse to altars. In fact, the reason he had to enter the ziggurat earlier than planned was because he had opened the altar in front of Happiness Neighborhood. That attracted the attention of the singer, who chased him all the way to the ziggurat.
At the bottom of the cocoon, deep inside the blood flower, what kind of god will live here?
The altar before him was covered in blood flowers, and the children's souls rested around it. Han Fei was conflicted. He was afraid of the altar, but also had the urge to see what was inside it. It was like having an unknown red button placed before him, and he just wanted to press to see what would happen. Big Sin was throwing a party already. The red pattern extended from Han Fei's arm to his palm. It urged Han Fei.
I'm not even sure if you want what's best for me anymore.
Han Fei pushed away the children's souls and crawled deeper into this inconspicuous corner. If not for Big Sin, he would not have discovered this altar. The closer he got to the altar, the more intense Big Sin reacted. The blood pattern had almost spread through Han Fei's body, scorching his skin. This altar inside the cocoon was different from the altar in front of the happiness neighborhood. It looked older, even the black cloth over it had decayed. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei used rest in peace to cut away the blood flowers outside the altar before bending down to look inside it.
Notification for player 0000. Lighting of the altar has failed. Different gods are served inside each altar. Some altars will provide you great boons while others will claim your life should you open them.
As the notification appeared, Han Fei also glimpsed the thing inside the altar. It was a broken heart. The heart was covered by tiny capillaries. They were connected to the roots of the blood flowers, sucking nightmare from the endless children's souls. This heart reeked horribly. It had been dead for a long time, but it was still beating.
This is the source of all the death curses at Ziggurat.
Big Sin was very excited, but the more excited it was, the closer Han Fei was to death.
Should I just slice through it?
Gripping rest in peace, Han Fei stared at the heart inside the altar. He felt transported back into the meat-packing plant. After the blade was forged, the thing that was used to sacrifice to complete the blade was Spider's heart of sin, and now he was going to cut through a heart, which was heavily connected to the butterfly. Perhaps Butterfly had planned for Han Fei to cut through Spider's heart of sin. As Han Fei thought back to the things he had seen at Ziggurat, the crimes Butterfly had committed, the pain and despair it had placed on others, his hands held the blade, and he focused to bring the blade to life. Human figures appeared behind Han Fei. They grabbed the hilt with Han Fei. The brilliant blade shone with the hope and beauty of humanity. Then everyone swung at the same time. The blood flowers wilted as the blood vessel-like roots were severed. Han Fei's butcher knife cut through the altar and fell on the rotten heart. No blade had managed to pierce into this heart before. At that instant, Han Fei felt pairs of eyes open inside the altar. Before he could see what they were, his body was sent flying. His hands that held rest in peace were covered in blood. The front of his body, which faced the altar, was heavily wounded. Rest in peace did manage to injure the heart, but Han Fei was sent flying before the blade could cut beyond the heart scab. Han Fei lost control of his arms. Han Fei turned to examine them, and he realized the blood pattern had disappeared. Big Sin had escaped from his body. Han Fei turned back to look at the altar. Big Sin, which was several times smaller than before, was lying on top of the broken heart. It snuggled into the fresh wound Han Fei introduced on the heart, and started to feast on the heart inside the altar. The roots connected to the blood capillaries started to tremble. The children strung on the cocoon cliff began to shake like they were waking up. The tremble moved outwards. The black mist lapped against the cocoon shell like waves. This broken heart doesn't belong to the Ziggurat's current manager, so who does it belong to? Han Fei's life point was almost 0, so his talent was activated. He retreated as fast as he could, but it was still too late. There was a giant earthquake at the bottom of the abyss. The foundation that held the Ziggurat started to collapse. The small altar was connected to the whole cocoon. The sea made from blood flowers started to gush inwards. Seeing as Han Fei was about to be buried alive, a red giant shadow enveloped him. Han Fei turned to look with fear. Zhuang Wen's eyes were burning with the black flame of hatred. But the fire was also scorching a little girl's soul. The girl represented Zhuang Wen's last shred of rationality. When the girl was burnt into ashes, Zhuang Wen would lose control again.
Go up. The exit is up there.
Han Fei shouted, but Zhuang Wen showed no sign of leaving. The woman with black flames in her eyes finally found the thing she could vent her hatred on. In that situation, she started to attack the altar. Chapter 385, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Han Fei received Zhuang Wen's protection because he had helped her escape Butterfly's control at Building 1. Even though she was scorched by the embers of hatred, Zhuang Wen still incidentally helped protect Han Fei's life. However, that was the extent of their relationship. Han Fei couldn't persuade Zhuang Wen beyond that. At this dangerous moment, Zhuang Wen didn't mean to escape, but gathered all of her hatred to slam at the altar. The old altar started to bleed. The ancient blood was extremely smelly. The blood capillaries snapped and blood flowers wilted in the air. A very scary force was awakening inside the altar. It seemed to be connected to the cocoon shell, for it could manipulate everything within the valley inside the cocoon and the sea of blood. Blood vessels crawled out from the sea of flowers and formed a giant net to envelop Zhuang Wen and Han Fei with the altar. Under Zhuang Wen's relentless assault, the surface of the altar started to crack. A lingering hatred was unable to destroy an altar. That gave Han Fei a new understanding of the unmentionable. However, Zhuang Wen's attacks were not meaningless. At least she had provided Big Sin with a better opening to feast. Big Sin had consumed part of the heart, and it drank all the blood that leaked out as well. The heart inside the altar was connected to the souls and nightmares of the endless children. Every drop of blood from this heart contained the deepest terror. Big Sin probably sensed this thing the moment we entered Ziggurat. It chose to hide inside my arm because it didn't want to be discovered by this thing. It was not until I approached the altar that it came out from my body. Big Sin treated Han Fei as its disguise. This pet looked honest, but in reality, it was more cunning than its owner. Both Big Sin and Butterfly came from the human cocoon. Butterfly represents the human side of things, and Big Sin is the opposite. Regardless, they should have the same yearning and desire. The situation had gone out of Han Fei's control. The only thing he could do was to finish the last few pigs' hearts that Su Qin left for him. His life points started to recover. Big Sin inside the altar feasted on the heart. Zhuang Wen outside the altar continued her attacks. The black mist around the cocoon shell churned violently. The building above them started to crack. Roots like blood vessels crawled into the ziggurat. Before this, it was the heart inside the altar which was supporting the ziggurat, but now it started to absorb something from the ziggurat. After it was injured, the unmentionable inside the altar opened its eyes. The underground floors began to collapse. The black mist swirled agitatedly. Propelled by some force, the god inside the altar was being slowly awakened. A strange voice sounded inside the heart of Nightmare. It mumbled something that no one could understand as the dead heart inside the altar started to beat again. While drastic changes were happening underground, the sound of soul bells swinging came from room 4244. The sound was a portent of something evil. Initially, the soul bells only rang inside room 4244, but soon all the rooms at Ziggurat chimed with the tingling of soul bells.
Grandma, it's not 4:44 a.m. yet. I still want to stay with everyone.
Beside a normal dining table sat a girl with a ponytail. She had chubby cheeks, and her dimples were cute when she smiled.
Grandma also wants you to stay longer, but it is time.
An old lady stood up from the wooden table. She entered the kitchen to grab a knife.
Thank you for accompanying me for so long.
The old lady looked kindly at the little girl by the table. The girl held a spoon in one hand and grabbed a bowl filled with paper dumplings with another. The girl was a natural smiler. Even when the old lady reappeared with the knife, the girl was still smiling. The raised arm chopped at the girl's head. The knife cut through the girl's skin, but no blood came out. The girl laughed as her body shattered like papier-mâché until a fragment of a family portrait remained on the chair.
Love, it's your turn now.
The old woman turned to the old man who sat beside her. The elder was reticent, but the way he looked at the old woman was gentle and soft. Similarly, the old man's body cracked like paper with a chop. The old lady's muddled eyes were teary, but she had to do these things. She turned around to look at her family who gathered at the dining table. For generations were there, and the atmosphere was joyous. But other than herself, everyone at the table was a paper doll. This was the child's fault, the child who should have already died.
This is the punishment we deserve for the sin we committed.
The old lady resisted her tears as she chopped down her family one by one. She collected the fragments from her family members and pieced the family portrait together. Then she turned to look at the chair at the end of the table. The chair was smaller than a normal chair, and it looked new, like it was not meant to be used, but was just a decor.
You were never a part of the family dinner when we were alive, but now you are the only one left at the dining table.
Picking up the chair, the old lady came to the center of the living room. She studied the altar that she built and placed the completed family portrait before the altar. The lit candles were extinguished. The food on the sacrificial table didn't change, but they released a horrible smell like they had decayed from the inside. The lights inside the room died after a few flickers. The old lady silently moved the unseated chair to place it before the altar. Picking up the soul bell, the old lady shook the bell as she chanted something. She opened all of the doors inside the house and snipped off the red ropes that were tied around the house. The previously normal room instantly became eerie. The wind fluttered the remnants of the paper doll on the ground. The smiling paper doll faces started to weep. The axles of the windows and doors creaked. The door of the altar started to tremble as well. The family portrait also started to change. The family portrait was of the old lady's four-generation, so many people were in that picture. But suddenly a disfigured shadow appeared. It was not part of the portrait, but its appearance didn't feel forced like it was supposed to be part of this family. The old lady jingled the soul bell as she chanted the spell for the ritual. Her own body was breaking, but her body was bound with red threads. The red threads fixed her flesh and soul in place so that her body wouldn't break. She used all her strength to chant the soul-summoning ritual. As the old lady's voice came out from room 4244, the dirge rang out in the entire ziggurat. The soul ladders in front of all the rooms shattered, and paper money shuffled into the air. At the moment of twilight, the doors of the altar inside room 4244 slowly opened. The family portrait placed before the altar was sucked into the altar. The family portrait appeared to be the only picture left behind by the ziggurat manager. The old lady hunched over as she chanted faster and faster. Slowly the altar inside room 4244 started to change, as if resonating with the altar underground. Black capillaries erupted from the altar in room 4244 and spread madly throughout ziggurat. All the death curses hidden inside the tenants were triggered. Fear, despair, and pain reminded everyone of that terrifying presence. All the dressers inside ziggurat started to bleed. The channel between nightmare and the cryptic world was opening. The tenants' fear was the bridge between these two worlds. Screams of despair echoed inside the buildings. The stench of evil permeated every corner of ziggurat. The black capillaries from the top floor carried intense hatred and pressed downwards. The black capillaries from underground carried the scent of death and crawled upwards. Eventually they met on the fourth floor. The blood capillaries entangled together. When the hatred and death were about to combine, a shrill song exploded. The tenants felt a new source of fear. The unmentionable was enraged as the combination of the hatred and death was halted by the singer. Tears appeared on the fourth floor of Building 4. Room 4044 was the center of death and hatred. The blood door where the headless door guardian once resided was torn apart. The dressers inside the ziggurat were tipping. No matter how big the commotion was before, the dressers were never affected. However, as the door to room 4044 was shattered, the cracks splintered into room 4044. The dressers inside the room started to creak. The instability of the cryptic world had affected the dresser world. Inside the dresser world, the bloody clothes started to swing. Blood-red cracks appeared on the ceiling and ground like scars. The monsters who resided here started to run and hide. The edges of the dresser world were collapsing as it slowly joined with the cryptic world. Originally, the dresser world was the bridge between the nightmares and the real world, but now it was being dragged into the cryptic world. To make matters worse, currently that was a gigantic senior monster wildly attacking the dresser at the center of the dresser world. His eyes burned with the blame flame of hatred. The seemingly normal dresser door had held up against all of the senior monster's attacks. It was not until the cracks started to appear in the dresser world that the dresser at the center started to show signs of damage.
This dresser is the core of the cursed object and the reason this dresser world exists. If I cannot have this, then no one can.
The cackle was mixed with hatred. The senior monster looked more like a madman. The small splinters on the dresser grew in size. The transmutation had far-reaching effects. Coastal Apartment was Huang Yin's childhood home. It was located at the best spot in the old city. This was where all of his best memories were located. The bowl slammed to the ground. The dishes splattered everywhere. A woman in an apron stood before the dresser inside the bedroom. She was not tall and looked gentle. Her lifelong occupation as a teacher lent her a scholarly presence. The woman looked just like Huang Yin's mother, but Huang Yin, who was locked inside the dresser, knew that no matter how good the disguise was, she was not his mother. Picking up the oil-stained pieces of the bowl, the woman knelt before the dresser. She glared at Huang Yin, who was trapped inside the dresser like a dog, and the hatred in her eyes surfaced.
So this is all you know?
The wounded Huang Yin lifted his head. After he was killed multiple times by his mother, he slowly understood something. At the start, he thought that being killed by his mother would help ease the guilt in his heart. He even asked for death, which confused the butterfly for a period. But as he died again and again, Huang Yin realized the guilt in his heart was the same. Certain things would forever be imprinted in the mind after it had happened. No matter how many times it was repeated in the nightmare, there would be no changes in real life. When his mother saved him, she would never want him to carry self-blame and pain for life. To live in bliss and happiness, that was the biggest appreciation he could give her. Trapped inside the dresser, with only a few breaths left, Huang Yin still had a smile on his face. It was the few genuine ones he had. Without averting his eyes, he looked at the face that fully resembled his mother's. The self-blame in his eyes had been replaced by pity.
My mother will never do these things to me, but your parents have. You're pitiable, but I don't pity you.
Huang Yin was openly provoking the butterfly, but he didn't care.
You've used so many ways to torture me. Have your parents done the same things to you? They treated you like an animal, so you act like an animal? Such a pitiable creature. You have not even a shred of humanity left in you. Compared to you, I cannot even begin to describe how happy I am. Even though I'm going to die, I am happy because I have been loved. And you'll never experience that, because no one will love you and you do not deserve to be loved. Ha ha ha.
Huang Yin inside the dresser laughed at Butterfly. The woman who stood before the dresser had her face twisted. The nightmare was twisting like she was trying to break Huang Yin's soul with brute force. But at that moment, the woman sensed something strange. She lowered her head to look at her chest. There was a crack near her heart, and the crack was expanding. She frowned as she turned to look at the wall clock. In every one of Huang Yin's nightmare, there was a clock. Currently the time was 4 a.m. It was not yet the designated time, but there was already problems with her body. The woman dragged Huang Yin out from the dresser and crawled into it herself. She looked so desperate, like she wouldn't be able to return if she stayed any longer. Chapter 386 Sponsored Content.
Where are you going in such a hurry? Rushing to reincarnate? Someone like you should be thankful if you can become a bug in your next life.
Huang Yin was not afraid of anything anymore. He thought about stopping the butterfly, but he was too weak to even lift his hands. The woman's body was changing. She wanted to use the most painful method to torture Huang Yin, but she had no more time. The crack on her chest grew and black vessels popped in her eyes. Blood leaked out from underneath her dress. Her mutated arms closed the dresser doors. The normal-looking dresser started to tremble like a living heart after the woman entered it. Blood capillaries extended out from inside and pierced through the deepest part of the nightmare. Huang Yin's nightmare started to collapse. The woman's skin surfaced with strange patterns. The patterns formed a tapestry with the intersecting blood capillaries inside the dresser. It had once been trapped inside the dresser for a long time. Inside this dark, cramped space, it imagined the world and accidentally saw the end of nightmares. The small space was filled with darkness. When the blood-red consciousness consumed everything, the woman's body blurred as she used her full energy to push at the door inside the dresser. Huang Yin's nightmare shattered instantly. The figure that trapped him entered a strange room through the dresser deep inside the nightmare. This room had no door or window. Instead of calling it a room, it was more like a corridor. Two dressers stood on each end of the corridor. One was connected to nightmares, the other the cryptic world. Currently, the dresser connected to the cryptic door was splintering and the cracks were spreading. It was worth noting that the cracks on the dressers also appeared on the woman's body, like the woman shared the same body with the dresser. She had combined herself with this unique, cursed object. The long corridor was decorated with entangled souls and consciousness. They were like sacrifices waiting for their gods to come for them. Feng Ziyu, who had gone missing, could be found here as well. Blood covered her body. The woman started to change from a human into a monster. Standing at the side of the nightmare dresser, it couldn't just walk down the corridor. There was a powerful resistance stopping it from doing so. However, soon the sound of soul bells came from the other dresser. The chanting of all the tenants and the fear in their hearts surged into this strange space. The fear of butterfly wound around its body like threads as they slowly dragged it to the other side of the corridor. The indeterminate body consumed the sacrifice in the corridor. The more it became like a monster, the greater its hatred. Due to the emergency of the situation, it only had time to swallow a few key sacrifices before it was led to the other end of the corridor. The feast turned its body into a fleshy monster with a regular appearance, but it didn't have the time to care about that now. The arms bound by hatred and fear grabbed at the dresser door. The blood stains on the door immediately melted and seeped into the monster's body. The number on the door slowly clarified, Room 4444. Room 4444 was not an actual room, but it was Butterfly's dresser. For this monster that was trapped inside a dresser since it was young, the dresser was its own room. Carrying all the pain and hatred from the nightmares, the hands pushed open the door of room 4444. The collapsing dresser world disintegrated at that moment. Intense hatred burst out from the dresser at the center of the dresser world. The senior monster who was closest was swept away as everyone stared at the center. Bloody clothes scattered like bloody paper money. The soul bells chimed across ziggurat. A wounded arm reached out from the dresser, dragging an extremely ugly soul. It looked more like a human-shaped meat pile. The terrifying presence materialized inside the ziggurat. Everyone's death curses were triggered. The fear and hatred within the tenants exploded instantly. Ugly faces appeared on the monster's body. In this world, everyone's hatred belonged to it. No one cared about it, so to ensure that it was not forgotten, it abandoned its humanity and buried its hatred and pain inside everyone's heart. Death curses absorbed something from all the ziggurat tenants. Everyone's death curse was different. As the tenants were tormented by the curses, the same curses appeared on the monster's skin. It was the source of all the death curses. The more pain the cursed tenants were in, the stronger it would become. As the death curses were activated, the monster's skin started to crack. The necrotized skin started to peel off. A pair of flawless and fair arms broke through the wounded skin. The tapered fingers peeled off the rest of its skin. A creature that looked like human and had indeterminate sex appeared from the shell of flesh. Hatred blasted through the whole dresser world. It metamorphosed into the butterfly, the flesh splattered like an open butterfly wing. The death curses and fresh blood painted strange patterns on its body. Its fair skin had no scar, but there were endless death curses flowing under its skin. However, perhaps because it had not consumed enough sacrifice, or perhaps the ritual was performed earlier than designated, its legs were stuck in the blob of flesh. It failed to achieve its most perfect state. The dresser world was still collapsing. The death curse on the senior monster was triggered again. The bloody butterfly deep inside his heart flapped its wings, trying to take everything away from him. The black blame in his eyes flickered. The senior monster's presence weakened. The thing that remained unchanged was the reflection in his eyes and the maddening presence. That's the manager? The evil soul didn't retreat. He had taken over the senior monster's body, and thus his lineage as well as their pain. The pain that branded through the legacy was enough to collapse a normal person's mind, but evil soul's expression didn't even change. He could feel the senior monster and his own soul dissipating. The death curse was activating. Resisting it meant certain death. But for this journey towards death, he still had time. He wanted to use this last moment to kill the manager. The evil soul never considered retreating or compromising. Since the curse caster would never lift the death curse willingly, then there was only one solution left.
Old man, this might be the last few minutes we will share together. I have a few messages for you. Your biological grandson is too weak. He can't even maintain the clarity of his soul at this place, but I can sense his love for his father and grandfather in his heart. When you were alive, you always scolded him for being cowardly and weak. But the fact is, he has actively answered your soul summoning, and that is extremely brave. I know your family loves him dearly, but don't forget that since the soul summoning ritual was successful, it meant that he loves you all as much as you love him. He never blamed or hated you. He only felt appreciation and love towards you. He is unable to speak, so I shall be his messenger."
After saying all that, the evil soul reached his hands towards the senior monster's heart.
"A person like that shouldn't die here. We have to save him."
The fingers pierced through the chest. Pain, memory, and despair, all these became the fuel for hatred. The evil soul wanted the fire in the senior monster's heart to burn brighter. Butterfly, who stood before the dresser, looked at the maddened senior monster like he was some kind of struggling bug. From the butterfly's perspective, the only way it could be beaten was to block its way back to the ziggurat. As the manager of ziggurat, everything was over once it arrived here. The ritual was not complete, and the time was earlier than designated, but these were small inconveniences. The butterfly's gaze slowly moved onto the evil soul's face. The body it had prepared for itself was still there. That was enough. It was hard to find a good vessel. There were not many living humans who could sustain its consciousness. The years of preparation it did was not wasted. Sensing the senior monster's burning soul, the butterfly's long finger pressed lightly on its heart. The death curse appeared on its skin. The finger cut through the skin like butter. Blue butterflies flew out from its body. The butterflies possessed its soul and consciousness. They could be seen as its substitutes. The tenants of Happiness Neighborhood had seen similar blue butterflies before. When the blue butterflies approached, the evil soul became highly alert. However, the butterflies didn't attack him, but instead flew past him and left the dresser world. When the butterfly cut open its chest, the evil soul noticed the butterfly was missing a heart, so it was not at its strongest state yet. The evil soul charged at the butterfly, ready to be vanquished. This was the first person who dared to challenge the butterfly after the latter became the manager of Ziggurat.
"The resurrection ritual has begun. I have split you into different souls to make it more convenient for me to consume you."
The butterfly's extremely handsome face was emotionless. Everything was within its control. As the senior monster charged at it, the butterfly didn't do anything but stare into the evil soul's eyes. The emotions in its eyes slowly became like the evil soul. The butterfly was copying the evil soul.
"Your souls are trapped inside other people's bodies. If you want to reunite all of your souls, you'll have to personally murder all of their hosts. The moment you do, you'll become just like me."
It was not until the senior monster's arms almost reached the butterfly that the patterns on the butterfly burst with extreme hatred. The hatred was like a wave, easily overwhelming that of the senior monsters. The blood of his lineage flowed through his body. The flame in the senior monster's heart was like a candle. It flickered in the waves, but it never extinguished. The spine on his back cracked open. All of his children's eyes flew open. The culprit of their familicide was before them. All of their hatred pooled together. The butterfly's legs hadn't fully metamorphosed. They were stuck in the ugly flesh blob. It couldn't move too far away from the dresser, but this didn't affect it too much. Compared to the mobility limitation, it cared more about the physical deficiency. It was not the prettiest creature.
"I kept you around because you are beneficial to me, and now it is time for you to make yourself useful."
The butterfly told the evil soul as it spread its arms. The butterflies scattered across Ziggurat. Endless blood vessels crawled out from the Ziggurat. They pierced through the cracks of the dresser world and joined with the butterfly's body. Then the butterfly suddenly turned towards a direction as if sensing something.
"I've personally left the curse on you, giving you 3 months to get ready. I'm surprised you dare to come into the Ziggurat in less than a month. The singer outside is the reason why you dare to do so."
The butterfly's voice dripped with anger. It had already calculated everything, but Han Fei had broken its plan. Since Han Fei participated in the human jigsaw case, the butterfly had been paying focus on Han Fei, both in the real world and the cryptic world. It knew Han Fei was weak, but it only saw Han Fei as a vessel. It didn't expect that in just a few weeks, the weak human managed to enter the Ziggurat, and even attracted an angry unmentionable with him. A normal unmentionable had their own altar. Mentioning their names would get the speaker cursed. But for such a ghost to get so intensely mad, that was extremely rare. The blue butterflies were the split soul of the manager. They contained its consciousness and despair. They were also its eyes and ears. By then the blue butterflies had scattered all around the ziggurat. As the manager of Ziggurat, Butterfly saw how horrid the condition of Ziggurat was. If it returned one moment later, the whole neighborhood might be gone. The black mist got entangled with the singer. But the thing that worried the butterfly the most was the foundation of Ziggurat had been shaken. Its biggest secret had been exposed.
The unmentionable is a problem, but the thing outside has been heavily injured. It is not as strong as it should be. If you think you can rely on it to stop the ritual, then you're more naive than I thought.
A black drop of blood leaked out from the butterfly's hollow chest. It controlled all of the blood vessels and pierced them through the ground. The floors cracked one after another. Death surged from the underground like an endless sea. Among the sea floated the nightmares of children and wilted blood flowers, as well as a giant cocoon weaved from blood vessels.
I've waited too long for this moment. No one will be able to stop me.
The butterfly was most worried about the underground altar, so it wanted to check up on it. Chapter 387 Sponsored Content. The source of the death curses comes from the underground cocoon. The black mist formed by death was evoked by the butterfly, and it swallowed everyone present. The thick scent of death assaulted every soul, branding the deepest despair into everyone's hearts. The nightmare flowed through the black capillaries which were heavily intertwined together. The giant cocoon floated out from the deep sea like a leviathan. That is the butterfly's trump card? Why is it so confident to take on the unmentionable? The foundation of the ziggurat was taken out by the butterfly. When the flesh cocoon surfaced, the dresser world fully collapsed and melted into the cryptic world. The bloody clothes turned into spirits covered in blood. They had no consciousness. They existed as tools, like clothes that could be worn by anyone. The monsters inside the dresser world became Butterfly's nutrients. All the dresser monsters shattered, and Butterfly used their remnants to heal the cracks on the dresser behind it. The wounds created by the senior monster were rapidly healing. Butterfly also slowly moved its feet out from the deformed blob of flesh and blood. No one present dared to make sudden moves. Perhaps the butterfly had not been lying after all. Everything was in its control. As the manager of Ziggurat, it knew every single thing at this place. All the monsters and ghosts were puppets in its control. How could they have the chance to rebel against their owners? As the black mist soaked into its body, Butterfly's handsome face took on a facade of serenity.
Everything is back on track.
Its empty chest turned towards the giant cocoon. It mumbled an unfamiliar name under its breath. Blood vessels dragged the giant cocoon further from the underground. Everyone could feel the dangerous presence hidden inside the giant cocoon. The presence was mixed with death. It was more terrifying than pure hatred. They sensed an unmentionable inside it.
The future that you saw inside the nightmare is still a nightmare.
Butterfly told the giant cocoon. A seductive smile appeared on its face, and then it poked its tapered hands into the giant cocoon. The blood vessels flowing with nightmares opened like petals. The flower that contained the nightmare of endless children bloomed in the cryptic world. The scariest thing at the ziggurat was about to show itself. Everyone was consumed by fear and nervousness as they stared at the content of the giant cocoon. Black mist rolled out. The meters-long black capillaries were merely the veins on the leaf. The real bloody bud was hidden deep inside the giant cocoon. When the shade of redness appeared, everyone, including Butterfly's gaze, changed. A giant red figure stood in the deepest part of the giant cocoon. Her body was burning with hatred, and before this giant figure stood a man holding a knife. He half-squatted before the altar, taking in everything with emotionless eyes.
Han Fei.
When they saw that man, everyone responded differently. The tenants from Happiness Neighborhood recognized Han Fei immediately. While they were surprised, they moved subconsciously towards Han Fei. They didn't feel fear. After all, he was their building manager. The senior monster who was dying also turned to Han Fei. The evil soul's sinister eyes flashed with confusion. Based on what the butterfly said, he knew his soul had been split. After conversing with the senior monster, he also knew that a person's splintered souls would manifest differently depending on the main soul's memory. Some souls would be kind, others would be evil. Staring at the living madman who stepped on the altar, the evil soul narrowed his eyes. He made the mental comparison and came to the conclusion, so that is my evil soul? Bravo! A madman indeed. With the evil soul cackling, the butterfly's face surfaced with scars that looked terrifyingly like death spots. The chill in its eyes dropped the temperature inside Ziggurat. No living human would be able to enter the deepest floor of Ziggurat, and other than itself, no one knew about the altar's location. So how did this man resist the black mist under the Ziggurat? How come the death curse has no effect on him? After losing his souls of childhood and kindness, his memory should have turned blank, so how come it doesn't look like he's been affected at all? How did he manage to get the failure from building one to work with him? Why do all the ghosts like to stick close to this ugly thing? There were so many questions in Butterfly's mind. It had planned everything, using years to plot everything from the real world to the cryptic world. However, at the last moment, a normal human was standing on the altar it had prepared for itself. The torn chest was yearning for something. A knife deep inside its soul cut at its flesh. More death spots surfaced on the butterfly's body. It hadn't had such emotions in a long time already.
When I become you, I will have you personally murder everything you care about, so that you'll forever live in pain and despair.
Endless hatred gushed out from the torn, open chest. It was clear that the hatred from the butterfly was much more intense than the senior monster and the jumper woman. The blood vessels reached towards the altar. As the giant cocoon was dragged towards the butterfly, everyone could get a better view of the altar hidden inside the layers of blood flowers. They could see the broken heart inside the altar, as well as Big Sin, who was munching on it. The butterfly could stand Han Fei squatting on its altar, but having an ugly bug chewing on its heart. That was the butterfly's bottom line. The butterfly's flawless skin colored with death spots. They looked like the bite traces on the heart. As the manager of Ziggurat, Butterfly had mastered how to hide its emotions. That was until it met Han Fei. It waved its finger. The deep blue hatred contained a night sky belonging to the butterflies. It pointed right at Han Fei. Indescribable terror crawled on the ground. The butterfly's hatred constructed its own night sky. The humanity trapped by it became the stars in the sky. Under the night sky, endless dark butterflies fluttered about. On their wings was the horror of the butterfly's victims. The butterflies formed nightmares and flew towards Han Fei. Zhuangwen was unable to stop all the butterflies. Even herself was covered by the butterflies. No one was able to save Han Fei. A weak flicker of light lit around the altar. The smoke dissipated into the air. Han Fei stood on the altar and straightened himself as he tapped at the cigarette. When the last cigarette was ignited, a blood-curdling song came from outside the building. Chapter 388 sponsored content. After the manager died, his 3 kids honored him with 3 cigarettes, and all 3 of them found their way to Han Fei. Each of the cigarettes corresponded to each of the 3 children. Lighting the cigarette could awaken the other party's consciousness and gain their protection before the cigarette smoke dissipated. In the real world, Han Fei and Zhuangren snuck into a Mortal Pharma director's old home and discovered a broken music box, a masked wooden mannequin, and a children's outfit covered in paint. Each of them came with their own blessing. The music box played a song that sounded similar to the soul-summoning ritual sung by the singer. Therefore, Han Fei had reason to believe the singer might be one of the manager's 3 children. Even if he got it wrong, it didn't matter that much. Han Fei already noticed something. Whenever he lit the cigarette, the singer would respond to it. The first time was at Yiming convenience store. After the cigarette burned, the singer appeared at Yiming Street. The second time was at Ziggurat's Building 1. Just as he lit the cigarette, the singer grew louder like it was triggered. For the previous 2 times, Han Fei quitted the game the moment he lit the cigarette so the singer wouldn't come after him. But this time, Han Fei didn't plan to do that. Stripped of his escape, Han Fei exuded an inexplicable insouciance. He glanced at the butterfly through the tendrils of smoke as if saying, "I am stepping on your altar, and I have the bug eat your heart. What can you do about it?" The smoke curled around Han Fei, blurring the lines between reality and imagination. Behind Han Fei, a pair of cold eyes opened. If Han Fei turned back to look, he'd realize the eyes matched the ones he saw inside the altar in front of Happiness Neighborhood. Han Fei had no idea what was behind him. He was just used to hiding his fear. Therefore, there was no trace of panic or fear on his face. He had nothing, but he made it look like he had everything. No matter how Han Fei acted, it actually didn't affect Butterfly that much. The problem was after Han Fei lit the cigarette, the singer outside appeared to be seriously triggered. It tore through the black mist, forcing its way into the ziggurat. Butterfly hadn't completed its full metamorphosis and the dresser behind it hadn't been fully repaired. It couldn't allow an unmentionable into the ziggurat.
Something this terrible hasn't happened in a long time already. Everything was going according to plan. I'm surprised by this accident.
The building shook like it could collapse at the next moment. Under the singer's relentless attack, an opening was carved through the black mist. The chilling song echoed in everyone's ears. The cold seeped into everyone's soul. The blood vessels hidden inside ziggurat ruptured, and black blood leaked out from the floor and ceiling. Everything was being suppressed by that terrifying presence. Even if the unmentionable was injured, its horror wasn't something comparable to a normal pure hatred. The butterfly's night sky started to turn red. The butterfly knew that if it didn't do something soon, the ziggurat would fall. No one could stand in the way of the unmentionable because the outcome would be elimination.
This neighborhood is the sacrificial table for me to change into a new body. If you intend to ruin my ritual, then don't blame me for destroying your altar. Do you even have an altar?
The blood vessels that stretched out from Butterfly's feet reached upwards. While it controlled the black mist to stop the singer, it dragged the altar down from the top floor. There were 2 altars at the ziggurat, one at the top floor, another in the basement. The one from the basement was stepped on by Han Fei. The broken heart inside was chewed by Big Sin, so Butterfly placed its focus on the other altar.
Now that the night of resurrection is here, I don't need the altar left behind by the previous manager anymore. Soon, I'll have a new body. To be a human, to be God, I'll have the choice.
The family portrait was shoved by the butterfly into the altar. Before the song infiltrated the ziggurat fully, it opened the altar from the top floor. The normal-looking altar had a headless figurine inside. The figurine looked like an old man. He was standing tall, but his body was carved in endless death curses. When Butterfly's family portrait touched the figurine, the twisted shadow in the portrait crawled into the figurine. The death curses were activated and Butterfly started to imbue the black mist into the figurine. At the same time, the endless holy figurines that the evil soul attracted from room 4144 started to change. They cried and wailed before exploding. The hair and bits of flesh covered by white paper inside the figurines gathered together to form the head of an old man. The head's eyes, ears, nose and mouth were sewn shut by death curses. He couldn't speak, see, or hear. Han Fei and the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood saw the human head. It had the same face as their previous manager. That must be the memory fragment left behind by the previous manager. Han Fei's pupils narrowed. The previous manager's memory was splintered. The part with the memory of the black box was hidden at Happiness Neighborhood, and the others were scattered around the cryptic world. Han Fei wanted to go and rescue the previous manager's head, but he lacked the power.
I've gotten tired of digging for your memory. Since you refuse to tell me anything, then disappear forever with them.
Butterfly grabbed the manager's head and plopped it inside the altar. The death curses joined the head back with the body. Death curses crawled out from the old man's body, piercing through his skin. Death curses splattered like blood, desecrating the altar. Some kind of taboo was activated. The old man's orifices started to leak with black blood. All the curses on his body morphed into the Chinese character for death.
I'm using an unmentionable's memory and altar to manufacture this curse. That should be able to injure it.
Butterfly, who stood under the night sky, controlled all the black mist to tear apart the old man's figurine. A giant black flower bloomed in the night to gather all the black mist to one spot. Han Fei saw the terrifying scene. When all the black mist was absorbed, he saw a giant pair of bloody hands appear in the song. Previously, when he tried to quit the game, he had encountered these hands before. He was almost captured by them. I am unable to see its full appearance. Han Fei, who was only level 13, had witnessed something way beyond his current level. The flower that exhausted all the black mist in the building bloomed among the song. To Han Fei and Butterfly's surprise, when the scariest death curse exploded from the old man's figurine, the giant bloody hands and the singer behind them didn't evade. Instead, the singer appeared to voluntarily move forward to embrace it, as if it wanted to store the old man's head into its own heart. The death curse exploded. The song echoed with deep despair and pain. Everyone could hear something breaking. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the black mist dissipated. Only Building 4 looked rather normal. The other 3 buildings were covered in blood and curses. Butterfly exhausted the black mist collected at Ziggurat for decades, an altar and all the death curse on it, to heavily injure the singer.
Is it dead?
After a temporary pause, the song echoed in everyone's ears again. Even though the black mist had lightened, no one could pinpoint the source of the song. It was like the song had moved into their hearts. As long as the fear of it remained, it would always return.
We have to be prepared to save Han Fei.
Mirror God behind Drake said.
The singer has left, taking the previous manager's head and the tainted altar. When it returns, it will be stronger than a normal unmentionable. Shouldn't we wait some more? The situation is still up in the air. The manager looks like he's still safe.
Li's eye turned to Han Fei. All the butterflies who flew towards Han Fei lost their way in the smoke. Butterfly's night sky covered everything, but it was unable to harm Han Fei. Han Fei lit the cigarette, standing under the butterfly's night sky. He saw the stars of humanity trapped in the night sky, and his eyes shone with pity. Even at a time like this, he cared more about others than himself.
We can't wait any longer.
A voice came from the back of the group. Wei Youfu removed his cap, and his eyes landed on Han Fei. He knew Han Fei too well.
Let's move out.
The death curses at the ziggurat just exploded. The remaining curse could still scorch the soul, but no one from Happiness Neighborhood hesitated. They charged into Butterfly's night sky. The Butterfly's night sky contained many nightmares and the scariest things in the world, but none of them held back.
You people are so desperate to die?
Death spots appeared on Butterfly's skin. Its handsome face turned into a low-quality puzzle as death curse crawled out from underneath its skin. The collision earlier exhausted the butterfly deeply too. Most of the blood vessels it controlled broke, but for the butterfly, this was a good enough price to pay to chase away an unmentionable.
When I was still alive, everyone wanted me to die. I tried my best to make them happy, but all I got in return was added hatred and disgust. A problem has been troubling me. If I pretend to lose my memory, will they toss me out like an unwanted guest? Perhaps I didn't even count as a guest in their eyes, perhaps only an item?
The tenants from Happiness Neighborhood strode through the butterfly's night sky. Ignoring the danger, they forged their way towards Han Fei. This was a group of pitiable people, cute people, and that made Butterfly burn with anger.
Do you want to save him? Then I will make sure that won't happen. The only thing that can bring me joy is to reap the despair after the struggle has failed.
With each of Butterfly's words, the stars in the night sky would scream in pain. Only then everyone realized the stars were souls Butterfly had entrapped in his night sky. The butterfly had been tormenting them, to hear their wails of despair, to gain happiness from them. As the stars cried, their despair would leak into the night sky, making the canvas darker.
Be careful. The darkness is made from the butterflies metamorphosed from the human cocoons. The ugliest part of humanity made up this disgusting thing.
Mirror God knew a lot. His mirror showed not the night sky, but a cluster of black butterflies overlapping over each other.
Pure hatred can manipulate their surroundings freely, but to wish to melt into the night sky, this monster is not yet powerful enough.
The butterflies that formed the night fluttered. The butterfly reached out towards the tenants. But when it raised its arm, a monster with hatred rested Butterfly's wrist. The butterfly said,
Do you really think you can hurt me?
The senior monster's eyes burned with hatred. The pain of his lineage burned through his heart, weaving with his hatred. His fingers turned red. Every soul that he touched would rapidly age and rot. This was the senior monster's hidden power. The soul that he touched would age with him. The members of his lineage lived on his spine. When one of his children or grandchildren died, they would manifest on the senior monster's spine. In less than 1 second of contact, 2 faces on the senior monster's spine were wiped away, but Butterfly only had a few new wrinkles on his wrist. If he didn't kill the caster, the death curse would not be removed, and everyone in his family would die. To ensure the continuity of his lineage, none of the faces on the senior monster's spine showed fear. They gave it their all to protect their legacy.
I didn't keep an old dog around to bite me.
The butterfly's fingers closed. The stars in the night exploded. The negative emotions surged into the butterfly's body. While they cured the butterfly, they formed new death curses and crawled towards the senior monster. The senior monster was no match for the butterfly. Even if he sacrificed his life, he was only able to stop the butterfly for a few seconds. But there was more than the senior monster who hated the butterfly with a passion. With a shrill scream, a giant red shadow charged towards Butterfly. Zhuangwen had lost her mind. When she saw Butterfly's face, she couldn't control herself anymore. She found the reason for her existence, which was to cut this creature into pieces. To create another butterfly, the manager forced Zhuangwen to kill herself. That despair and pain created a twisted, pure hatred. As Zhuangwen charged at the butterfly, Wei Youfu stepped out from the crowd. The weak-looking man stepped through the lingering black mist and hatred. He looked at the wounded Han Fei and the endless souls trapped in the night sky before he looked at himself.
A human jigsaw might just be a game for it, but it has made 8 of us lose everything.
His pale arms reached towards the mighty butterfly. The always nice Wei Youfu started to shed blood from his eyes.
No matter the reason, Butterfly must die.
Blood expanded behind him. 8 arms tore through Wei Youfu's body and slammed heavily on the ground. Chapter 389. 7 twisted souls bound together. They were demented by despair and pain, but even so, the 7 of them managed to carve out a home deep inside their hearts for the 8th soul. Little 8 blinked her eyes as all the resentment poured into her body. The seeds she held fell to the ground, and terrifying blood flowers bloomed deep inside the soul. When the flowers opened, 8 arms shattered Ziggurat's walls and floor. The cute girl and the 7 tortured souls combined to become a gigantic monster. The murderous intent was clear. Without wasting any word, the monster waved its arms to slam at Butterfly's face. When Zhuangwen and the senior monster challenged the butterfly, the latter showed no response. The calmness in its eyes only shattered when it saw Little 8.
The key? Has the human jigsaw been completed?
The shock lingered on its face. Butterfly stared at Little 8. It remembered the girl's face. The butterfly took the punch head-on. Butterfly and the meat blob joined to its feet rammed into the door of dresser 4444. The already fragile blood-red world collapsed.
I'm going to kill you 8 times.
Wei Youfu's body was torn apart layer by layer to morph into a giant red shadow. He used his last rationality to order the monster to attack the butterfly relentlessly. Blood oozed out from the monster's flesh. The monster's method of appearance was quite similar to how Butterfly broke out from the fleshy cocoon. The difference was, the butterfly consumed others as sacrifices to metamorphose a perfect human from the shell of an ugly monster. The human jigsaw case's victims, though tore apart their human souls to create a monster. This showed the connection between the two. Little 8 was part of the butterfly's plan before it was ruined by Fu Sheng.
I can't believe my luck. Today is my lucky day. After I obtain this key, I can venture deeper to find more memory fragments left behind by Fu Sheng.
A twisted smile appeared on Butterfly's face. However, its joy lasted for only 2 seconds before the monster with 8 arms continued to pummel the butterfly. Before they met Han Fei, the victims of the human jigsaw case had not fully joined together before. Their bodies missed the most crucial parts, and that was only rectified by Han Fei not too long ago. In other words, other than the previous manager, even Little Eight had no idea how scary they were. The large body stomped fearlessly through the ziggurat. Its body was shrouded in a flowing blood mist. Most death curses were unable to affect it. Each of the 8 arms represented a different resentment. But the scariest thing was the 8 victims' resentment could match one another's so perfectly. Little Eight's arrival caused a change to Butterfly's gaze. It was not fear or panic, but desire and greed.
You want to kill me? I love you so dearly and poured so much heart into you. My heart even bled after I lost all the news about you.
Butterfly looked at the monster that jumped at it. It spoke to it like a parent would to a child. Perhaps it did treat Little Eight as its child, but it had treated her like how its parents had treated it. The greater the torture, the deeper the love. Little Eight couldn't stay in the monster form for too long, or else all the victims might lose their precious humanity. However, this time, the victims appeared to have reached a consensus. Even if they went insane, they had to kill the butterfly.
I hope to see you struggle. When I was trapped inside the dresser, I would capture the bugs at the corner and slowly pull them apart. That was my only source of joy, and that has become a habit of mine.
Butterfly stood under his own night sky. The endless pitch-black butterflies flapped their wings. When Little Eight and Zhuangwen got near, the skin and flesh on Butterfly's back exploded. A pair of brilliantly colorful butterfly wings constructed out of nightmares expanded behind him.
After the singer was chased away, you have lost.
There were 2 giant black eyes on the wings. Nightmares flowed on the wings, connecting to the eyes like capillaries. Compared to the perfect body, the butterfly wings appeared to be the butterfly's real identity. Its soul and flesh had shattered in the nightmare. The pseudo-human body was merely clothes it had created for itself. Laughter echoed. When the pair of black eyes opened, endless gray particles scattered from the winds. They looked like nightmarish dust or miniature human cocoons. A dust storm blasted through the butterfly's night. The particles metamorphosed into black butterflies in the air. They could easily crawl into monsters and ghosts marked by the death curse to influence their mind. As more black butterflies entered their bodies, the butterfly could even directly control them. This power was not only usable on lingering spirits, but also the senior monster and the jumper woman who were close to their breakthroughs.
Your hatred came from me, and I am in your body. How does it feel to be one with the thing you hate? Does it make you want to kill yourself?
The butterfly was a master manipulator, and that had become one of its talents. After being infiltrated by the black butterflies, Zhuangwen's hatred exploded in her mind. She attacked everything, including herself, madly. The rationality which was already teetering shattered. The senior monster fared slightly better. The evil soul was completely unaffected by the black butterflies, and the lineage he inherited was stubbornly resisting the butterflies. However, the death curse within the senior monster had been triggered. Dying was just a matter of time.
Now, you are the only one left, but I will not kill you. Instead, I will assume the body and soul of the person you care about the most, and then become the new him.
Butterfly's legs were stuck to dresser 4444. While it blocked Little Eight's attack, it used the blood vessels to drag Han Fei, who was still smoking towards it. Butterfly had already been watching Han Fei, but the latter still managed to ruin the foundation of Ziggurat. The butterfly didn't show it, but its heart was bleeding. To injure the singer, it had sacrificed the accumulated black mist and an altar as the price. Now only a single altar remained at the Ziggurat. If it wanted to become an unmentionable, it had to protect this last altar. No one could delay it at the Ziggurat anymore. There was only a single Han Fei between it and the altar. How could a living human stop the butterfly? The wings fluttered and more black butterflies appeared. The cracks on the dresser also grew bigger. It appeared like this was the price Butterfly had to pay to use its special powers. However, this was a price the butterfly could pay. The cigarette Han Fei held was almost burnt out. The moment the smoke dissipated, the black butterflies would torment Han Fei until his body and soul were taken over by the butterfly. Seeing the danger Han Fei was in, the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood didn't hesitate. They climbed on the cocoon and tried to stop the butterfly. However, it looked more like they would die with Han Fei. To the butterfly's surprise, Little 8, who had lost control, immediately stopped her attacks when she saw Han Fei was in danger. The giant body wanted to stop the cocoon, but the altar inside the giant cocoon was a part of the butterfly. There was a connection between them.
If you have broken through to become a pure hatred, you might be able to save him, but you're just a key. The person who stole you from me never wanted to cultivate you either. Like me, he was only using you.
The giant cocoon exploded as demanded by the butterfly. The blood vessels from the butterfly grabbed the cocoon as well as Han Fei. It dragged the two towards him. Han Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he was dragged towards the butterfly. He bit on the last bit of smoke and grabbed the altar with one hand and rest in peace in another.
It's pointless. The future you saw in the nightmare will only happen in the nightmare.
The black eyes on the butterfly's wings stared at the knife in Han Fei's grasp. As the wings flapped, the black butterflies gushed like waves. Everything had been written. Even though rest in peace could kill butterfly, Han Fei didn't have the energy to wield it anymore. One was a normal human. The other was a monster who had metamorphosed into pure hatred years ago. The gap in their power difference was unbridgeable.
The eyes on my wings have been watching you, be it in real life or at this place. I will make good use of your body to become your most hated version of yourself.
The smoke dispersed, and the black butterflies pierced through Han Fei's limbs like chains. The man tried to reach for the knife, but the knife, feared by the butterfly, fell into the night sky.
Now what do you have left?
Even though Butterfly couldn't move and was injured, it was a pure hatred. Its wings trapped the senior monster, and Zhuang, while its body held back Little 8, at the same time, it controlled the blood vessels to drag Han Fei and the altar towards it. Until now, everything had gone smoothly. When it saw the blade fall away from Han Fei, the butterfly smiled. The future had been decided. It was the last one smiling. The dirge sounded in the ziggurat again. The paper dolls climbed out from the ruins to prepare for the final step of the ritual. Butterfly dragged Han Fei towards it. It needed Han Fei's body. It wanted to be reborn as Han Fei and then go after Fu Sheng's memory fragments to obtain the most mysterious thing in the cryptic world. Han Fei was pulled closer and closer to the butterfly. Just as the butterfly tried to reach out towards Han Fei, the man's eyes colored with a special emotion. The hand that had been trying to reach for rest and peace suddenly opened to show the talisman it hid in its palm. When he was close to the butterfly, he broke the talisman he got at the cattle alley. The smell of decomposition unfurled at the ziggurat. A blood-red spider web tore open Butterfly's night sky. When the talisman was torn open, a man with a pig's mask followed by 8 shadows walked out. He radiated the smell of decomposition. His chest was hollow. His heart was placed somewhere else. His hollow chest was powered by his hatred of the butterfly.
It sure is hard to fool you. I've used 10 years to prepare for this moment.
When the familiar voice rang out, the smile on Butterfly's face froze. It hissed out the man's name.
Spider.
Huang Yin was the only person to have won the butterfly, but before that, there was a man who had fought with the butterfly from real life to the cryptic world, and their fight was still ongoing. Chapter 390. In this area, Ziggurat was the scariest building and Cattle Alley was a close second. Han Fei remembered this observation. The outsiders controlled by the butterfly would never enter Cattle Alley. At the time, Han Fei thought Cattle Alley would be very scary to deter Butterfly, but when he was at Cattle Alley in person, he realized that was not true. There was not even a large lingering spirit there. Now that he thought about it, while Han Fei was at Cattle Alley, he did not meet the complete spider. The spider who he encountered was made up from endless pig-faced monsters. The heart of evil that was used as a sacrifice to the knife and the heart of kindness which was manipulated by the doctor were just Spider's hearts. According to the doctor, Spider's body had been shared by the monsters at Cattle Alley, but was that the truth? When Spider fought with his doctor persona, Spider only used one talent, which was to spread his spider web throughout Cattle Alley and overwhelm his opponent with pure strength. But as the manager of Cattle Alley, was that all he was capable of? The spider who fought with the butterfly to a draw would be weak enough to allow his sub-persona to control him? After all, The real spider had personally murdered all of his 8 other personas just to have an upper hand over the butterfly. Therefore, Hanfei had a feeling that everything that happened at Cattle Alley was just part of Spider's plan, a performance for Butterfly to see. Cattle Alley was a rare place where humanity could still be found. Just like how Butterfly had been collecting pots to create outsiders, Spider had been searching for souls with humanity. Butterfly tried its best to create its clones to prevent the scene from its nightmare from coming true, where it would be sliced by the butcher's knife. For the spider, it was the opposite. He separated his heart to gather the greatest sin and kindness at the cryptic world in the aim of forging that knife from Butterfly's nightmare. These 2 psychopaths fought from the real world to the cryptic world. Neither of them managed to kill the other until Hanfei's appearance. With Hanfei's help, Spider managed to forge the butcher's knife cryptic world had never seen. The knife would be used to massacre monsters greater than the butterfly. The spider web was thick with sin. This power was different from hatred and resentment in most ghosts' hearts. This was the first time Hanfei encountered a power like this. If most monsters and ghosts were creatures of negative emotions and despair, then Spider's power came from his penance towards his sin. The talisman which hung over the writer's window was torn open by Hanfei. The spider web of sin sliced through Butterfly's night sky. Under the blackness, it weaved into an inescapable spider web. Normally speaking, Butterfly should be entirely capable of avoiding the spider web, but it had lost its mobility, and it discovered the spider a bit too late. The spider had been waiting for years for this moment. He was like the predator hiding deep in the spider web. He only showed his fangs at the most crucial moment. Strands of spider web dropped on the butterfly, trapping the butterfly. It flapped the wings of nightmares as strong as it could, but it could not break the seemingly thin spider web. The death curse would bring despair, and the butterfly could use the negative emotions to strengthen itself, but it could not do anything against the penance and salvation of sin. Spider's every web was spun from his own consciousness. They connected his memory of reality and illusion. They also represented Spider's understanding of murder and humanity. Over the past decades, the cryptic world had given Spider a lot of time to think. His eyes had seen many things between life and death. The current Spider was much stronger than the Spider in real life.
The biggest mistake I made was not killing you in real life.
The more Butterfly struggled, the more tightly he was bound inside the spider web. The wings that had drained the cryptic world of its colors flapped powerfully. In the end, the butterfly stirred its own night sky. Black butterflies crawled out from the night and attacked the tenants at Ziggurat indiscriminately. Before the tenants knew what was happening, their souls were punctured by the black butterflies. The butterflies fed on their resentment and then carried their death curses back to the butterfly. Butterfly was the manager at Ziggurat, but it was completely different from Hanfei. It saw the tenants at Ziggurat as nothing but its own food and tools. When necessary, they all could be sacrificed for its own survival. In contrast, Hanfei was willing to use his own body as bait to lure away the singer to save the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood. They were both managers, but they were completely different.
You won't be escaping this time.
Blood reflected in the spider's eyes. His fingers plucked a strand of the web, and the 8 shadows behind him started to expand like they had received some kind of order. Each of their hearts had a bleeding butcher's knife stuck in them. They grabbed at the butterfly's wing and yanked in 8 different directions. After the butterfly's wings were apprehended by these shadows, the senior monster and Zhuang, who were affected by the nightmare dust, slowly recovered. Little 8 used this opportunity to pummel Butterfly. The beautiful wings became tattered. The situation was leaning towards the spider, but the spider didn't let his guard down. He noticed Butterfly still had its eyes on Hanfei. Even at this juncture, Butterfly hadn't given up on Hanfei. It still wanted to complete the ritual. That meant that Butterfly still had tricks up its sleeves. Butterfly's impossibly handsome face was covered in death spots. Its eyes were frosty.
You will regret this. Everything is just a nightmare, but you do not even have the chance of beating me in a nightmare.
The butterfly warned cryptically. After saying that, blood vessels lurched out from its hollow chest. The vessels surged towards the altar under Hanfei's feet, and connected to the broken heart. Butterfly couldn't use the vessels to remove Big Sin from the heart, so it pulled both the heart and Big Sin directly into its chest. The altar inside the giant cocoon crumbled. The hope for Butterfly to break through its hatred had disappeared. Instead, it used the power of the heart to absorb all the death curse inside the ziggurat. All the tenants were drawn into its darkness: the bride who hid at the corner, the female live streamer who was blocked outside Building 4, the madman from Building 1, the old lady on the top floor. Even Zhuang Ren's oldest daughter was tormented by death curses. She was holding a broken figurine in her arms, or else her soul would have been crushed by the death soul already. Butterfly consumed everything at the ziggurat madly. The floors were collapsing. All the tenants wailed in despair, but the paper dolls made by the Butterfly played their instruments, the dirge overwhelming the wails.
You will die in my nightmare. I will become your new nightmare and revive using your bodies.
The Butterfly resisted everyone's attacks. Before its wings were torn apart, its blood vessels bound around the neck of the old lady on the top floor. Of all the tenants, only this old lady didn't resist the Butterfly.
Grandmother, there are around 30+ people in our family. All of them see me as a monster. Only you were willing to share a sentence with me.
The old lady couldn't breathe. Her neck was misshapen. Her eyes flowed with muddled tears.
But I know you never loved me too. You don't even know my name.
The blood vessels bound harder. They dragged the old lady into the Butterfly's heart.
Your one sentence allowed you to live another 10 years in the afterlife, but now it is time for you to join the rest of the family.
The old lady's soul was stuffed inside that broken heart. The heart cracked, and inside were the faces of Butterfly's family. Their faces were glued together and lived inside the chamber of that heart. After the old lady returned, the shattered heart started to beat again. New vessels grew out from the heart. They looked more like flesh tendrils. They crawled out from Butterfly's chest. Butterfly turned to grab at the dresser behind it. It smiled coldly at everyone. It exploded the giant meat blob underneath it, and then grabbed Han Fei and pushed open the door to dresser 4444. The broken wings fluttered madly. Before Butterfly entered the door, it pulled Han Fei towards the broken heart. The fleshy tendrils lashed towards Han Fei. Butterfly wanted to force the ritual. It wanted to control Han Fei's both consciousness and shell and then escape through the nightmares. Perhaps due to the intervention of Big Sin, the fleshy tendrils moved very slowly. Spider, Little 8, and tenants from Happiness Neighborhood charged at dresser 4444. The spider web limited Butterfly's movement. It couldn't directly consume Han Fei to complete the final step of resurrection. Both parties were fighting for time. Spider's 8 shadows had fully shredded Butterfly's wings, but the endless death curses had heavily injured everyone present. At this last moment, a hand picked up Rest in Peace that had fallen into the night. The evil soul whose face was soaked in blood picked up the knife. The senior monster's body had been fully destroyed by the death curse. The faces on his back were unrecognizable. His skin wrinkled like aged bark and his hair was fully white. The black flame of hatred was flickering weakly, but the Butterfly's death curse was still very much active.
Is my lineage forced to suffer this curse forever?
The senior monster used the last bit of his strength to stand up. His crooked hand grabbed Rest in Peace. The souls on his spine shattered and crawled into the hilt. The senior monster teetered among the broken bodies, holding the bladeless knife. With each of his steps, a segment of his spine would turn into dust. His giant body was shrinking, but the fading black flame of hatred was still burning stubbornly. When only the evil soul's face remained, the senior monster who had been silent finally spoke.
I wouldn't be able to use your knife. It is time for you to inherit this lineage. Will we meet again? As long as the lineage is alive, we will forever live in your spine, supporting you. I will relay that to your grandchild. Is there anything else? No more.
The senior monster and evil soul's faces turned blurry at the same time. A giant and transparent soul disappeared into Rest in Peace, and all the faces on the senior monster's spine vanished. Instead, the senior monster's own face took on the evil soul's appearance.
The eyes are wet. Were you crying earlier? Since you know your family loves you that much, why run away from home? But then again, you managed to escape the familicide because of it.
The evil soul grabbed rest and peace, and the black flame of hatred started to burn again. He ran, and the expression on his face turned from calmness to madness. He charged at full speed. A large withered hand appeared on the hilt, and then it was followed by many other hands. The brilliant blade cut through the butterfly's night sky. The senior monster sacrificed himself to provide the evil soul the power similar to that of a pure hatred. The temporary brightness blinded everyone. The evil soul dragged rest and peace, and the blade made from humanity cut at the broken heart inside Butterfly's chest.
Let me make your nightmare come true.
Chapter 391. The brilliant blade that cut through the night also sliced through Butterfly's heart. The entire ziggurat appeared to freeze for a second. Butterfly, who stood before dresser 4444, turned around. Its eyes landed on the evil soul. The future in the nightmare did become a reality, but the person who wielded the blade was not Han Fei, but a fractured soul. How could a ghost pick up the blade of humanity? The butterfly's mad struggle stopped. The crack on its heart started to expand throughout its body. The wings that drained the cryptic world of its colors started to dim. Its night was torn apart. After the evil soul made the cut, the black flame of hatred in the senior monster's heart extinguished. The blood-red butterfly and the senior monster's hatred were buried together. Its large body disintegrated like dust, and the last strand of his lineage flowed into the evil soul's body. No one expected the evil soul to pick up rest and peace, and for the senior monster to sacrifice himself. The wrinkled hand that held the hilt was slowly fading. The heart valued by Butterfly was split into two. After the senior monster's body collapsed, the evil soul was back in the grandson's body. He was now weaker than Han Fei. The evil soul held the knife and retreated. For the evil soul, the knife had a new meaning, and he would protect it no matter what. Big Sin inside the butterfly's chest was not injured. It was too focused on the heart to care about what was happening outside. When it saw the heart shatter, it bit on the largest piece and crawled out from the butterfly's chest. The pure hatred and lingering spirit who surrounded Butterfly naturally would not miss this opportunity. The next few seconds were crucial as to whether they would kill the butterfly or not. The spider web trapped the butterfly near the dresser door. Its beautiful wings were torn apart, and the pus of nightmare oozed out from the wounds. The butterfly's body slowly fractured. Its handsome face was covered in death spots. Butterfly, who was cornered, shielded its hands around its open chest to stop its broken heart from tumbling out, but even its family was trying their best to escape.
They have never treated you as family, but that is not the reason for you to torment so many people.
The spider's web pierced through the butterfly.
Repent for your sins. Repent?
Butterfly's pale hands covered its heart. The cracks had splintered to the back of its arms.
You are just bugs living in the nightmare. Do you really think you can kill me?
The handsome face broke into a laugh. Butterfly plunged his arms into its chest. The chest and dresser 4444 behind it exploded at the same time. Since its birth, the dresser had been the butterfly's cradle. The old dresser possessed all of its nightmares. Dresser 4444 was a grade E cursed object which matched perfectly with the butterfly. This was the first time the people in the cryptic world saw the inside of room 4444. The path that led deep into the nightmares was connected to many people's consciousness. With Han Fei's current knowledge, he was unable to make full sense of it. Han Fei, with his limbs chained, was prepared to die, but to his surprise, the hatred that poured out from Butterfly's explosion purposely avoided him. Butterfly was naturally not that kind. There was only one reason why it had done something like this. The butterfly wanted to use this last opportunity to complete the ritual. Its original body was lost in the spider web. There was only one way for it to escape now. Before Han Fei could warn anyone, a deep black butterfly flew out from room 4444. The butterfly was extremely well hidden, but it carried intense despair. The butterfly split out Han Fei's soul for the purpose of this moment. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the butterfly's body exploded, its elusive consciousness fluttered into Han Fei's mind. The consciousness was hidden among the other black butterflies. It was not strong but extremely hard to detect. If everything went according to plan, it could continue the ritual and take over Han Fei's body. Once that happened, Butterfly would still be alive. It would revive through Han Fei's soul. Butterfly wanted to take over Han Fei's consciousness and dominate his body. However, just as it entered Han Fei's mind, before it could do anything, Han Fei's mind was dyed red, and an orphanage bleeding red appeared. A wicked Han Fei stared at the butterfly as if waiting for its arrival. It was too late for the butterfly to retreat now. It rammed into the blood-red orphanage. The black hatred and red memory collided. The mind reverberated with horrifying laughter. Under the butterfly's attacks, the memories related to the orphanage surfaced in Han Fei's mind. The memories looked normal, but they were all dyed red. Children were playing inside the red room, eating red food inside the red canteen, but no one thought this was out of place. These memories appeared to peel off the red orphanage. As Han Fei remembered them, his consciousness blurred. It was like he had been living in a nightmare that would never end. The butterfly wanted to corrupt Han Fei's mind, but after it entered the blood-red orphanage, the black butterfly was slowly acclimatized by the redness. It fanned its wings to kill the laughing Han Fei, but its body shrunk as it stayed inside the orphanage. When it reached Han Fei, it had already regressed to a normal black butterfly. Reaching out his hands, Han Fei laughed rather madly. He pulled apart the butterfly bit by bit before feeding them to the red ants on the ground. Being bitten by hundreds of ants, the butterfly experienced unforgettable pain. Han Fei looked silently at it. Butterfly's interference loosened the lock on the blood-red orphanage. Han Fei was reminded of more memories, but other than the color red, there was nothing too special about them. The brain slowly returned to normal. Han Fei regained control of his body. He forced his eyes open and saw the broken room 4444. All the nightmares Butterfly had experienced were carved on the wall. As Butterfly perished, this space that connected the cryptic world and the nightmare collapsed and twisted. The sacrifices trapped inside were dying as well. Han Fei was too weak to save all of them. Saving Feng Ziyu was already his limit. Spider web bound around his body. Spider pulled Han Fei and Feng Ziyu out from the dresser. After the two exited, the scary grade E cursed object fully collapsed. All of Butterfly's nightmares were buried in the past. Laying on the wilted blood vessels, Han Fei looked around. The clock in the ruin showed that it was 4:44 a.m. Little Eight and Zhuang were still attacking Butterfly's shell relentlessly. The survivors walked out from their rooms. Some of them made their escape, while others stood quietly around. A handful of the tenants finally found a chance to vent their hatred towards Butterfly. They surrounded the boy Han Fei led out from the underground, the madman in room 1144, and the security guard Hua Kuei. The madman and Hua Kuei were the spare bodies the butterfly prepared for itself, while the boy was a part of the butterfly's soul. He was responsible for guarding the altar in the basement. He was modeled after Butterfly's dreamt perfect childhood. As the butterfly perished, the cute boy turned into an amorphous monster. This was its true appearance. Staring at the monster, Han Fei felt no pity. After all, he saw with his own eyes how this boy murdered the other children in the dressers, taking over their future and appearance. No one had the right to forgive it on its victim's behalf. To ensure that Butterfly was really dead, all the ziggurat tenants scattered to inspect every corner of the neighborhood. While the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood tried to make Little Eight calm down, Su Qin walked over to Han Fei and took out a box that she prepared.
Do you need me to feed you?
Before Han Fei could say anything, a male student rushed over. He just climbed out from the basement. He carried Firefly on his back and pulled along Lai Sheng. His eyes were filled with concern.
You're the group's manager. You have to take care of yourself.
When the student brought Firefly and Lai Sheng to Han Fei, the evil soul who held rest and peace also turned to Han Fei. They shared the same idea, but no one said anything. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei knew this was something he had to face. With Su Qin's help, he sat up.
My souls have infiltrated your bodies. Do you need anything from me? I will do everything within my power to fulfill your wishes.
Han Fei told these humans who were summoned to this world.
I want to see my parents. Lai Sheng was the first to speak. He was still a child. He just wanted to be with his parents.
They're already here.
Han Fei signaled behind Lai Sheng. After Butterfly perished, the bindings on the soul chasers disappeared. Even though Lai Sheng's parents hadn't fully recovered, they came to find Lai Sheng, compelled by instinct. Perhaps afraid that they might scare the boy, they stood in the shadows, protecting their son from the distance.
Go and meet them. Tell them what's on your mind.
Then Han Fei turned to Firefly. This tall and thin man was too kind for this world.
Do you need anything from me?
You'll be the manager of the chat group from now on. Don't worry about me. I will try my best to keep on living, carrying everyone's hope with me.
Firefly's own consciousness was awakening. He was as kind as Han Fei's kindness. He was also incredibly gentle. Being summoned to the cryptic world would have a lasting impression on Firefly. He might be the second person to be cured by the Iyashikei game. Lastly, Han Fei turned to the evil soul who was also staring at him. Before Han Fei said anything, the evil soul walked over holding Rest in Peace. His bloody eyes radiated evil.
I thought you're my evil soul, but it looks like I'm mistaken. I also didn't expect that the person the butterfly saw in its nightmare to be you.
Han Fei knew from the door guardian that a person's soul might change and even betray the original persona after leaving the main body. However, a soul's nature differed depending on the individual. Certain nature was hard to change.
It doesn't matter who that creature saw. The important part is even until now, I still think I'm a good person, the kind who can save the world.
The evil soul placed the hilt in Han Fei's palm.
I need a favor from you. What favor? I am dominating the consciousness of a little kid. His greatest wish is to see his family again, but his family is now inside the blade. I can't control this blade freely, so I need you to release his family for them to meet.
The evil soul let go of the blade.
No problem.
The evil soul's bloody lips curled into a smile. He silenced his consciousness and forced the grandson out. When he opened his eyes again, his expression changed. There was no sin in his eyes, only fear and memory.
Rest in peace.
The blade shone again. Many people appeared behind Han Fei. Among them were the senior monster and his family. Seeing the people behind Han Fei, the grandson cried immediately. He ran towards the intangible shadows and stood among his family. Death was like a train. The departed would travel to the beyond, waving goodbye to the living who had to stay at the platform. Chapter 392. Han Fei completed the wishes of his three souls. After a long night, everyone saw the coming of dawn. This was going to be a new beginning. With the encouragement of his family, the senior monster's grandson stood up straighter. He was still crying, but he swore to live up to his family's hopes. Lai Sheng's parents hadn't fully recovered, so they tried to stay away from him. But the boy jogged all the way behind them. Firefly finally saw the people he had helped. He was surprised that their first actual meeting would be in the afterlife. In the past, these people relied on him, but in the cryptic world, they shielded him in the middle. Everyone had found their closure. Han Fei's soul fragments on them slowly faded away. Dresser 4444 has been destroyed. The butterfly's path cannot be used anymore. So how am I supposed to send them back? Through resurrection. Before Han Fei could come up with a better idea, he decided to leave the people be. After eating Su Qin's food, Han Fei's life points surged back to an acceptable range, but he still couldn't move his limbs too much. He was very heavily injured. His face was almost ruined.
I'm fine. Better go and help Little 8 calm down.
The butterfly had perished, but its traces could still be found at Ziggurat. Little 8 and Zhuangwen had already pounded Butterfly's shell into dust, but they still hadn't found release. So they turned their aggression to the neighborhood. To prevent a live burial, the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood and Spider tried their best to stop the two. After a long time, Little 8 finally walked out from her madness. The giant red shadow collapsed, and only 8 lingering spirits remained among the ruin. The previous building manager has warned Wei Youfu from leaving the Happiness Neighborhood unless it is absolutely necessary. Han Fei took in the 8 fainted figures, and his eyes softened like he was looking at his family. Who would have thought the man who has no friends in real life would find family in the cryptic world? With the thought of family in mind, Han Fei stood up and looked around. He searched for a long time before he found Zhuang Ren's eldest daughter, Zhuang Qing, at a secluded corner. Curling up her body, hugging a broken figurine, Zhuang Qing's death curse had been removed. Her memory was slowly awakening. Being held by Su Qin, Han Fei walked towards Zhuang Qing.
Where's your mother and little sister?
Lifting her head with confusion, Zhuang Qing looked at Han Fei and said in a throaty voice,
Not long after they entered Ziggurat, they were tortured by the butterfly until they perished.
She picked up the shredded paper doll from the ground, and her face looked defeated and ashen.
The butterfly wanted to use us to complete the ritual. At first, it used my little sister's soul to threaten me and mother, and then it used my mother and sister's souls to threaten me. The bastard only needs things that are useful to it, so I am the only one left.
Zhuang Qing's eyes were hollow. Her spirit wavered. She had nothing left to anchor her to this world anymore.
You're the only one left?
Han Fei shook his head.
Do you have any unfinished wishes? Perhaps I can help you fulfill them. Wishes?
Zhuang Qing had lost all hope. Her world crumbled when her memory returned. Now she was just an animated regret, which was fading.
I haven't seen my father in a long time already. All the memories I have of him are painted with regret. The accident happened too suddenly. I remembered arguing with him that very morning. Do you want to meet him? Butterfly had been trying to summon his soul, but it had never succeeded. I know the steps to the ritual. The ritual can only succeed when both parties miss each other. Perhaps my father doesn't miss us anymore. Before the accident, he was rumored to be pursuing a female actor in his movie. Perhaps he has remarried and moved on already.
Zhuang Qing hugged the figurine and sighed.
The ritual didn't succeed, not because he doesn't miss you, but it was because of something else. Thank you, but there's no need to comfort me. I'm telling the truth. To find you, your father has left the entertainment industry, lost his job, and even his reputation.
Han Fei decided to complete his promise to Zhuang Ren. He walked into one of the rooms still standing.
Let him explain it to you in person.
Closing the door, Han Fei activated his special talent. The menu opened like a blood-red door from hell. A small fish with red and white stripes struggled in the sea of blood. He avoided all the ghost faces before leaping out from the sea surface. The door closed, and Zhuang Ren knelt on the ground. He looked at Han Fei with shock.
Han Fei, your daughter is outside this door.
Just as Han Fei said that, Zhuang Ren clambered up from the ground and reached for the door. The corridor outside was filled with scary-looking monsters. Zhuang Ren was shocked. He fell to the ground, but his eyes locked onto Zhuang Qing at the corner. With his lips twitching, Zhuang Ren, who couldn't even stand straight from fear, slowly moved towards her by inching along the wall. He slithered past the monsters and ghosts to reach his daughter. Compared to many years ago, Zhuang Ren's hair was already white, his skin was loose, and his face was wrinkled. He used to be tall and rather rotund, but now he was skinny and malnourished. He had changed so much, but his eyes stayed the same. After experiencing so many torments at Ziggurat, Zhuang Qing assumed her heart had died, but when she saw her father run towards her, her tears fell involuntarily. Han Fei didn't want to disturb this reunion, but when Zhuang Ren approached Zhuang Qing, the last figurine suddenly glowed red. It was due to the protection of this figurine that Zhuang Qing wasn't consumed by the butterfly. However, at this moment, the figurine seemed to sense something. As Zhuang Ren touched Zhuang Qing, the figurine shattered, and the bloody glow from it enveloped Zhuang Ren. He doubled over in pain. He hugged his head and screamed. His eyes were filled with bloody shadows. The memory that didn't belong to him was awakening. Afraid that Butterfly might revive, the tenants of Ziggurat immediately surrounded Zhuang Ren. Han Fei was worried that Zhuang Ren might be harmed by them, so he immediately squeezed through the crowd.
Calm down. Your daughter is beside you. This reunion is not easy. Don't lose yourself.
Han Fei shouted, but it didn't have much use. Zhuang Qing stood up to hug her old father. With his daughter's help, Zhuang Ren slowly regained his sanity. He pulled on his head like he wanted to twist it apart. After a long time, Zhuang Ren finally spoke. His eyes were filled with fear, and he stammered.
I saw some fragmented memories in my mind. I have not experienced them before. What did you see?
Zhuang Ren's memory was tinkered by the immortal pharma's director. The memory echoed with the figurine that broke.
I saw a giant monster crawl out from a black cocoon. It was covered in black mist, and it fought with a man. Both of them ended with heavy injuries and left behind 2 broken altars.
Zhuangren shared what he saw. He had no idea how much impact his words had.
A monster that crawled out from a cocoon?
Han Fei had been to the basement of Ziggurat. He knew all the death curses came from the giant cocoon. In other words, the black mist that could deter an unmentionable also came from the cocoon. Just an abandoned cocoon was strong enough to hold back the singer. Even though the singer was injured, it was still an unmentionable. Therefore, it was logical to believe that the creature that crawled out from the cocoon was also an unmentionable.
What else did you see?
Han Fei's voice chilled.
The man told the monster that all of its struggle would be for nothing. It is meant to perish in the nightmare with the most horrid death. Die in the nightmare? What else? That's all. The monster escaped into a city shrouded in darkness. The man didn't follow after it, but he did say he would one day destroy the city.
The memory Zhuangren saw didn't belong to him. He was just a pawn left behind by the Fu siblings. Han Fei frowned deeply. His eyes slowly moved to Hua Kuei and the madman from room 1144. The butterfly we killed had been trying to clone itself. To complete the goal, it had done many crazy things, but why would it insist on doing that? Just for company? The butterfly wouldn't do something so meaningless. It wanted to create another butterfly to have the new butterfly die on its behalf, for it to suffer the predetermined future it saw in the nightmare. Han Fei was reminded of the endless children strung on the giant cocoon and mumbled the mission hint from the night of resurrection.
I fell into the abyss of nightmares. The demons and ghosts looked at me without saying a word. They are curious why haven't I called for help. I am curious why they would have such a question. Aren't all children in the world like me? Trapped inside a cocoon since birth until one can break open with wings?
The abyss mentioned here referred to the black cocoon. In other words, the giant cocoon existed before the butterfly that they had just killed. We might not have killed the real butterfly. The thing that crawled out from the cocoon might be the real butterfly, and the one guarding over Ziggurat was another one of its clones. Regardless, the next step is to get stronger, to adventure deeper into the city. Standing at Ziggurat, Han Fei turned to the city shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, there hid many scares and secrets. The time for the reunion was short. Soon dawn was coming in real life. Even though Lai Sheng's parents were unwilling to part with their son, they knew it was time to go. As the soul chasers at Ziggurat, they were Butterfly's puppets and had to heed its every order. But because of that, they knew many Butterfly's secrets too. The couple carried Lai Sheng, who had cried himself to sleep, and walked towards Han Fei. They signaled Han Fei to follow them underground. Following the exposed capillaries, Han Fei's group came to the underground. After the altars were destroyed and the heart was consumed, the giant cocoon started to break. The blood flowers had already wilted, revealing an altar filled with sacrificial items. They were all pictures of children. The wilted blood flowers cascaded around the pictures of innocence. It felt unsettling. After Butterfly was vanquished, not only Lai Sheng's parents, the other soul chasers also wandered to this place. They looked at the children in the pictures, and the emotions in their eyes were complicated.
These pictures appeared to contain Butterfly's hatred.
Han Fei placed the pictures he collected on the altar as well. When he looked closer, he realized the children in the pictures seemed to have come alive. They blinked at Han Fei as if trying to say something. As the day approached dawn, the soul chasers jumped into the abyss. The blood on their clothes faded while colors returned to the children's pictures.
Leave and please don't come back.
The soul chasers melted into the hatred inside the pictures. Like keys, they unlocked the bindings on the altar. The children who had regained colors started to break out from the pictures. When they escaped from the pictures, their souls were smiling. The innocent souls were like fireflies, rising in the darkness, forming a spire of light. It was unknown how many children's souls were gathered at Ziggurat. The rising lights connected the underground and the sky of the cryptic world.
This is just a dream. After you wake up, please live a good life.
Lai Sheng's parents nudged Lai Sheng into the middle of the altar. The small body rose with the light. A small glow exited the boy's head to fly back into Han Fei's body. Then came Firefly and the senior monster's grandson. The humans who were summoned here had to return to real life before dawn. That was the last step of the ritual. Their souls rose with the souls of the kids, returning to their original places. The three souls returned to Han Fei. When they entered Han Fei's mind, the sea of redness slowly returned to normal. The bloody orphanage was pushed back into the inner recesses. The exit button finally lit up on the button, and Han Fei sighed greatly in relief. However, the accident this time did give him a reminder. Earlier he thought it was the separation of soul that caused him to be stuck in the game, but now that he thought about it, that didn't appear to be the truth. When his first soul was pulled out from his body, he could still leave the game. It was not until the evil soul appeared that the system marked him as being in a special status. The system bans me from leaving when the bloody orphanage appears in my mind. Why is that? After the three souls returned, Han Fei heard the robotic voice.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed the Grade E main mission, Night of Resurrection. You've obtained double EXP, 5 free skill points, and basic title, The Undying. The Undying. Special title given to the player who first cleared the ziggurat map. Sand maximum value increases by 20. Intelligence +1. Stamina +1. Max life points +20. Notification for player 0000. You found your lost souls at Ziggurat, helped the humans summoned into the building, ruined the ritual, and killed the butterfly. You've completed the main mission perfectly. Congratulations for obtaining additional rewards. Cursed words. You've killed the manager of Ziggurat, becoming the scariest death curse at Ziggurat. Your words now possess intense curse. Your voice can affect your listener. This power can only be used 5 times a day. The stronger the listener, the weaker the effect of cursed words. Notification for player 0000. Your butcher knife, rest in peace, has absorbed many new souls. It is now sharper and stronger. Notification for player 0000. You've butchered many spirits and killed the butterfly. You've obtained EXP reward. You've successfully reached level 14, obtained 1 free attribute point. You've successfully reached level 15, obtained 1 free attribute point.
The system rang nonstop. Han Fei saw the changing menu, and he wondered how many people his evil soul had murdered. Killing a lingering spirit wouldn't provide much experience to the player. Han Fei's main source of EXP came from completing missions. However, his evil soul had butchered so many spirits that the system had to specially mention it. That was quite unbelievable. Chapter 393 Leveling Up wouldn't heal Han Fei's wound, but after he added all the attribute points to stamina, his recovery speed did increase. With the additional stamina reward from the title, Undying, Han Fei's current stamina was at 24. It was hard for players in Perfect Life to raise attribute points. Each point was precious. To have such a high stamina at level 15, Han Fei would be the only one. The increase in stamina improved his speed, strength, fighting ability, and recovery speed.
Notification for player 0000. The main mission requires you to disrupt the ritual, but since you've gone beyond that by killing the butterfly, the Ziggurat has lost its manager. You've activated Ziggurat's manager mission. Ziggurat's manager mission. Please find the missing altar and figurine at the Ziggurat in the next 7 days. Gain the approval of the memory fragment inside the figurine and become Ziggurat's new manager. After completing this mission, your talent and manager power will become more powerful. Notification for player 0000. You've cleared the Ziggurat map. The title of Yi Ming Street's Guardian has leveled up. Friendliness level with all the ghosts who have been affected by Death Curse increases by 1. Killing the butterfly makes you the scariest presence in this area. Now you can attempt to open all the altars in this area. If you're mad enough, you can build your own altar. Notification for player 0000. Your professional resume has been updated. After joining the security at Ziggurat, during your internship period, the number of tenants lowered by 90%, the overall scale of the neighborhood downsized by 90%. After attempting so many jobs, Perhaps you've made the discovery that you might not be suitable for service-type professions.
Han Fei sighed after he read through all the system notifications. He felt better after the system confirmed that the butterfly was dead. With regards to the monster that came out from the black cocoon underground, that was a problem for the future. The exit button was glowing, but Han Fei didn't hurry to leave. There were many things for him to do. Taking out the phone Firefly left for him, Han Fei compared the ID inside the chat group and the surviving tenants at Ziggurat. Most of the people in the chat group heeded Han Fei's warning and went into hiding, so while there were many injuries, not many perished.
Ziggurat has been heavily destroyed. We'll need everyone's help to rebuild this place.
With Spider and Zhuangwen backing him, no one dared to challenge Han Fei. The brawl almost flattened Ziggurat. First, the evil soul controlled the senior monster to go on a massacre. Then the singer went berserk. Finally, the butterfly activated all the death curse. Those who survived this ordeal had to be quite strong. Han Fei made a quick calculation. Among the original Ziggurat tenants, other than Zhuangwen, there were 3 remaining large lingering spirits: the red dress, the amalgamation of every spirit in Firefly's chat group, and a soul chaser whose face was covered in wounds. When the other soul chasers jumped into the altar to cleanse themselves, this soul chaser stood to the side to observe Han Fei and Feng Ziyu. He appeared to be the tester that massacred the whole neighborhood many years ago. However, under Butterfly's torture, he was no longer human, but a monster who had committed many sins.
Thank you for the hints when Butterfly sent you to collect my souls.
With the protection of the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood, Han Fei approached the man.
Can you tell me your name?
The soul chaser looked at the unconscious Feng Ziyu, and he shook his head.
I've already forgotten everything in my past. You've killed the butterfly, so you're now the new manager. I will help you guard the altar underground to pay penance for my past sins.
Finally, the soul chaser sighed. He apologized to Feng Ziyu and turned to jump down into the altar. The 3 large lingering spirits were friendly with Han Fei, so the other tenants didn't dare to do anything to him. The merchant from Building 1 also survived. He lost an arm and a leg, but even so he was still carrying a box of paper money with his remaining hand. Han Fei had a feeling his desire for money had helped him survive. Beside the merchant was the bride and the 2 guards from Building 1. The bride initially approached Han Fei to get something from a room in Building 4. Now the room was leveled. The 2 guards didn't dare to approach Han Fei. They looked at Han Fei with admiration and respect. Han Fei had taken the role of security guard to new heights. The original rules had been broken for the new rules to be set up. The strong spirits returned to their rooms. The weaker spirits stayed beside Han Fei. These included the guard Hua Kuei, the woman who found her son, and Feng Ziyu's unlucky neighbor. Feng Ziyu's neighbor did try to jump into the ray of light to return, but his physical body had perished in real life. He couldn't return anymore. These people didn't have much power, but it was because of that. They retained their humanity and emotions. Han Fei couldn't stay in the cryptic world forever, so they would come in handy to help rebuild Ziggurat.
The cryptic world is filled with scary ghosts and monsters. You'll find it hard to survive if you leave this place. In that case, why don't you stay here?
Han Fei was always good to his allies. He assigned everyone 3 rooms, but the condition was that they had to keep their rooms clean. After assigning everyone their job, Han Fei requested his neighbors from Happiness Neighborhood to look after Feng Ziyu. This former Immortal Pharma employee planned to clear perfect life with Han Fei, but now he had become a spirit in the cryptic world and couldn't go offline anymore. Spider's eyes shone with admiration as he saw Han Fei deal with everything. He valued Han Fei, not because Han Fei had killed the butterfly, but more because Han Fei had managed to forge rest in peace at Cattle Alley and became the last midnight butcher. Spider placed his hope on Han Fei. He had a feeling Han Fei would be able to accomplish the things he failed in the past. After Han Fei was done dealing with everything, Spider walked towards Han Fei. Spider himself looked normal, but the 8 shadows behind him were imposing.
I'm surprised that the scene from Butterfly's Nightmare would come true. I thought no one would be able to win the butterfly. Counting you, there are 3 people who have defeated Butterfly in this world.
Han Fei didn't dare to stay too close to Spider. The spider was extremely powerful, If he intended to harm Han Fei, the latter wouldn't even have the time to log off.
Don't worry, my power is not so easily used.
Spider plucked on his red web.
I know energy and negative emotions won't work on the butterfly, so I used guilt and penance to weave this web. Only then the butterfly would be trapped in it. You've been hiding all along inside the talisman? So who was the spider that I met at Cattle Alley? That was my heart.
The spider smiled.
If I didn't remove my heart, how could I manage to fool the butterfly? What do you plan to do next? Continue to stay at Cattle Alley?
Spider would be an incredible ally for Han Fei. He switched on the button for masterful acting in his mind and channeled all of his psychological training to try to persuade Spider to stay.
My heart will stay at Cattle Alley to pay penance for my sins.
Spider didn't give Han Fei the chance to speak. He stared at rest in peace.
This world is far more complicated than we thought. I don't know what kind of path you've chosen for yourself. I met an old man that said he would save everything, but in reality, he was only trying to save himself. I hope you will not follow in his footsteps because it will only lead to a dead end.
Spider suddenly stopped talking as if he had touched on the subject of an unmentionable. After a long time, Spider continued.
This area was safe due to the black cocoon and the black mist, but now that the black mist has dissipated, you'll have to be careful. This area is not safe anymore.
Hearing that, Han Fei didn't know how to react. He thought the danger was already over.
Yes, so you shouldn't stay at the same place for too long. If you don't venture deep into the darkness will still come to consume you.
Spider took out another talisman from his pocket. This talisman looked similar to the one before, but it was made from blood web.
If you run into mortal danger, you can open this.
When Han Fei touched the talisman, the robotic voice said,
Notification for player 0000. You've obtained grade E one-time consumable, Spider's Talisman. Spider's Talisman. Only by opening it can you tell what's inside. Thank you.
Han Fei put away the talisman. He wanted to say something more, but when he looked up, Spider had already walked away.
Looks like he didn't plan to hide inside the talisman this time.
Han Fei sighed. Spider was too clever. People, like him, always had their own idea. After Spider left, Han Fei stayed with his neighbors from Happiness Neighborhood. Then he used Resurrection on Zhuangren. After sending Zhuangren back, Han Fei found a corner and quitted the game. The city, shrouded in darkness, turned red. Han Fei realized the exit image was rather similar to the blood-red scenes he saw from his suppressed memory. At the very last moment, Han Fei saw a pair of frosty eyes staring at him not far from Ziggurat. The person was carrying a broken altar with an old man's head inside. Is that the singer? The world spun. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he was back in the real world. He was about to remove the gaming helmet when sharp pain came from the back of his head. His heart raced with angina pain. He held his hands over his head. Han Fei could hear maddened laughter in his mind. He only recovered after a long time. Chapter 394. After removing the gaming helmet with some difficulty, Han Fei opened the gaming hub door. His shoulders and arms were involuntarily shaking. Pinpricks of pain still came from the back of his head. Han Fei's hands covered his heart. He still needed time to acclimatize to real life. Things still looked bloody red in his mind. He kept reminding himself that he was no longer in the game. Han Fei forced himself to stand up and pull back the curtains. The rays of the rising sun showered on him. It finally chased away the influence of the cryptic world. After all, that world was forever without a sun.
It's great to be alive.
The virtual screen hung in the sky. The number 2 on it was eye-catching. It was getting closer to the OB of perfect life.
I've already killed the butterfly in Ziggurat. I wonder if people in real life would feel that impact or not.
Butterfly was the ghost from nightmares, and its influence could be felt in real life through the people it had controlled, like Meng Chang'an and Teacher Ma from Yiming Private Academy. These two should only be the tip of the iceberg. Han Fei worked his body and realized the pain was still lingering. Then his stomach grumbled noisily. Opening the fridge, Han Fei heated some food and then gorged himself on them. He discovered with some surprise that his appetite had gotten bigger, like rapid consumption could bring him joy. His digestive power had been improved as well.
How come I have this urge to eat meat?
For the sake of emergency, Han Fei stored a week worth of food in the fridge but he finished half of it that morning.
It feels like my physical constitution has gotten better than before. If I ran into any more fugitives, they wouldn't be able to escape from me now.
After he had his fill, the pain from the back of the head receded. Han Fei took out his phone to call Li Shui.
Sisterly, did the police manage to capture the butterfly yesterday night?
Li Shui probably hadn't slept through the night. Her voice was hoarse, and she sounded tired.
Well, your guess was correct. Yesterday night might be Butterfly's final hurrah. We captured 17 suspects who might be related to the butterfly. They came from different walks of life, and 9 of them had butterfly tattoos. We're now interrogating them at the station. 17 suspects? Is the butterfly among them? Not sure, but after all the suspects with the butterfly tattoo knew that they couldn't escape, they started to mutilate themselves. It was like they were hypnotized.
Li Shui revealed the information that the public like Han Fei was allowed to know.
After our interrogation, we realized that most of the suspects don't know each other. They made their moves on the same day because they heard a voice in their nightmare. A voice in the nightmare? We now suspect Butterfly's real identity is a hypnotist or someone who is very familiar with the human psyche. It is powerful enough to take advantage of nightmares to influence a person. The suspects we captured all had the same nightmare.
The police's investigation direction was very clear. It was only a matter of time until they found the truth, but Han Fei was not optimistic. The butterfly was maybe just a sign of human beings beginning to see the other world. Yesterday night might be a normal night for most people at Iyashikei. No one saw the events that happened in the dark and its ripple effect.
Yesterday night, other than yourself and Huang Yin, Butterfly also targeted a few other places like Deep Space Tech's R&D Center, Iyashikei's Crematorium, Iyashikei's Fourth People Hospital, and the rest. We will pay special attention to these locales while they're trying to figure out their connection. If you have any idea, feel free to tell me.
Li Shui believed Han Fei had an unnatural instinct, and he had proven helpful to the cases.
Before the butterfly is captured, I will assist the police fully, but I hope that you'll also ensure my safety.
After Han Fei ended the call, he called Huang Yin. The call only rang once before it was accepted.
Han Fei, are you all right? Did you run into any danger?
Hearing Huang Yin's voice, Han Fei sighed in relief.
The butterfly who has been torturing us died in its nightmare yesterday night. Brother Huang, we'll have to look forward after this. Look forward? I'll explain it further in person. Furthermore, I have a new member to introduce to you.
Han Fei had his own plan. After a quick clean-up, he left his home. He first arrived at Jin Jun's place to find a crying Zhuang Ren. Then he led Zhuang Ren to Iyashikei's Intelligent City. Due to the fire and chaos at the Intelligent City yesterday night, there were roadblocks everywhere. Han Fei managed to get through the inspection with Li Shui's help. Finally, they arrived at Corner Coffee. When Han Fei and Zhuang Ren got upstairs, Huang Yin was already there.
This is the new member?
Huang Yin looked like he hadn't slept in days.
This is Zhuang Ren. He is a very famous horror film director. He used to live in the same neighborhood as the director of Immortal Pharma.
Han Fei invited Zhuang Ren to sit down beside Huang Yin.
The director left something with Zhuang Ren. Namely, the director appeared to have left some of his memory in Zhuang Ren's mind. Memory implantation? Immortal Pharma could accomplish that so many years ago.
Huang Yin treated Zhuang Ren with respect. Since he was invited here by Han Fei, then there had to be something special about him.
The technology should be more complicated than we can possibly imagine. In any case, I just want the two of you to meet today. In the future, there should be many things in perfect life that you two will have to pursue and accomplish.
Han Fei stood before them and said seriously.
The two of us?
Huang Yin and Zhuang Ren were shocked.
When perfect life enters OB, there will be a surge of new players. 1 or 2 lucky players might fall into the cryptic world. To prevent those accidents, we need to be prepared, be it in the surface world or cryptic world.
Han Fei shared his plan.
Zhuang Ren temporarily can't normally log into perfect life, so he'll handle the things in real life. I have a question.
Huang Yin voiced his opinion.
Can this gentleman be trusted? His daughter is trapped in that world. Helping us is helping himself.
Han Fei had the power of Spiritfarer, but he could only use it a limited amount of time every night. Therefore, he decided to recruit Zhuang Ren. He would help reunite the man with his family. At the same time, Han Fei hoped that meant Zhuang Ren would be willing to do some favors for him.
Then what do you need from me?
Huang Yin asked.
Your responsibility will be heavy.
Han Fei's expression was severe.
I need you to compete with millions of players to be the best player in perfect life. Best player? The player with the most powerful influence, largest force, and greatest strength. A player that can manipulate the storyline of the main plot. I don't think I can do that.
Huang Yin waved his hands.
I'm just a casual player. During the CB, I spent my days renovating my house and farming. The most out-of-line thing that I had ever done was to invite the female nurse home to watch a movie with me. But before she arrived, you already summoned me away. You managed to defeat the butterfly. What else can't you do? I used to be a casual player too, but look at me now.
Han Fei used himself as an example. The other security guard tried to befriend the tenants while Han Fei had taken over the managerial role at Ziggurat.
Without a push, you'll never know your true potential. But I really don't think I can do this.
Huang Yin almost cried.
I might be able to compete with 100 people, but not millions of them. Don't worry, I'll support you from behind. I will pour the resources from the other world into you.
Han Fei had opened both ends of the black box. He had chosen the most difficult path. To aid his future, he needed to control the surface world as soon as possible. That way, when the channel appeared between the two worlds, he'd be ready.
Perfect Life's OB might bring in a new era, but no one can tell for sure if it's going to be for the better or for the worse. All we can do is to push it towards the positive.
Finally, Han Fei managed to convince Huang Yin.
Okay, I'll try my best. Since we're on the same page, we'll start the preparation tonight.
Han Fei shared his ideas with Huang Yin. He needed Huang Yin to branch out from many directions. Before OB started, Han Fei needed him to send everything useful to the cryptic world.
No problem. There's one more thing. I remembered you said that the first official event after OB is related to happiness points?
Han Fei remembered Huang Yin telling him that.
I think so, yes.
Huang Yin had a bad feeling.
I will send you into the darkness 12 hours before the OB to lower your happiness points as much as possible. When the first game ranking appears, we're going to send your right to the top.
Han Fei shared his plan.
Having an early lead will be crucial to us. Do we really have to do this? I mean, I feel like my happiness points are quite low already. I also feel like I've gotten quite immune to fear and despair.
Huang Yin tried to persuade Han Fei.
Other than that, I keep having nightmares lately. My heart is stronger than before, and scares might not be able to lower my happiness points anymore. Yes. No worry, I've just learned a new skill called Cursed Words. It can greatly lower a target's resistance. The weaker the target, the greater the effect. Curses? Don't worry, I'll be careful about it.
Han Fei signaled for Huang Yin to not worry.
Leave the dirty work to me. All you have to do is to enjoy the admiration from others. Of course, the process might be slightly painful.
Chapter 395. Han Fei was a just person. Huang Yin had saved his life, so he would use everything within his power to repay Huang Yin, to make him the best player in the surface world.
Are you sure we're doing this? Your friends don't seem to like me, especially the guard from the school, the one with. He likes you a lot. In fact, he often asks me about you.
Han Fei interrupted Huang Yin.
You might not be used to it at first, but slowly you'll find a healing effect being with them. Trust me.
Huang Yin's stability was only on the surface. Internally, he was depressed and introverted. Han Fei noticed this, so he believed he could help Brother Huang with this Iyashikei game like how the game had helped him. The process might be difficult, but the result would be worth it. After ironing out all the details, Han Fei led Zhuang Ren away from the intelligent city and discussed more things with him. After the director of Immortal Pharma passed away, everything about him was sealed up by the big company. If they found out that part of the director's memory was sealed in Zhuang Ren's mind, Immortal Pharma would definitely come for Zhuang Ren. Zhuang Ren understood the severity of the situation. He didn't want to be treated like a lab rat. After dropping Zhuang Ren home, Han Fei's phone suddenly rang. He thought it was the police, so he picked it up without hesitation.
Mr. Han, how is your body recovering?
The person on the phone was Director Zhang's assistant. Hearing that voice, Han Fei only realized his official profession was an actor. After days of massacring in the cryptic world, he had gotten used to the profession of Midnight Butcher.
The recovery is going well. How can I help you? The police have removed the cordon around the meat packing factory. The fugitives have been captured as well. Would you like to return to the set? Due to the incident, everyone's mood is affected and Director Zhang has been talking about you a lot.
Then the male assistant lowered his voice.
In fact, other than shooting the movie, Director Zhang spent most of his time on the internet to clear your name. Sometimes he would even use his alt to argue with people, but it would only get him angrier. Help me clear my name?
Han Fei hadn't been online for a long time already. Unlike other actors who released their status daily, Han Fei didn't use social media at all. If his fans wanted to get his update, they would have to check Xin Lu's law enforcement official website.
For some reasons, there are a lot of rumors about you. Like you have been kicked out from the crew, you have crazy demands due to your new popularity, you have conflicts with the other actors and so on.
The assistant sighed.
I suspect someone is targeting you. Personally, I'd advise you to join an agency as soon as possible. They will have people to handle these things for you. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of these rumors. If these people cross the line, they'll be the ones who will be regretting it.
Han Fei was a very nice person, so he was never angered by those rumors. He had no idea how ugly human sin could be, but he did know that if he used resurrection on 100 people and took over their souls, then he could get the title of divinity of somnambulance.
You're quite generous. It's rare to find a young man who has both acting skills and great personality. I honestly hope that you'll catch your big break. If the entertainment industry has more people like you, perhaps the whole environment can change. Even though I'm an actor, I don't see myself as part of the entertainment industry.
Han Fei smiled.
I'll return to the set this afternoon. That way, all the rumors will dissolve on their own.
Han Fei had signed a contract. In fact, the money that he used to purchase the gaming hub came from the contract. If he violated the contract, he would go bankrupt. Therefore, after a quick meal, Han Fei hurried towards the set. Along the way, he paid attention to his surroundings. The feeling of being watched disappeared. It was like Butterfly had really died. When Han Fei appeared at the set around 1 p.m., many crew members came to greet him. He was still down to earth. But more impressive was his memory. Han Fei could memorize the names of all the members. He greeted them with their names, giving everyone full respect. There was never an actor like Han Fei. It was already considered nice if the actors would be polite with the crew members when they interacted. No actors had gone through the trouble of remembering their names. Everyone knew how good of a person Han Fei was, so when they saw Han Fei was slandered on the internet, they were really indignant for him.
Han Fei.
Director Zhang shouted his name from afar. He squeezed through the crowd.
Welcome back.
The other actors walked over as well. They were fully impressed by Han Fei's acting skill. In the days when Han Fei was away from the set, the sense of pressure disappeared. Only then they realized the pressure came from Han Fei. It was common for directors and actors to be friendly with each other, but when all the crew members also loved Han Fei, it proved quite plainly how popular Han Fei was on set. This was captured by many paparazzi who stationed themselves at the set. These pictures naturally countered the rumors about Han Fei on the internet.
I'm so sorry. My personal reason has caused the delay of the shoot. We should continue now.
Compared to the challenges in the cryptic world, making a movie was like a vacation for Han Fei. He could completely immerse in another character and empty his own soul.
These few days, I've been studying the character of Spider at home, and I believe I've gained a new understanding of him.
Han Fei had met the real Spider in the cryptic world. In other words, he was the living person who knew Spider the best.
You have been studying your character when you were at home?
Director Zhang admired Han Fei even more now. During the break, Han Fei memorized all of his lines. When the camera rolled, he walked into the factory living compound without the script. As he entered the set, his personality shifted. The experience in the cryptic world had influenced Han Fei a lot. When he was Spider, his presence changed naturally. There was an invisible, domineering aura about him. Even though he was a side character, all the other characters existed because of him. In just a few short days, Han Fei had been through many changes. His understanding of fear had ascended beyond human comprehension. He managed to fulfill not only all of Director Zhang's demands, but also the demands Director Zhang didn't even think of. Han Fei's performance was perfect, and the other actors found that pressure again. After one take, The other actors were pouring so much sweat that they needed to redo their makeup.
You have grown so much in the past few days.
Bai Xian, who was a decorated actor, gulped down the water.
It feels like you've overcome a big hurdle in your life. There's a wind lifting you to the top. Brother Bai, you have to stop praising me like that.
Han Fei chuckled. Since he was on break for days, Han Fei needed to catch up to the progress that he had missed. Initially, director Zhang thought Han Fei needed time to get back into the groove, but he realized he had underestimated Han Fei. When he didn't have to be in a scene with another actor, Han Fei finished his cut without any NG. It was like he was Spider himself, so we're the ones slowing him down. The other 8 actors were all good actors handpicked by director Zhang. To make them feel like they were a burden, it was ridiculous, and Han Fei was only 20 plus. He has a great chance to be the youngest best actor, a rare actor who caught his break from horror films. Horror genre itself was not that mainstream, so it was thus harder for an actor to be nominated for Best Actor in this genre. Han Fei had no idea how his colleagues viewed him. He focused on his work and tradition. He finished his cut before dark and refused to work overtime.
Remember to come back to the set tomorrow.
Director Zhang was very satisfied with their progress that day, and his mood elevated a lot. After leaving the set, Han Fei took a cab to return to the old city. His brain was filled with ideas on how to cultivate Huang Yin. It was not until he reached his apartment that he saw Ah Cheng and the superior from his former agency standing at the steps to his house.
I'm sure you've sensed our sincerity, right?
The attitude of the superior was much better this time. At least he didn't stay inside the car to talk to Han Fei.
Before this, there were some misunderstandings between us. If you're willing to return to the company, we will compensate you fully. Compensate?
That was not what Han Fei was looking for, so he ignored the man.
You better use that money to hire more 50-cent army.
Han Fei walked past them. Ah Cheng wanted to stop Han Fei, but as Han Fei glared at him, Ah Cheng's arms shrunk back. After Han Fei entered the door, Ah Cheng said,
I told you he won't agree. He's too arrogant. I value his talent, so I wanted to give him a last chance. Since he refuses to take it, then I can't be blamed.
The superior's face was dark. He hadn't been so insulted in a long time already. As he got into the car, he called a number. He waited impatiently before the call was answered.
So, how is the thing coming along? We might need some more time. Is it so hard to find the victim's family? I have already told you that money is not a problem. As long as the families are willing to help us boycott him and his movies, then his career is over.
The man's voice was dark.
Plus, haven't those people once boycotted the movie? Just tell them to keep on doing it. We'd handle the rest. This is not an issue of money. When we reached out to the victim's family, the moment we brought up anything negative about Han Fei, we were chased out from their houses. There was an old man named Wei who even came after us with a broom. They aren't willing to launch a boycott? Not even with free money?
The man's brows were twisted together.
There are so many victims. There has to be someone among their families who is willing to do this. Go and find them. If that doesn't work, pretend to be the victim's families yourself.
After hanging up, the man tossed the phone at the seat beside him.
Drive, we're going back to the agency.
After the luxury car left the street, Han Fei walked out from the shadow of the first floor. He realized that after the mad laughter was triggered in his mind, he became much more sensitive to sin in others, like he could sense them in people's hearts.
I'm a kind person. This is the last chance I'm giving you. I hope you'll treasure it.
Watching the luxury car drive away, Han Fei had the same advice the man had for him. Han Fei returned to his room and lay in bed, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. He read some books, listened to music, and ate snacks. If not for the wall of murder, it would be quite a relaxing scene. Chapter 396.
When I was jobless, I missed working every day, but now that I have a job, I wish I could rest more often. Unfortunately, I have both morning and night shifts. I can't even have a normal break.
Han Fei was an actor in the morning, but at night, he could be a security guard, a patrol teacher, a convenience store boss, or even a midnight butcher. Gulping down a glass of water, Han Fei put down the book and started his physical training. Ever since he started Perfect Life, Han Fei's lifestyle became so healthy that it didn't match that of a normal youth. At around 11 p.m., Han Fei gave Huang Yin another call. After making sure Huang Yin was ready, Han Fei climbed into the gaming hub. In the past few days, Han Fei felt like he was going to the executioner whenever he entered the game. He had even prepared his will, but this time, the pressure was conspicuously smaller. Time ticked by. When the large virtual screen in the sky changed, Han Fei also put on the gaming helmet. There were only 24 hours left until the official OB of Perfect Life. Blood descended and Han Fei's consciousness arrived at the Bloody City. While his consciousness descended, he saw a red figure not far away. The person was hugging an old man's head, guarding beside an altar. The singer? He's still there. When Han Fei exited the game last time, he already saw the singer. He was surprised to find the spirit to still be there when he logged in this time. Opening his eyes, Han Fei found himself at the location where he logged off last time. He pushed open the bedroom door and walked into the negotiation between Iyashikei and 2 guards from Building 4. Iyashikei said that he had survived at Building 4 for years, so with his experience, he was most suitable to take the post of lead security guard at Ziggurat.
Han Fei.
After interacting with the tenants from Happiness Neighborhood, they found out about Han Fei's real name too.
When did you enter the house? I remember there was no one in that room. How is the situation in the neighborhood now?
Han Fei sat on the couch and asked. The 3 guards answered one after another. It was clear who the lead security guard here was.
After the altar at the underground crumbled, the shell of the black cocoon started to crack. Even though it still radiates black mist, the mist is not thick enough to envelope the entire ziggurat. It can barely supply the neighborhood to heal itself.
Iyashikei was in a clean security guard uniform. He looked quite spirited. The group walked out of the room. After a day of recovery, Building 4 had almost rebuilt itself. The blood vessels left behind by the butterfly were made into nutrients by the tenants and fed into the building.
Butterfly is dead, so we need a new manager.
Iyashikei began with clear hint.
In terms of power, the jumper woman from Building 1 is the strongest, but she doesn't have the plan to take over the manager's post. She spends most of her time just being crazy. In terms of personality and intellect, I believe you're the most suitable candidate.
The 2 other guards nodded vehemently. They had a good relationship with Han Fei. If Han Fei became the new manager, at least their safety could be guaranteed. Furthermore, they also approved of Han Fei's style of management. Han Fei led the team of guards and walked down the corridor. The tenants that they ran into greeted them warmly. It was hard to imagine that they were in the cryptic world. Even a small neighborhood in real life might not have a community as close-knitted as this. Han Fei took out Firefly's phone. After Firefly was resurrected, his phone became Han Fei's item. The phone looked normal, but after the system's appraisal, Han Fei realized this was a rare grade F cursed object. It was called the Phone of Death chat group. If one wanted to obtain this cursed object normally, one had to join the death chat group and survive among the group of ghosts. The difficulty was high. However, Han Fei's soul accidentally crawled into Firefly's body and allowed him to gain the approval of all the ghosts, making it easy for him to acquire this cursed object. Han Fei had edited the name of the chat group into Ziggurat's Tenancy Right and Tenant Support Group. In the chat group, Han Fei asked everyone about their plans for the future. He stressed that the neighborhood belonged to everyone. Every tenant was the manager, and he hoped they would participate more often in the management of the neighborhood. At the other locales, everyone fought crazily for the manager's post, but here, Han Fei voluntarily shared his power with others. For the cryptic world, this might be the first step to bring about big changes. Thanks to the chat group, communication between the tenants was easy. When Han Fei was away, the tenants worked together to clean the ziggurat. They collected the traces and death curses of the butterfly and tallied them in the chat group. Going through the chat history, Han Fei noticed a few noteworthy things. Firstly, after Butterfly exploded Dresser 4444, there were certain transformations to all the dressers in Ziggurat. Even though the main pathway between nightmares and the cryptic world had been ruined, there still remained some kind of special connection between the 2 dimensions. Without Butterfly to control it, if someone got lost in their nightmare, they might be lucky enough to push open the dresser to the ziggurat and have a chance encounter with Han Fei. Of course, the chance of that was very low. The male student and Laughing All Day led the tenants to collect all the fragments of the remaining altar at Ziggurat. For the locals of the cryptic world, the altars were something that needed to be protected. Even the fragments had to be carefully guarded. Han Fei was an atheist, but he wasn't going to provoke the god inside the altar because of it. From his known information, only the unmentionable had the power to build their own altar. In other words, each altar represented an unmentionable.
We should keep these altar fragments. Some of us might use them in the future.
During the final battle, Butterfly used the power inside the altar. It even nurtured its heart inside the altar. This proved that the evolution from pure hatred to unmentionable had everything to do with the altar. Through the chat group, Han Fei found Laughing, the female live streamer, and Wei Youfu at the top floor. After the butterfly disappeared, the temporary managers at Ziggurat were Laughing and the female streamer, while Wei Youfu and Su Qin represented the happiness neighborhood. The tenants from these two neighborhoods normally wouldn't encounter each other, but due to Han Fei, they had approved of each other's existence. At least they wouldn't turn to aggression at first glance.
Looks like you've already gotten to know each other. There's no need for introductions then.
After Han Fei entered Butterfly's former room, he realized the atmosphere inside the room was rather awkward. The weakened Wei Youfu leaned on the couch. Laughing scratched his chin and looked out the window. In the living room, the female streamer and Su Qin sat face to face. One was fluffing her red dress, the other sharpening her table knives. Perhaps because this was Butterfly's former room, the room was particularly eerie and dark. The temperature was also lower than outside.
Even though the butterfly is gone, it also brought the black mist away with it. The neighborhood will not return to its previous state.
Laughing shattered the awkwardness in the room.
Our enemy in the past was the butterfly, but in the future, we'll have to face all sorts of different scary existences, perhaps even other unmentionables.
Pulling back the curtain, the group looked out. Ziggurat had 24 floors. It was the tallest building in this area. However, down the distance, there were other buildings which were much higher. Han Fei's group was merely occupying a small corner of the cryptic world. They weren't close enough to witnessing the full scale of the darkness.
To face the potential danger, I suggest cooperation.
Wei Youfu's face was pale and his body was transparent.
Just like how Happiness Neighborhoods Building 1 and 2 came together, we needed to gather all the scattered forces that is good for everyone. I agree. Ziggurat now only has Zhuang 1, a single pure hatred, but she is completely incommunicable. If she suddenly decides to go on a rampage, we'll have a hard time controlling her.
Laughing was telling the truth. In the past, he was dominated by the death curse. Every day his mind was filled with how to fight and survive. But after meeting Firefly and Han Fei, he started to consider his future.
There is another thing that I have to tell you.
Laughing said after a long pause.
I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. The monsters near the neighborhood suddenly became more active. That is very abnormal. Being on full defensive will only intensify our fear. We need to venture out to explore more locales.
Han Fei didn't sound like a newbie level 15 player at all.
I know the singer's general location. He has been heavily injured by the butterfly and the black mist. Now is the perfect time to approach him.
After Han Fei said that, everyone was silent as they stared at Han Fei. The singer was an unmentionable. Just talking about them could be cursed. But here, Han Fei was openly discussing how to approach one. Bringing up the map in his mind, Han Fei pointed out the window.
The singer is on the street just outside the Ziggurat. The previous manager at the Happiness Neighborhood calls the place Ancestral Hall Street.
Laughing had a dry cough and began hesitantly.
Are you sure about this? One of the main reasons I entered Ziggurat is to find the previous manager from Happiness Neighborhood. His altar and memory fragments have all been taken by the singer, so I have to find him.
Han Fei believed the singer was one of Fu Sheng's 3 children, so he should know more about Fu Sheng.
I understand that, but there is a whole level of pure hatred between us lingering spirit and the unmentionable. After the pure hatred is reborn in the black flame, they are delineated into 3 more subcategories: faded red, red, and deep red. Even if the singer is injured, he is not someone any of us lingering spirits can handle. Even someone as powerful as the butterfly had to rely on the altars and the black mist to force the singer back.
Despite his name, Laughing was actually quite a negative person.
After the singer recovers, he will definitely come back for us. Do you want to deal with him now or later?
Han Fei didn't fear the unmentionable in the cryptic world that much since he could log off at any time. In fact, he had escaped from the singer multiple times already. The butterfly had injured the singer. With the unmentionable's personality, he would come back to take revenge. With the current power level of the tenants at the ziggurat now, they wouldn't be able to survive a visit from the singer.
Okay, give us a time, and we'll go with you to Ancestral Hall Street.
Laughing finally made a decision.
Then we'll make it tomorrow night. The longer we drag this out, the greater the singer can recover himself.
Han Fei wanted to deal with the singer because according to the system's manager mission, to officially become the manager at Ziggurat, he had to recover the altar and Fu Sheng's memory fragment. Furthermore, Fu Sheng did say that Han Fei would be able to open more layers of the black box if he found more memory fragments. Han Fei wanted to know what was inside the black box. After ironing out all the details, Han Fei led everyone from Happiness Neighborhood and the unconscious Feng Ziyu away from Ziggurat. After all, this was not their home. Walking down the streets with his neighbors and friends, no one dared to find trouble with them. Now this feels more like an Iyashikei game. Han Fei looked down the streets shrouded in darkness and the buildings covered in Yin energy. As I visit more places, I will bring hope to more of the locals. Han Fei returned to Yiming Private Academy. After he told them about his adventures at Ziggurat, Han Fei gained another bout of approval. After getting permission from all the staff and students, Han Fei decided to do something important. He opened the door of one of the classrooms and used his manager talent, Spiritfarer. The blood-red doors of hell slowly opened, and Han Fei chanted Huang Yin's name. At 2 a.m. that night, the test server for Perfect Life would be shut down. Han Fei had to drag Huang Yin into the cryptic world before he was forced out from the game. The blood sea raged. When the doors of hell closed, a cowering figure appeared at the corner of the classroom.
Brother Huang, I've prepared these 2 classrooms for you to place all your items and mission objects.
Han Fei pulled Huang Yin up from the ground.
This is not my first time here, but I still feel so discomfited being here.
With his back against the table, Huang Yin looked carefully around. The tables and chairs were toppled over in the dark classroom. Faces of children would occasionally appear on the classroom window.
You better hurry to unload all of your stuff.
Han Fei urged.
We have something else more important to do later. Speaking of which, what is your connection with the headmaster of this school? How come they allow you to use their spaces so freely?
Huang Yin already filled up a classroom with the items last time.
This is the power of connections.
Han Fei helped Huang Yin arrange the stuff. The road to level 50 for Huang Yin was paved. Other than mission objects, Huang Yin also collected all the rare items available to beta testers. Since the save files would be wiped after OB, these valuables were not worth much to the other players. Extremely rare antiques, weapons, legendary food and medicine, rare items and skills. There were even land contracts and business contracts. In a way, Huang Yin had gone far beyond what was required of him. After a long time, Huang Yin studied the filled classroom, and he felt satisfied. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He reached for the shoulders of the person beside him. He said with pride,
Actually, I'm quite excited about the OB now. The best player of Perfect Life, it has a ring to it.
When Huang Yin didn't get a reply, he turned to look to his side. His arm was on the shoulders of an old man. He was wearing the guard uniform of Yiming Private Academy. A mountain of ghosts pressed down on him. The ghosts were all looking at Huang Yin.
Kid, I haven't seen you in days, but you look more refreshed and rejuvenated.
As Huang Yin screamed and raced out from the classroom, Han Fei, who hid behind the door, stared at Huang Yin and used his grade E active skill. Cursed words for the first time. Chapter 397. Huang Yin had never imagined a less than 3 minutes conversation with Han Fei would lead to a lifetime of treatment. His screams shattered the peace in the cryptic world and attracted much attention. The naive man thought that he'd be safe after leaving the school, but when he exited the school gate, he only realized the darkness was borderless. The things that he thought were the scariest were only the beginning.
I don't want to be first anymore. Really. I just want to go home. It was too late for that now. While Han Fei and his neighbors trailed behind Huang Yin, Han Fei used this opportunity to cleanse the area around Ziggurat, to see if he had missed any cursed objects or potential friends. With the buff from Huang Yin's luck, Han Fei completed several grade G missions and found some fresh food for his neighbors. After living under the tyranny of the butterfly for so long, the people here finally had the chance to sigh in relief. Tonight was meant to be for celebration. Huang Yin was the signal that the party had begun. The people that he encountered either became party guests or party food. The resentment was released. The madness of the afterlife intermingled with lingering humanity. The locals didn't hide themselves and enjoyed themselves to the fullest. 5 hours later, after endless fainting and rescuing, the player finally reached his limit. After Han Fei confirmed that Huang Yin couldn't be reawakened for another time, Han Fei used resurrection on Huang Yin.
Brother Huang, this is the best I can help you. You'll have to do the rest on your own.
Huang Yin in the state of resurrection looked so peaceful, like he was returning to heaven. After Huang Yin left, Li Zai and Li Huo were the most disappointed. Even the mirror god appeared to be unwilling to let Huang Yin go because it wanted to trap Huang Yin inside the mirror. With Huang Yin as bait, some of the ghosts who were deeply hidden near Ziggurat couldn't help but show themselves. Han Fei successfully cleaned the area around Ziggurat. Now he could be free to explore the other locations without being worried about this place. The delineation of locales in the cryptic world was rather chaotic. Normally, the locales were delineated street by street. But if a street had a pure hatred, then all the nearby streets would be categorized under the pure hatred's territory, for example, Butterfly and the Ziggurat. In other words, in the cryptic world, each pure hatred represented an individual locale. If Han Fei wished to explore deeper into the cryptic world, he was bound to trespass into their territories. Normally, when a living human like Han Fei entered a pure hatred's territory, the latter wouldn't react that much. After all, you wouldn't have turned the whole yard over because a single ant had walked into the house, would you? However, Han Fei was walking through their territory with several large lingering spirits. That made things totally different. The previous manager's map didn't specify it, but I suppose all the locations that have been crossed out with red marks contain a pure hatred. The Ziggurat was individually marked out by the previous manager. From that, Han Fei drew the meaning of the red cross. Han Fei knew he was lucky to have defeated the butterfly. If he ran into a pure hatred now, he and his neighbors could do nothing but run. I better take this slow. First, I should try to approach the singer to get Fu Sheng's second memory fragment before I plan anything else. Standing inside an old building, Han Fei turned to look behind him. When he first started the game, he was just a tenant at Happiness Neighborhood Building 1, but now he had expanded his influence to a school, a convenience store, a pet store, a meat packing plant, a security company, and so on. With that in mind, Han Fei saw the management side of the game. A pet store that sells the pet owners, the convenience store that specializes in afterlife items, a security company that kills the clients, a meat packing factory operated by livestock. These are not enough. There is nothing core and essential that would attract spirits from other areas to this place. Looks like I still have a long way to go. After exchanging his thoughts with others, Han Fei decided that he would study city building after he logged off the game. Others played games to escape from studying, but Han Fei had to study to be alive in this game. He had gained much knowledge through this game. After dealing with everything, Han Fei and his neighbors returned to the Happiness Neighborhood. He logged out inside his first room. Blood dyed the city red. When Han Fei's consciousness rose, he realized the singer at the Ancestral Hall Street was still staring at him. Why is he staring at me? What does he want from me? After removing the gaming helmet, Han Fei crawled out from the gaming hub. He gulped down mouthfuls of water before pulling back the curtains. The virtual screen in the sky had one last countdown. The day that was anticipated by many was coming. Han Fei went online, and most of the searches were related to the OB of perfect life. Han Fei felt truly that a new era was coming. AI and biological revolution came at the same time. It caused technology to advance tremendously. The technological gap between the city center and the countryside could be decades apart. While many people slaved for their lives, a second life completely based in virtual reality had become the truth. Inside the large virtual city that kept on expanding, The human technological heaven was being built, and a company was putting a price tag on the ticket to heaven.
This is a heaven for many, but a hell for me.
Han Fei lamented as he stared at the virtual screen in the sky.
My in-game ID is 0000. Perhaps no one even realizes that ID exists.
After finishing a double breakfast, Han Fei realized he was still hungry. His appetite was so much larger than before. After clearing away the dining table, Han Fei called Huang Yin, but there was no answer. To ensure that Huang Yin was safe, Han Fei purposely paid him a visit. After knowing that Huang Yin was fine, Han Fei hurried towards the factory compound to start his work. Han Fei's return to the set was an inspiration for the crew. They had faith in Han Fei as well as the projected box office sales. The shoot ended at 8:30 p.m. Director Zhang even managed to fit in some of the shoots for the next day. This was because the director knew Perfect Life was entering OB at midnight. He purposely left the night empty for the crew members to enter the game. The first shoot tomorrow was arranged at 2 p.m. Even an old-fashioned director like Director Zhang had to adjust his schedule. This went to show the influence of Perfect Life in the society. After the shoot ended, everyone hurried home. There were not many people on the street either. Han Fei, who walked along the shadows of the wall, appeared rather lonely. He stopped to enjoy a scrumptious dinner at a shop run by an old lady. As the old lady rambled at him, Han Fei smiled kindly back at her. The old lady who manned the shop alone reminded Han Fei of Meng Si. The memories he gained at the cryptic world were not entirely dark. There were some bright spots, too. The smile on his face slowly froze. Han Fei really tried to smile, but he realized he still hadn't reached that point yet. He tried to smile, and the end result was only an awkward smile. Considering the lack of customers that night, Han Fei ordered many things and tried to clean out the old lady's stock. When he arrived home, Han Fei went online to look for literature related to city building and management. He studied until 11:44 p.m. He turned away from the monitor and looked out at the virtual screen in the sky. The countdown was reaching 0. Many people all over the world would be staring at their own city's virtual screen like Han Fei. When the last second ended, the virtual screen dissolved into fireworks. It lit up the night sky. The Perfect Life, which was run by the 7th-generation photon computer, had officially entered open beta.
I won't be playing alone anymore.
Han Fei crawled into the gaming hub, put on the helmet, and logged into his account. When the red of the city faded away, Han Fei realized the bloodiness in the singer's eyes appeared to be thickening. The singer was recuperating.
I can't delay this anymore. We're heading to Ancestral Hall Street tonight.
Opening his eyes, Han Fei noticed the cryptic world hadn't changed at all. In spite of the OB, this world would forever be shrouded in darkness. Taking out Firefly's phone, Han Fei called his neighbors to gather at Yi Ming Private Academy. Before they headed to Ancestral Hall Street, there was something important he needed to do. When it was 0:12 a.m., Han Fei used the Spirit Farer talent to summon Huang Yin. Han Fei was quite worried. This was the first time he used this talent after the game entered OB. Several seconds later, a middle-aged man in white threadbare shirt appeared inside the classroom. Huang Yin hugged his knees, and the first thing he did when he saw Han Fei was to run.
Brother Huang. Calm down, it's me, Han Fei.
That only made Huang Yin run even faster. However, Huang Yin's attributes had been reset. He couldn't beat Han Fei, who had 24 points in stamina. While he chased after Huang Yin, Han Fei noticed something interesting. After he touched Huang Yin, he could see in a Huang Yin's character profile. Everything was exposed to Han Fei, including Huang Yin's hidden talents and attributes. Theoretically, in Perfect Life, the players couldn't view each other's hidden attributes. Only the mods with high access could do that. What's the meaning of this? Without Huang Yin having to explain it himself, Han Fei could read into Huang Yin's attributes. From a player's perspective, Huang Yin's stat was not bad. His stamina was 6, which was above the average line of 4. But to Han Fei's surprise, Huang Yin's intelligence was as high as 9. The maximum point for starting players was only a mere 10. It was unclear whether this was the result of Butterfly's torment or whether Huang Yin was naturally that smart. Then Huang Yin's hidden attributes were rather interesting. His luck was 1. A normal player would have restarted the game, because luck was quite important. His charm was 5, which was average, not as interesting as Han Fei's. At the start, every player's life points would be 100 and sand value would differ depending on the player's personal experience. These two values were very important. Huang Yin's sand value was insanely high. A normal player's sand value was below 10, but Huang Yin's sand value was 37. Compared to CB, there were new hidden attributes like happiness points, reputation, persona, and the rest. There were also rankings for each of the attributes. As predicted by Huang Yin, Perfect Life's first official event was to search for the true meaning of happiness. After the players started the game, within the set amount of time, the player had to find ways to increase happiness points. The greater the increase, the greater the final reward. Han Fei checked Huang Yin's happiness point. It was minus 100. There was a great space for improvement. Han Fei's grade, cursed words, didn't go to waste. After that, Han Fei examined Huang Yin's hidden talent. To see if a new player would have a great future in the game or not, the starting attribute was not that important because the photon computer generated the character attributes based on the person in real life. The fluctuation was not big. The real deal breaker or maker was the character's hidden talent. An account's initial hidden talent would decide the account's upper limit and future. When Han Fei saw Huang Yin's hidden talent, his eyes widened.
Character name, Huang Yin.
Hidden talent 1. Experienced patient makes a doctor. You are not good with physical labor and have a weak constitution. You often get sick and thus have an affinity with the healing and medical sciences. Hidden talent 2. Spiritism. It's hard to say if you're lucky or unlucky. With this unique talent, you'll be able to see things that normal people wouldn't and experience things normal people wouldn't. Hidden talent 3. Nightmare. You've suffered a long nightmare. After endless deaths, you've gained the power to control nightmares. With this unique talent, improving and obtaining talents and skills related to intelligence will come much easier. Compatibility with dream-related professions increases.
Han Fei was surprised that a normal player like Huang Yin would have 3 hidden talents. Based on the Perfect Life's official website, the chance of a player starting with a hidden talent was 20%, the chance of starting with 2 hidden talents was 0.2%, and the chance of starting with 3 hidden talents was 0.02%. Brother Huang has hit the jackpot this time. Chapter 398. This was the first time Han Fei saw so many unique talents. The torment Huang Yin received had repaid him in a different way.
Brother Huang, why are you running? You know you can't outrun me.
Han Fei finally caught up to Huang Yin. They talked for some time before Huang Yin slowly calmed down.
The things you need are all in the classrooms. I'll go with you. When you have all the necessary items, you better go back to the surface world. The OB just started. We can't waste even a second.
Staring at Han Fei, Huang Yin's eyes slowly focused.
Okay, I'll leave after I get my things.
Huang Yin started to search for mission items inside the classrooms. Huang Yin hadn't leveled up his inventory, so he only took the key items. He took the mission objects that would help him reach level 10 and then grabbed several business and land contracts. Finally, he stopped beside a bloody tooth.
What's wrong? This tooth is the mission item to trigger the hidden mission for the profession of blood doctor. It was Feng Ziyu who told me that. The game finally enters OB, but he's not coming back anymore.
Huang Yin was saddened. He placed the tooth into his inventory.
Initially, I was quite averse to the profession of blood doctor, but now, I want to become one. I've prepared a lot for it as well. Blood doctor will lower the NPC's affection towards you. Are you sure you want to become a blood doctor?
Han Fei wanted to tell Huang Yin that Feng Ziyu was still around. He was just unconscious. But then again, in real life, Feng Ziyu was indeed gone forever.
I've already considered that, so I bought a mask that could shield me from NPC detection during CB.
Huang Yin shared his plan.
I've also prepared many identities for myself. There's business mogul, real estate CEO, and others. In the morning, I'm a kind doctor, but at night, I'll be the blood doctor. I've even planned to join the group of NPC managers to climb towards the highest rung of virtual city management.
Normally speaking, these were impossible for a normal player because they would exhaust too much of a person's spirit and mental power. However, it was different for Huang Yin. Grade A talent, Nightmare allowed Huang Yin to adapt to all the professions that would utilize intelligence easily. The man had evolved through pain. Perfect Life was an Iyashikei game. The photon computer was always guiding the players towards positivity. Many activities were related to happiness points and satisfaction. An overly ambitious person would not have much drastic increase in their happiness points in their pursuit of fame, power, and wealth. For that, they would have to change themselves first. However, Huang Yin's starting point was so low. No other player would have a starting happiness points of -100. In other words, even if Huang Yin just rose back to a normal player's happiness points, the increase would have been miraculous enough. After understanding Huang Yin's thoughts, Han Fei became excited about Huang Yin's future.
Brother Huang, I can only use the power to send you back to the surface world once per night. While you complete your plan, you have to remember to upgrade your inventory. Don't worry.
Huang Yin already stuffed his newbie inventory. The man in the newbie apparel looked confident.
I don't know whether you'll be able to see the rankings in the surface world or not, but I promise you after the day breaks, the name on the first place of all the rankings will be mine.
Huang Yin would not settle for anything else than first place. After all, this was a man who had once defeated the butterfly. Before Han Fei planned to send Huang Yin back with resurrection, Huang Yin suggested adding Han Fei as friends so that they could communicate more easily. Then something surprising happened. Huang Yin was unable to send Han Fei a friend request. It was like Han Fei didn't exist within the photon computer's control and the system design. When Han Fei sent Huang Yin the friend request, Huang Yin didn't receive any notification. However, Huang Yin's name did appear in Han Fei's friend list. Seeing the grayed-out image of Huang Yin in the friend list, Han Fei felt it looked more like a deceased portrait. Han Fei could be anyone's friend without asking for their permission. They couldn't even refuse being Han Fei's friends. As the game entered OB, Han Fei noticed the power of his account grew. He had access to many mod powers. Using Resurrection, Han Fei sent the glowing Huang Yin back to the surface world. Then Han Fei had his own things to do.
Why isn't there a ranking in the cryptic world? If the happiness points ranking doesn't work, at least we can have a despair points ranking.
Leading his slightly injured neighbors, Han Fei pulled out Firefly's phone and hurried towards Ziggurat. When he arrived, Han Fei received good news. Feng Ziyu finally regained consciousness. Han Fei led Feng Ziyu into the fixed elevator and came to the underground for Feng Ziyu to meet his company senior. When Feng Ziyu first joined the company, it was this senior who had been looking after him. When the company said the senior had gone insane, Feng Ziyu had his suspicions. Even after he resigned, Feng Ziyu never stopped his investigation. They were people of great kindness and empathy. Han Fei couldn't change the things in real life. All he could do was to protect everyone in the cryptic world. Feng Ziyu was meant to be a sacrifice for Butterfly. To consume his humanity, Butterfly retained Feng Ziyu's memory and emotions. This meant that Feng Ziyu wasn't that powerful. In fact, he didn't look that different from a normal person. He didn't even realize that he was dead.
I've been inside Butterfly's room 4444 before. When it returned from nightmares to the cryptic world, it needed to feast on sacrifices to regain its power. I believe sacrifices with weaker power have already left the cryptic world when Butterfly died.
Han Fei told Feng Ziyu.
When I find a path to leave this place, I'll send you to the surface world to help Huang Yin. Actually, compared to the boring virtual power, I prefer this place.
Feng Ziyu's words surprised Han Fei.
Really, this place feels realer than reality. Then you should stay at Ziggurat and familiarize yourself with the security team and the environment first.
Han Fei led Feng Ziyu to find Huakue. On the way there, they ran into the fat uncle who had already changed into the security team uniform. Feng Ziyu was startled to see his own neighbor working as a security guard in the cryptic world.
Why are you here?
Chapter 399. Wearing earphones and humming a song, Zheng Haiqing happily logged into the game. He had a feeling this would be the happiest day of his life. Ever since half a year ago, Zheng Haiqing had been preparing for perfect life. He was attracted by everything he saw in the promo. The pure bliss and healing were everything he was looking for. Even though he made the request many times, he failed to get into CB. However, that didn't stop Zheng Haiqing from becoming a loyal fan of perfect life. Like many gamers, he believed Perfect Life would be a game which would change the world. This game had become more than just a form of entertainment. It would herald the approach of a new era. The virtual city before him would become a second reality, a heaven built for humanity. Before logging into the game, Zhang Haiqing did his best, but he couldn't even imagine the goodness within Perfect Life. There was grandeur in heaven that couldn't be described. Bringing his barely suppressible ideals and excitement, he created his character, set up his profile, and picked his spawn point at random. Then he couldn't wait to open the door that would lead him to heaven.
Planet Happiness, here I come.
Fresh blood crawled on the broken wall. Thick capillaries protruded from the ground. Many different dressers were tipped over in the room. Through the open dresser doors, he could see many blood-soaked clothes. The earphones fell to the ground. The crisp sound mimicked the sound of his heart breaking. He rubbed his eyes once, and then twice. Yes, it is real. The feeling of authenticity promised by the company was brought to live. They had done it. The feeling was even more real than reality. His Adam's apple trembled. Zhang Haiqing felt like he should say something, but he didn't even have the courage to open his mouth. It was so cold, like he was deep underwater.
Is this my perfect life?
To play this game, Zhang Haiqing had requested a day off work. He worked overtime for the past 3 months just for this day. He spent his days either at work or online looking for everything related to Perfect Life. He knew the importance of the early stages of the game. Not 1 second of the newbie stage should be wasted. He had even planned out the route for him to level up. After he got a random talent that was not bad, he entered the game, but the things he saw confused him. He was indeed playing Perfect Life, but it also felt like he wasn't. Is it because I've randomly picked my spawn point? Where's this place? Zhang Haiqing looked around, but he couldn't tell where he was. He tried to move forward to explore. Instantly, the smell of decomposition, blood and mold drilled into his nostrils at the same time. The feeling was hard to describe, like someone had punched him on his nose. After a few dry heaves, he covered his mouth. He then realized his palms were covered in cold sweat. Real, this game is much too real. Holding his breath, Zhang Haiqing tried to move deeper into the house. Based on the information on the official website, this house should be my newbie room, the base for the earlier stages of my life. His eyes moved around. When he saw the thing in the center of the living room, he was frozen to the spot. His lips convulsed and cold sweat made his bangs stuck to his forehead. At the spot where the bedroom connected to the living room was a giant monster covered in spines. It looked like a porcupine, but also a beetle. The worst was it was chewing on the internal organs of some kind of large animal. Zhang Haiqing's brain stopped working. This was no longer a problem that he could solve. His whole body was shaking. Before he started the game, he planned to strike gold overnight, and then girls, jets and mansions would be waiting for him. But after he entered the game, he had only taken 3 steps. But those 3 steps had exhausted all of his courage in life. Is it a problem with my spawning point? Yes, that has to be it. He started to move backwards, but suddenly he heard footsteps coming from the corridor. The sound was strange. It sounded like something was being dragged. There was also crying. One of the footsteps even moved on the walls and ceiling. What should I do now? The footsteps were approaching. Their destination was here. With his heart almost escaping from his chest, Zhang Haiqing decided to crawl back into the dresser he came out from. The heavily cracked doors couldn't be closed fully, so the man curled up at the corner. Soon the living room door opened. The temperature dropped and figures radiating misfortune and terror filtered into the room. Holding his hands over his mouth, Zhang Haiqing honestly thought he was about to faint. The oppressive feeling was crushing his lungs. The room was too dark for him to see the new arrivals clearly. Zhang Haiqing only knew that there were more and more people inside his newbie room. After all the figures had gathered, a young man walked out from within them. He stopped beside the dresser before walking towards the ghastly monster in the living room. Han Fei gathered all the ghosts who could help him deal with the singer, and they came to room 4044. The moment he pushed the door open, Han Fei and the tenants at Ziggurat realized there was someone new inside the dresser, but no one said anything about it. They moved silently through the darkness, guiding Han Fei to Big Sin. Seeing Big Sin, which had grown much larger, Han Fei hesitated for some time before he reached out to pet Big Sin's head gently.
Notification for player 0000. You've been affected by soul poison with intense death. Please seek treatment immediately.
When Han Fei's palm turned black, he received the other system notification.
Notification for player 0000. Your grade G curse type pet, Big Sin, has metamorphosed to grade F. Big Sin, grade F curse type pet with incomparable personal charm and nurturing effort. You've gained Big Sin's loyalty. Loyalty 80. It is now unwilling to part with you. You're the first person whom Big Sin loves so much. Hidden talent 1. Soul poison. Its body possesses intense poison that can burn souls and ignite hatred. Hidden talent 2. Necrophagus. Blood. Dead bodies can help it grow and recover quickly. Hidden talent 3. Natural selection. Feeds on butterfly. All its power will be doubly effective when going against butterfly-type curse or spirits. Hidden talent 4. Omen. Can attack the weak points of the spirits. Can sensitively pick out the scent of death. Likes to stay around people who are about to die. Hidden talent 5. Possession. Can make a target fall into nightmares. In the nightmare, target will be tormented by fear and delusion. Hidden talent 6. Demonic pest. Feeding on altars, biting divines, stealing the sacrifice. It is viewed by the eyes behind the altars as a demonic pest. It can use all the negative emotions. Its growth speed will no longer be constrained by any altars. However, close contact with any altars might anger the eyes behind the altars, causing irreparable consequences.
After going through life and death with Han Fei, Big Sin's loyalty moved from 50 to 80. It had fed on half the heart in the underground altar. Its original 4 talents had improved, and it gained 2 new talents. It was harder for pets to gain talent than players. Han Fei hadn't even heard of a pet with 6 hidden talents before. A player like Brother Huang who has 3 talents is already extremely rare, but my pet has 6 hidden talents. Han Fei checked the system notifications again and again. He honestly thought this was crazy. Big Sin was only a grade F pet. There was still plenty of space for it to grow. Thinking about the black cocoon underground that was as large as a valley, Han Fei's anticipation for Big Sin surpassed the anticipation he had for Huang Yin. Leaving Big Sin to chew on the heart, Han Fei and the other ghosts slowly turned around to stare at the dresser. Chapter 400 Butterfly's dresser was a very unique cursed object. It was one with the butterfly. It carved all of Butterfly's nightmares in itself and inherited Butterfly's pain. It was Butterfly's only home and its prison. Because of that, Dresser 4444 obtained the power to connect nightmares and the cryptic world after Butterfly fell into the cryptic world. But now that Butterfly had perished and its dresser collapsed, the main channel had been ruined. The other dressers started to transform. No one could tell what changes they would bring. Han Fei and the other tenants at Ziggurat already predicted that someone might enter the cryptic world through the dresser, but none of them expected the lucky winner would arrive so soon.
This works too. We'll make use of this opportunity to study him, to see what is so special about him, in preparation for the future.
Han Fei and Butterfly were 2 different people. If Butterfly discovered someone accidentally entered its dresser, it would determine the guest's quality and slowly torment them with nightmares before consuming them. Han Fei was different. He wanted to find the law within this appearance and then help the person. The air in room 4044 froze. Anyone would be shaking in their pants being targeted by so many ghosts. To ease the tension, Han Fei decided to send the Ziggurat tenants out first. He didn't know the lucky winner. There was no reason for him to scare the person to death at first meeting. There was a procedure to everything. At least Han Fei needed to get to know the person first before deciding to kill or not. Han Fei sent a message in the chat group, requesting the ghosts to make some noise outside the house. When the dirge rang out, Han Fei signaled for the other tenants to leave. The tenants who were staring at the dresser suddenly turned around and walked out from the room as if attracted by something. Han Fei mixed among them and walked out too.
After I find out what's really going on with that person, we'll depart for Ancestral Hall Street.
Putting on the cattle mask silently, Han Fei whispered something to Drake, and then flipped on the masterful acting switch in his mind. After a long time, when the dirge stopped, Hanfei pretended to rush down the corridor. He eased the door of room 4044 open, and soon rushing footsteps came from the corridor. Hanfei looked around in panic before his eyes landed on the dresser. After some hesitation, he pulled open the dresser door. When the door opened, Zheng Haiqing and Hanfei's eyes met. Zheng Haiqing saw the unbridled fear in the eyes underneath Hanfei's mask.
Zheng Haiqing had no idea what to say. Compared to the countless ghosts, Hanfei didn't give him that much pressure. Furthermore, Hanfei was finding a hiding spot, so they were probably allies.
Shush, don't speak. You might attract them.
Hanfei changed his voice line to become dark and harsh. He entered the dresser and squatted down beside Zheng Haiqing. When he closed the dresser door, Hanfei accidentally brushed against Zheng Haiqing's shoulder, and in that moment, he saw the young man's character profile. Name: Zheng Haiqing Level 1, Intelligence 7, Stamina 4, Luck 1, Charm 7, Sand Value 10, Life Points 100. Hidden Talent 1, Sleepwalking, a very rare talent. You'll have to explore the power of the talent yourself. Hidden Talent 2, Spirit Connection. You were raised by a spirit medium, so you have natural connection with them. Hanfei then at least had a base to work out of. He hid inside the dresser with Zheng Haiqing, and neither dared to speak. Listening to the racing heartbeat, Zheng Haiqing wasn't as afraid as before. He glanced at Hanfei and realized the edge of Hanfei's mask was drenched by sweat. He must be in extreme fear. Fear could be shared as well. When there were two of them, at least there was company. When the footsteps outside the door departed, the two players inside the dresser sighed in relief at the same time. Neither of them dared to leave. They stood side by side.
Hello. I'd like to ask, are you a player? Is this perfect life?
Zheng Haiqing asked carefully. He was very polite, afraid that Hanfei might do something irrational. I don't mean anything by that. I'm just confused if I've logged into the right game. I'm a player, and this is perfect life.
Hanfei was telling the truth. He wiped away his sweat and turned to Zheng Haiqing.
I'm surprised to run into a second player in the hidden map. Which gaming studio are you from? What's your beta tester account number? Hidden map? Gaming studio? Beta tester account number?
Zheng Haiqing was flummoxed.
I think you've misunderstood something. I've just logged into the game. I don't even know anything. After choosing a random spawn point, I turned up here.
Zheng Haiqing felt like crying. The reality was so different from what he imagined.
You're a newbie player? Impossible.
Hanfei said confidently.
One has to satisfy several requirements to enter this hidden map. The player's intelligence and charm has to be above 7, and their luck can't be too high. At the same time, one has to possess hidden talent related to dreams or the supernatural. The gaming studio I'm affiliated to has attempted this for months with hundreds of players, and I am the only one who managed to get here.
Hearing the suspicion in Hanfei's voice, Zheng Haiqing wanted to show his character profile to Hanfei, but unfortunately, that was impossible in the game. With a bitter smile on his face, Zheng Haiqing couldn't tell if he was lucky or unlucky anymore.
I think I've met all the requirements you've just mentioned. You're not lying to me? It's real.
To prove that he was not lying, Zheng Haiqing recited his attributes and talents for Hanfei. This act of honesty earned him some brownie points from Hanfei.
Sleepwalking, spirit connection? I have no idea such strange talents existed.
Using only his voice, Hanfei expressed his shaken conviction. He was slowly warming up to Zheng Haiqing.
I swear I'm not lying to you.
Zheng Haiqing saw Hanfei as his saving grace. Mainly it was because Hanfei was a beta tester and he'd know how to survive better at this hidden map than he was.
Big brother, can you tell me how to leave this place? If you are willing to help me, I'll listen to your orders from now on. Leave. Do you know how many people want to come here, but they can't? If you don't believe me, go to the official website and look for information on hidden maps.
Hanfei gasped in disbelief.
You're sitting on a treasure trove and you want to leave? It's mainly because this place doesn't seem too hospitable to humans. Since you are here, you need to appreciate this opportunity.
Hanfei lowered his voice.
There are many better and secret ways to utilize perfect life, but they all require a very high specific player attribute. However, that attribute is decided by the player's own determination. There's no in-game item that can increase that attribute.
The devil whispered, and Satan took out the apple to seduce Adam.
What a tribute. Sand value.
Han Fei's voice possessed some kind of magical power. His tone was slowly becoming different from before.
Only by completing Perfect Life's hidden map can a player increase their sand value. In the early stages, the sand value might not appear to be that important, but as the game progresses, you'll realize this attribute decides how you see the world.
Zheng Haiqing's eyes widened. He was deeply attracted by the world Han Fei's words painted. Han Fei was a professional player who had participated in many closed betas. He had access to extremely confidential information. He, on the other hand, had managed to obtain this chance to change his virtual life thanks to his good luck. Perfect Life would change the whole era, and professional players could get rich overnight in this game. Zheng Haiqing's ideals for entering the game hadn't changed. It was to relax and heal. But if he could do that while earning big money, why would he reject it? However, the problem was, with high risk comes high reward.
There's a time limit to how long a player can stay in a hidden map. After you're in it for 24 hours, even if you don't want to leave, the system will kick you out, so you better appreciate your time here.
Han Fei's resurrection could only be used once per day, so he came up with this white lie.
Big brother, what do I need to do then?
Zheng Haiqing now relied fully on Han Fei.
You only need to remember 2 points. First, whenever you make a choice, follow your heart. Kill those that need to be killed. Save those that need to be saved. Second, do not ever leave this building. No matter what happens, do not step out of this building.
After giving him the advice, Han Fei opened the dresser door.
Use all of your intelligence and power. Try and survive here as long as you can. Do not hide your real self. Only then you'll obtain the unimaginable reward.
Han Fei exited the dresser. While Zheng Haiqing was chewing over Han Fei's words, the latter had already left room 4044.
Fuck. Big brother. Where are you going?
Zheng Haiqing didn't dare to chase after Han Fei. He hesitated inside the dresser. Han Fei went to find Feng Ziyu. He decided to perform a series of tests on Zheng Haiqing like how he was personally tested at Cattle Alley. If Zheng Haiqing proved to be a good person, then he'd reward Zheng Haiqing. One of the real estate contracts obtained by Huang Yin would be a great reward for a normal player. Of course, the premise was that Zheng Haiqing could survive the tests. If Zheng Haiqing failed, if he had evil at heart, then he would have to meet Big Sin. Han Fei handed the task over to Feng Ziyu. After all, the man participated in the game design of Perfect Life. He was also an internal tester. He knew the various missions very well. Observing the players and coming up with mission objectives, that was Feng Ziyu's day job.
Do not see yourself fully as a mission designer. You have to consider things from the perspective of humanity. See the player as someone you're interviewing. Find the brilliance of humanity in them, and dig out their hidden evil.
After explaining the situation to Feng Ziyu, Han Fei led the most powerful spirits from Ziggurat and Happiness Neighborhood to Ancestral Hall Street. Zheng Haiqing's arrival signified a new start. He made Han Fei feel like a real mod. However, to last longer in that position, Han Fei needed to get stronger. After completing a grade G mission along the way, Han Fei, who could log off at any time, walked at the front of the group. He wore the cattle mask, put on a clean set of clothes, and carried an urn in his arms. Han Fei walked along the old streets to slowly approach the fringe of Ziggurat. In the past, due to the presence of Butterfly, there were not many ghosts in this area. But now the place was filled with strange creatures. Some were souls of the dead. Their bodies had strange blood threads like they were controlled by something. Other than lingering spirits and animated regrets, some of the monsters Han Fei had never seen before slowly encroached upon the Ziggurat's territory. This sparked the alarm in Han Fei's mind. With Butterfly's death, Spider's disappearance, and Little Eight's injury, the only ghost who could rival a pure hatred was Zhuangwen. Han Fei glanced beside him. Zhuangwen was still extremely unstable. If she really fought with a pure hatred, she would soon be consumed by the black flame of hatred in her heart. A normal pure hatred would metamorphose from the black flame, but Zhuangwen failed due to Butterfly's interruption. The senior monster would have been the next pure hatred, but he sacrificed himself and his lineage to kill Butterfly. They were now part of Rest in Peace. Holding the hilt of the blade, Han Fei felt the weight on his shoulders. If there was a chance, he would bring hope to all the souls inside rest in peace. As he walked forward, a strange gospel entered his ears. Han Fei looked ahead, and there was an eerie temple at the corner of the street. The temple was small. It looked like it was reconstructed from a newspaper kiosk. The windows and doors were pasted with strange talismans. The entrance was covered with half-completed holy figurines. They were not yet painted.
Is this Ancestral Hall Street?
Han Fei walked forward, remembering the singer's location in his mind. Just as he stepped into the street, the robotic voice announced,
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade F Hidden Mission, Ancestral Hall Street. Ancestral Hall Street. Do not approach or bring home the abandoned holy figurines you see on the street. It's best to leave immediately. If you stay for too long, the thing inside the figurines might choose to follow you forever.